once more onto the breach. 2 weeks ago, we kicked off the road to the 2023 VCO Esports Racing World Cup, where Unicorns of Love and Team Redline battled on Assetto Corsa Competizione, with the pink and white outfit coming out on top. But it wasn't without drama, it wasn't without the elbows being brought out. Now though, we head to our second different platform, our second different car, and to a second different track. We're live on rFactor 2 today as we head to the beaches of Holland. Hello everyone, and welcome back to the Spring Cup for the VCO Esports Racing League. My name is Arjuna Kankipati, delighted to have your company wherever you are around the world, and alongside myself, I am joined by two veterans of both esports commentary and now real world commentary as well, Luke Crane as well as Lewis McLeod. We have some of the best teams from around the world competing here across 3 different platforms, and we have $50,000 on the line in this Esports Racing League, all building up, of course, to the Esports Racing World Cup. Luke, it was great 2 weeks ago, and we've had a bit of time off to reflect and relax after the drama. What were your thoughts heading out of Assetto Corsa Competizione and Misano?
Well, I think we had a clear favourite going all the way through. Unicorns of Love looked incredible during ACC, which is something we expected as well going into the event. But I think what we learned is when it gets to the final, when it's one team versus another, it's literally just 6 drivers on the grid. Anything can happen. Team Redline, of course, did turn up, and it wasn't as plain sailing as you may have expected from the first races we saw. I'm expecting to see very much the same today. Redline are going to be coming out absolutely flying today as well. It's going to be one of their stronger platforms. The fact that they made it to a final on ACC shows that they've progressed moving forward across to all of our platforms. But today is going to be super interesting. But for me, I want to see how R8G do. Can they go and get that one step further and really show their credentials on this sim?
Yeah, last time we were here on rFactor 2, we were at the home of British Motorsports. It was R8G and Redline. Again, where the fireworks went off, it was Redline that stood atop the pile. Lewis, I mean, what a great format this is, right? 3 different platforms, but drivers have to adapt. Give us your thoughts on how this has been playing out so far, especially the fact that you have to nominate 5 drivers at the start of the Spring Cup, and from each of the events and each of the days, you then have to nominate 3 drivers to take to the track.
I mean, it's such an interesting dynamic from all of the aspects of, you know, whichever team's the strongest in sim racing as a whole. Obviously, we've spoken of Team Redline and their position within sim racing, of course, by getting to the last 3 consecutive finals, winning 2 of them on rFactor 2 and on iRacing, and the expectations are going to be very strong today. For me, though, it's more the idea of the pressure it puts on the other drivers in the team. I mean, if your team does quite well in one simulator, take, for example, Unicorns of Love doing quite well, puts a lot of pressure on the NetRex drivers to take over on their chosen platform to kind of deliver the same level of goods. Same with the likes of R8G and teams like that. It worked out very well in the ERWC for the likes of R8G when they really took it to Redline in that final. That's the dynamic that's so interesting, and not too many teams actually can be, even to be perfectly honest, moderately competitive and even get through into the semi-finals, let alone finals, on more than one sim. And to say that Redline have done it on all 3 is pretty impressive.
The road to the Esports Racing World Cup is broke up into 3 different sections. You've got the Spring Cup, the Summer Cup, and the Fall Cup, and the total points will determine the grid for the World Cup in 2023. Here's how the standings look after just one of our races in the Spring Cup. We've got 2 more days, including today, before we head to the Masters. We'll have a slightly different format there. We'll really break out the one-on-one action with some of these teams. No relegation. That's something that we maybe will talk about with the Summer and the Fall Cup as more teams come into the fray and we see more action as well. The top 12 overall will qualify to the ERWC 2023. Big teams at the top, but we've got some new teams that joined us starting a couple of weeks ago, the likes of Brabham Esports, E-Team Brit, or even my personal favorites, the Legions of Racers from Singapore. Let's talk very quickly then about the format, and we're going to put all the pressure on Lewis McLeod. Tell everyone who's watching, Lewis, what we're expecting today.
Yeah, of course. So we're going to split things up into 3 separate heats to open the evening. We've got our 25 teams that will be separating across those 3 heats, and it's the top 4 from each of those heats that move straight through into the quarterfinals. However, there is one final chance, I know you love that, Luke, to get their way through. Just 2 teams from the remaining load in one race will go through then into the quarterfinals, and it's nice and simple from that point on. Just 6 teams into the semi-finals, and then just 2 in a proper head-to-head 3-race shootout. We only might need 2, but we have a 100% requirement rate of that third race, and I don't know, I think we'll see it today again. I'm back on the train of we're definitely going to see it.
Question really is which two teams will get there. Remember as well, we have race stewards. We have plenty of action behind the scenes, including some real world stewards as well. So that's something to think about. Let's take a visual look at that representation of how the format for today is going to play itself out. We break it out into 3 different heats, as Lewis mentioned, and bit by bit we work our way to those final 2 that will go head to head in a 6-car showdown here at Zandvoort. Let's talk a little bit about the track. Again, you, the VCO community, decided where we're racing today. The choice was either to go to the Eifel Mountains and the Nürburgring GP layout, but instead you decided we'll go racing on the beaches. We are here at Zandvoort, and crucially, Luke, it's the new version of Zandvoort. Plenty of banking, but not plenty of passing opportunities. It's going to be difficult here for people to work their way forward, and just like it was at Mezzano, therefore, qualifying is going to be crucial.
Yeah, I think at this level, to be fair, wherever you are, qualifying is going to be absolutely key, right? Especially with the team format, you need to get at least 2 drivers up in and amongst it, just to have a bit of pressure off you in the start of the races. I'm really surprised that it was voted to be at Zandvoort, if I'm completely honest. I guess the new changes to the circuit into turn 4 and the final corner, it kind of opens it up a little bit more in terms of there's a few more overtaking opportunities, especially if you can get a really good exit out the final corner down and towards turn number 1. But there's multiple lines for a lot of these corners, so it's easy to defend as well, which I think for us as viewers is going to make it super, super interesting. I feel like we are going to see a lot of side-by-side battling, and, well, hopefully it's not as carnage-filled as the last time we had some rFactor 2 action with this car, but I'm sure we're going to see a few cars facing the wrong way.
Can we survive the start? That is going to be the big thing. Reminder as well, Mike Yao is behind the scenes controlling all of the production. We are here at Zandvoort. We are ready to get underway with the first of 3 heats on day 2 of the Spring Cup in the VCO Esports Racing League. I'll be watching on along with you all. I'll be hanging out in the chats as well, so let us know who you're cheering for, who you think's going to win each of these heats. But for now, let's head down to Zandvoort. Lewis and Luke are ready to get the action underway. High downforce, open wheel machines. Let's see what Zandvoort's got in store for us.
Well, it is all about then the roller coaster in the dunes circuit, Zandvoort. What a circuit, 4.3 kilometers in length, and boy, this is one that does not let up. You really got to keep on it around here. It's probably one of the hardest circuits that you can throw a car like this around, Luke.
Yeah, definitely. It's there's no margin for error, right? As we just see there, already half a car missing, which is not ideal. Now be a pit stop as well for the BS competition drivers as well. No, we're just going to warm up the tyres there with a bit of crabbing. Yeah, there's just grass everywhere, right? There's just grass, and there's of course gravel traps as soon as you go off the circuit. We see a lot of the newer circuits these days. There's so much runoff and tarmac, so you can get away with mistakes. You maybe lose a second or half a second. Here, if you put it into the grass or the gravel, especially with how short the races are and how many drivers there are, you're just going to lose so many positions.
Such an unbelievably fast race circuit, this one. It just doesn't let up, not even for a moment, as they'll begin the gridding process. Seagull! There we go. We've got to get a few in on this broadcast. A Seagull that just likes to populate the start-finish straight. I don't know who's going to come out on top in this day, Luke. We're kind of leaning more towards the likes of Redline. BS Competition, though, have picked up a couple of very talented drivers. Of course, you know what they're like when it comes to their level of competitiveness across all the simulators. Yeah,
for sure. Again, I feel like Unicorns of Love made a couple of decisions in terms of picking up new drivers for the last time out, and they were already the strongest team into Seagull in terms of ACC, and we're probably going to see the same here from BS Competition, and we're going to see this from a lot of teams moving forward as well, because everyone's going to progress. Even the teams that are winning events, they're going to look to bring in better drivers to just keep that dominance in this championship. There's money on the line. It is as simple as that.
Well, let's take a look to see them on the starting grid. You can see all the Veloces lined up on the right-hand side. You've got BS Competition on the left. You've got NetRex up there as well. Our focus on the top 4 teams to get through as the Seagull flies just to get one more photo bomb in. We are underway at Circuit Zandvoort. Marco Bajic on the front row. Oh, there's contact as Ibrahim Khan absolutely comes across. James Baldwin sweeps around the outside of the first corner to grab second position. It's all about Colin Spork as well for the NetRex Unicorns of Love. Marco Bajic, though, dropping backwards massively. Good start, though, from Yoltayan and Philippe Dinez as well. But that was chaotic. A little bit aggressive from Ibrahim Khan there.
Yeah, very aggressive from him there, and he didn't really need to as well, considering he's got 2 other BS drivers down in 5th and 6th position. He doesn't need to take chances like that, and I think we have just saw the experience levels from Bajic. You say he dropped the position there. I think it's more of a case of, look, we're P2 and P4. If I just drop back 1 position, don't get involved in any problems, don't have any wheels facing the wrong way, and ended up off into Belgium. So, yeah, I think it's a really good decision from Bajic there. He is just, one of the more experienced drivers at this point, and this is his playground today.
Yeah, I mean, Marco Bajic, I'll be a little bit harsh, I'd say. Obviously has a fair amount of experience within this car. Drove for the Mercedes-AMG Petronas Esports team when it was rFactor 2 Formula Pro. And to be perfectly honest, despite the team winning the championship, that was more courtesy of Bonnerhouse's absolute domination of the series, taking 6 race wins from 6 races. Marco Bajic really struggled to get to grips with the series. However, seems to have found his form, at least with pole position here. If you look on your tower, though, you can start to see some of the teams rolling very, very well around Circuit Zandvoort. Of course, you've got BS Competition, 1st, 5th and 6th. Unicorns of Love, they are sat in 3rd and 8th. The 2 scoring cars right up there as well. Same with Williams Esports with Agustin Canapino, Michael Romanidis, Martin Stefanko as well is just behind. You can see Tobias Pfeffer as well for Unicorns of Love a bit further down there. Veloce, of course, they're in 2nd, 4th and 7th. Some teams looking very strong at the moment.
Yeah, if it stays like this, it's done and dusted, right? We're going to have BS, we're going to have Veloce, we're going to have Unicorns of Love, we're going to have Williams. It is as simple as that. And they're the teams that have been in and amongst it from the start, from the World Cup, from last week, going into this week as well, or 2 weeks ago, should I say, from round 1 on ACC. And that is just experience of the competition, understanding the format. Just get through at this stage. Don't push too much. Don't do anything crazy. Don't put yourself in that last chance qualifier. You don't want to be in that second chance race at all. It is absolute carnage. It's basically a lottery there, as we see a massive mistake. By the looks of things, not too sure who it was. I think it was actually Aidan Brow's teammate for Butler Power Motorsport. I'm not too sure which driver it was, but ultimately facing that way is not what you want to be doing.
I think it might have been Stefan Schlacker looping it on the departure of towards the penultimate corner rather. Not looking so great. This one, like you say, it seems fairly well sorted. It's just whether James Baldwin feels the requirement. Tobias Pfeffer's had a bit of a moment as well. Mika Hakimi dropping down the order. Tobias Pfeffer was one that I kind of want to keep an eye on over this race. Let's see what happened to Stefan Schlacker, rolling down into the tight sort of chicane into hairpin. Got one of the Brabham cars directly ahead on the outside, loops it. Solo effort, that one.
Yeah, not ideal, and those are the mistakes you just can't afford, right? It's such a short race, and you put your teammates under a significant amount of pressure, and that is the added extra for this format, right? With having 3 drivers, ultimately, when you're normally racing, it's all about you. It's how you do. But if you have 2 drivers potentially outside maybe that top 10, you've got to push that a little bit extra because you've got to try and help your mates out effectively, and that's where mistakes happen here. As you see Hakimi, who was just outside the top 10, now down into, by the looks of things, 23rd position. Not ideal, and there are big, very important parts of that car missing, which is going to be a retirement, unfortunately.
Yeah, I do believe so, which is a shame for the second different livery. Obviously, we're going to see 3 different liveries for the Brabham Esports representing time through the Brabham career. I mean, fantastic to have those different liveries. Obviously, a tribute to Jack Brabham. Marco Bajic there getting past Colin Spork on the run down into turn 1. Not really fought too hard. We'll take a look at another replay a bit further down to see what happened. Oh my goodness, that's what happened to Tobias Pfeffer. So it was with Mika Hakimi, and that's where Hakimi lost the rear wing straight back onto the circuit. But thankfully, they're all running a fairly high line around the banked hairpin. They found it, obviously the testing and stuff. You'll run the low line, run the high line. The high line is the fastest line. You want to really hook it. It's like it's running Bristol in NASCAR all the way up.
Yeah, 100%. It's a momentum-based corner. You've got to try and carry as much speed through there. The high line being the most positive line. I will say one thing, fair play to those two drivers involved in that incident, because they held their brakes. They did not shoot across the circuit, which you tend not to see too often when it comes to sim racing. They do tend to just shoot straight across the circuit most of the time. But again, look at a bit further up. And I want to mention Unicorns of Love here a little bit, Lewis, because we were, well, as we will see, a potential move here from Rashmat on the Sims car just in front. Not quite going to work out, I don't think. Is there another opportunity here? We've got a bit of S's to go through. Not quite close enough, I don't think. Again, it's tough to make an overtake through here. It's just such a fast circuit. Running out nice and wide, they're trying to almost get a slingshot towards the Sims car, and again, not really going to work out. But let's talk about UOL. They've, obviously Noah Roovers came in last time out, and you were, singing his praises, and he performed really, really well. And qualifying wasn't his big strength, but ultimately qualified really, really well at Silverstone and did a good job for the team. Colin Spork here as well. Unicorns of Love said ACC was our strength in the World Cup, and whatever happens for the rest of the championship is just a bit of fun at this time. Are they now finally looking at this competition as a three-platform championship, as we see a mistake there from Rashmat?
Yeah, issues again further. Ooh, be careful with the rejoin, sir. No, you're all right. No, I agree with you. I mean, maybe less so a three-platform tournament, more focused on the two, because of course that's why they partner up with NetRex, is to make sure that they're going strong on this platform. And to have two drivers in the form of Colin Spork and Noah, it's a bit of a shame not to see Carlos Martin in the outfit, but obviously you only get to pick 5 drivers across the season. That's the critical thing here. And with the 3 that they were running last round in the form of Mitchie Tauscher, Tobias Grunewald and Tobias Pfeffer, who we have here, kind of like you're going to be like, okay, which are the greatest or the fastest two drivers with the most potential? And Carlos Martin being quite high in the team managerial point of view for NetRex was like, right, let's get Noah Roivers and one of their latest signings, Colin Spork, into the squad. Colin Spork, young Dutchman, home solar, I say from Noah Roivers, Dutch as well, and also young, great talent. They're a really fast duo of drivers that are doing quite well within the Formula Sim Racing World Championship. Kind of the expectation that they do need to do well. I wouldn't want to have that level of pressure on my shoulders, because it really is on their shoulders this whole event. Not saying that Tobias Pfeffer can't really do very much. He is a little bit experienced with rFactor 2, but just not quite to that degree.
Yeah, 100%. Talking of another driver who's also in another competition right now, Marko Pajic is currently racing in the DTM Esports, and he got 2 top 10s a couple of weeks ago. He's got his next 2 races tomorrow, so he's not only practicing for this, but he's practicing for other championships, but still performing at that very top level. And you get that with these experienced drivers. It's very rare that you have someone that's amazing over the course of multiple sims, but that's why the likes of RHG, the likes of Team Redline, the likes of Williams Esports, they tend to be in and amongst every single championship, because they do have those drivers that are able to indeed transition across it all. We've got a battle here between Manos Gerardis for Brabham Esports then, and Ramez Azam for Simza Esports as well. Looks like Azam has just driven away ever so slightly here. Not yeah, actually maybe catching up. Oh no, they swap positions? Sorry, no, of course Manos is ahead. He's in the 14th position there, so Azam trying to find himself position, and actually under braking there, seems to be able to close up incredibly well. We saw this, it's something you mentioned wouldn't be a bit of an issue in the World Cup, Lewis, but it ultimately was with the tyre wear. The tyres did seem to go off in terms of or the temperature was raised too high, and we saw mistakes near the end of races, even though they were as short as 10-15 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, I wasn't expecting it so much in the Esports Racing World Cup. Around here at Zandvoort, I do kind of expect it to be slightly more of an issue with the close following and stuff. But I will say, typically Zandvoort is coupled with poor overtaking and some difficulties. I don't think that will necessarily be as much of a problem here, as we'll see Ramez Azam get to the outside of Manos Gerardis and go really, really deep down into Tarzan. Might well work, but just getting pushed out just a little bit on the exit, just doesn't have the front end grip, obviously, fairly late in this race. As the evening goes on, as the races build more and more in their intensity, particularly towards that semi-final and the second chance race before we even get to the finals and how crazy they're going to be, it's one of those circuits where in this race, the top four teams moving straight over into the course, they've not needed to take any risks right now. Agustin Canapino, Michael Romanidis, who's just ahead of Martin Stefanko, they're sat there being like, well, just don't try and fight Noah Roivers and Isaac Gillison and that lot ahead. There's just no need to go on the attack on the warpath to try and make some progress, because right now we are going through as more issues for Stefan Schlacker.
But the Pal Motorsport have not had the best of times here in race number 1, and they're going to have to figure something out very, very quickly, because they're going to end up into that second chance race And we're just going to check out a cheeky little replay here. And yeah, it looks like it's self-inflicted once again, unfortunately. And it's
Oh
on
my.
the break. Wow, that's really weird.
I think that might be a technical issue of some description.
Yeah, well, the wheels really do come off there, as you can see. Not ideal, to say the very least here, as we are on the final lap of this race. And as you can see here, the BS team, they're in fifth and sixth. We've got the Veloce drivers in second, third, and seventh. Remember, you only really need 2 drivers in the top of the charts there, really, to guarantee yourself through to the next stage. We've got Unicorns of Love there, 4th and 8th. Really excited to see how they perform, on a sim outside of ACC. And Williams Esports, 9th and 10th position. We say that 21 points or 22 points is really the bubble. Each one of those teams are under that, with Williams having 19 as it stands.
Well, for BS Competition, they've got a bit of a birthday boy in the team in the form of Phil Denez, who sat in 6th position, but it is their new recruit, Ibrahim Khan, stolen from the Rocket Sim Sport camp. I'm not salty, Seagull as well. But Ibrahim Khan is going to take the first victory of the evening, and what a welcome to BS Competition that is. For Tobias Pfeffer and his new alignment with Unicorns of Love and his debut in the Esports Racing League Round 1, things went very, very well there. Is there a bit of an omen with this new signing moving on to greater things? Ibrahim Khan for BS Competition, they are hoping that is a thing.
Yeah, 100%. And you don't make a big statement like that or a big signing like that unless you want it to improve your fortunes. It really is as simple as that. Look at the 4 teams that are pretty much going to go through here. They're the teams we kind of expected, right? And this is we had 3 events for the World Cup, 4 including round 1, and then this is the 5th event we've had. We are now genuinely starting to see a genuine top 12, let's say, in terms of teams that keep coming through. So is there any real surprises there, Lewis? I wouldn't say there was. I feel like that's exactly what we would have expected from this. But as you can see, here are our top 10.
Yeah, absolutely. To be fair, I think this is pretty much on form. Ibrahim Khan, James Baldwin, Marco Pajic, Colin Spork, Jarl Tyne, Phil Denez, Isaac Gillison, Noah Roivers, Augustin Canapino, and Michael Romanidis. Your top 10, Martin Stefanko just behind that in 11th spot, meaning that BS Competition, Veloce, Unicorns of Love, and Williams Esports look like the teams to be moving straight over. I will say we did get word there is a penalty for Unicorns of Love. I think that is towards Tobias Pfeffer for that incident with Mika Hakimi a little bit earlier on. That's memory going well. Probably is not. I'm going very awry in my old age. Very old. But I think it was 4 penalty points. Shouldn't be enough to sway anything in sort of any sort of majority. But I'd kind of agree with you, Luke. I think those are the 4 teams that we were expecting to move up. I don't know what you think, Arjuna, but quite a calm way to start the evening, to be perfectly honest.
If you're going to pass, you might need to get the chrome horn out. I think that's what we kind of learned from race number 1. Now, let's quickly, before we dive into race 1, also remind you that we have the most valuable driver award up for grab over the course of the spring, summer, and fall cups. The driver that gets the most podiums over the course of each 3 of the platforms will win a fundraiser total that you can contribute to. You can help reward those who are consistent across of our platforms. Now, the 3 drivers that scored podiums in heat number 1, they're not going to be on this board, but it's Tobias Pfeffer, Tobias Gronwald, and Kevin Siggy, currently tied with 4 podiums apiece. Mitchie Tauscher and Luke's favorite Enzo Benito complete the top 5 here. We know there's a little bit of a man crush going on there, Luke. We've got to acknowledge it.
Yeah, I've worn my favourite shirt. Like, we could go out to dinner and he's not racing. So I'm a little bit upset about that. But, the show must go on, as they say.
And now we're going to start quoting Queen lyrics, I guess. Luke, from your perspective, though, any big surprises there? The 4 teams that finish inside the top 10 do look like they're the ones going through.
We don't need to talk about them, to be honest. Like we expected it, probably. They're going to be back later on. I want to give a shout out to Brabham Esports. They had a P12 and a P14. They were the best of the rest, and they are a new team to all of this, so they haven't got the World Cup to fall back on in terms of experience with the format. This is the first time they would have tackled rFactor 2 with this format, and they really did show up there. Simza as well, they were sort of mid-teens in terms of the finishes. There are 2 drivers there, so when it comes to the last chance race or the second chance race, expect those teams to be in and around it.
Lewis, I mean, as well, we saw legions of racers going pretty quick at Assetto Corsa Competizione, struggling a little bit more today, but of course they've still got the last chance race to go.
Well, we were chatting to Melvin Moe, which we'll see a little bit later on, of course, team manager and such from Legion of Racers. Very fascinating, definitely worth a listen to rather than running off to go and grab a cup of tea. It's interesting for that team because they're not the newest team in sim racing, but they're still fairly inexperienced, particularly with the multiple simulators, the likes of Andika, Rama, Olana, and they're mostly focused on ACC. That's the platform they expect to go well on. rFactor 2 is sort of like a 50-50, could go well, might not on this level of competition. You just never really know. And iRacing's the one that's really just sort of out there, which I think some of the teams have that third platform where they're like, we just don't really know what we're going to get. Maybe it'll be great, but at this point, it's not what we're aiming for. I would have expected a little bit more from Legions of Racers in this one. And so in that sense, I wouldn't necessarily be too surprised if they were one of the stronger teams in the second chance. Whether they're going to be one of the ones to qualify, I think we always know that second chance race is like awfully competitive at the front because it is your final chance to move over.
It's bonkers as well. Yeah, Veloce BS competition, Unicorns of Love and Williams confirmed going on through to the quarterfinals from Heat 1. Let's talk about the teams that we'll see lining up for Heat 2. They include Arnage Competition, the Carbon Simsport bunch, E-Team Brit, another team that we saw debut during Esports Racing League competition 2 weeks ago. John Lacey Esports Academy, the Patrick Long Esports team, actually being able to represent their main man here today. Team Redline, of course, likely favorites here with Triton Racing and the Virtual Drivers by TX3 bunch. Luke, I think we can all agree, Redline expected to qualify. Arnage did show some pace on RF2 last time during the World Cup. It's a bit of an open question, though. Who gets those other two spots? Maybe Triton, maybe Carbon, maybe Patrick Long Esports can throw a surprise. Never count out the Virtual Drivers team.
Well, every single team's here for a reason, right? They're here because they are exceptional at what they do in terms of sim racing. Team Redline, we're expecting them to go through with flying colours. I think this is the most open heat, though. Arnage Competition, I think they need to show a bit more. They've got such a huge name within the world of esports. So I would expect them to come here absolutely flying. Carbon Simsport have had probably out of all of these teams, maybe apart from John Lacey Esports, they actually looked very good last week as the more opportunistic team. When something goes wrong for other teams, they're the sort of team that will sneak in there and get in and amongst it. But Carbon Simsport, I feel like they have got the individual talent to really spring a surprise in a competition at some point over the course of, the next, what feels like it's going to be the next 9 months, I guess. So yeah, this is as wide open as it can be.
It's a long road to the 2023 Esports Racing World Cup. For Arnage Competition, 3 drivers all representing Hungary. And a reminder as well that we've got an international flavor on our broadcasts from here and here forward. We've got a Spanish broadcast, we've got a Portuguese broadcast, and we've got a Hungarian broadcast as well. Head over, if you're watching on Twitch, to our VCO YouTube channel to follow along with your preferred language. We got some great commentary pairings to guide you through all the action. And well, Mike Yao is controlling us over here. He's also providing the pictures to those on the world feed. Lewis, let's talk then about what we've got coming up after this, which is iRacing, and then we go to the Masters event with a one-on-one format and back to Assetto Corsa Competizione. Now, iRacing, the track will be new, but we know what to expect. The V8 Supercars put on a show for us at Okayama last time, but this one-on-one format is what intrigues me the most.
Well, I mean, we've kind of seen this with how racing's gone, about how tight things are. We just don't really know how things will go in a tournament shootout. It's one of those things where Redline might get knocked out early. You just can't predict it.
Maybe England will suck on penalties. That's likely to be the case. I'm going to step aside once more. We're ready for heat number 2. Lewis and Luke, we'll see if we get a bit more overtaking this time at the Circuit Zandvoort.
Well, race number 1 was pretty calm. Will race number 2 be so as well? We just do not know. It is the one that we are expecting Team Redline to take the majority sharehold of. And I can confirm they have locked out the top 3 positions. Bit of a jump start there from, I think that was Arnage Competition, a bit further down. This one, Luke, look, Team Redline, they are surely the absolute favourites for it. But everyone else, this is, like you say, I think it's the most open one that we've got.
Be careful, Lewis. Remember last time we said something good about Team Redline? We got called bias, and when we said something bad about them, we also got called bias. So let's just chill out a little bit here. But
no,
yes,
I think we should be biased. We should embrace it.
Absolutely. But top 3, Yeah, what more can you say, really? And we saw this very similarly on iRacing, didn't we, with the V8s? And then we got to the final, and it was not as clear-cut. We saw that last week with Unicorns of Love, where they completely dominated. We got to the final, and it was not that clear-cut. So, yeah, going here, as there's cars all over the place. Good luck, Lewis.
Yeah, my goodness, that is the worst start that we have seen. It was one of the Jean Lacey Esports Academy cars. I think it was Matteo Bellotto that just did not get going off of the race start. I don't know what was going on there, why some people were just completely asleep. Jean Lacey Esports Academy were one of the teams that I was going to be talking about as one to really focus on this race. Triton already out of it. They are gone. They are done for the day. Now, look, well, I mean, we'll see them out in second chance race. Redline right up there. Patrick Long, Luca D'Amelio and Robert Pound right up there. TX3, Pignataro and Santa Guida right up there. Arnage Competition and Redline. Those are your four at the moment on what has to be one of the most catastrophic starts we have seen so far.
Yeah, it was a horrendous start, but I tell you what, Team Ebrit, P10. Sophie there in P10, incredible stuff from them. Again, we saw from Brabham Esports that, again, maybe not quite qualifying through to the next stage, but a new team to the competition and absolutely performing exceptionally well. And actually, they got two drivers here in and around that top 10, which is fantastic.
Oh, no.
And as I say that, no. There's a spin, gets going pretty quickly and decent, no problem whatsoever to worry about. And if you're going to be getting P10 and P12 right now, you're more than likely going to go through, considering all of the carnage you've seen. But Team Redline, they have absolutely dominated proceedings here. Janos Braxok is just, well, something's gone wrong there because he's down into P11. So I mean, maybe he,
oh no.
Well, there's Pinches for Arnage as well. He's one of the more accomplished drivers, I'd say, out of our whole competition. He's all the way down in P17 now, minus a rear wing, high downforce circuit. You're done, really. Bokida now up to a top 10, so that top 10 position just keeps changing.
Yeah, I don't know what's happened to Janos Braxuk there. He's one of the most consistent drivers in open wheelers on rFactor 2 within the Formula Sim Racing World Championship. Has a few podiums, 3 in total to his name, and for the 2020 season scored points in, I think it was 11 consecutive races. The only time that he didn't score points was a retirement in the final race of the season. Very, very competitive in open wheelers, but what a chaotic start. Let's see what happened then to the Arnage competition driver. Is this one Adam Pinsesh? I think it is. Just loses the rear end.
Yeah, weight transferred one way and steered out of it, weirdly. And then all of a sudden, well, you're on your side there. Front wing, rear wing. Yeah, that's weight shedding, but you certainly need them to go around the corners. That's very, very unfortunate. So as we look at it right now, Team Redline, they are looking pretty good right now, aren't they? We have then got Arnage, who I think have got like a P5 and a P... Oh, it's only P17, right? Have they lost another... Oh, they've lost both their drivers. Oh, no, there we go. So Braxock's P10. He just disappeared for a momentarily there. So they're looking good. Luca D'Amelio, the logo there I can't really see, so I can't remember what team they're representing.
P4 and P6 is them.
What team's that?
The Patrick Long Esports.
Patrick Long Esports, yeah, I can't really see the logo there. And trying to remember, well, there's about 400 drivers driving today and about 700 teams. It's very, very difficult. So they're looking pretty good to go through, as well as potentially TX3?
Yes, Pignataro and Santa Guida and Philippa Bokida, 7th, 8th and 9th.
Yeah, so... Yeah, that is, again, as much as it's been an absolute cluster as a race start, it's looking pretty good for, it's looking pretty good for the teams who've kind of kept out of trouble here. And again, for anyone that's new to this, our first 3 races, the top 4 teams go through as well. Pignataro has just made a pig's ear of that. That was not good at all. But luckily, it's only a teammate in behind there. So it should be all good in the hood. But yeah, top 4 go through, but only 2 drivers from your team count. So right now, for Team Redline, it'll be Kevin Siggy and Enzo Benito. They would indeed have 3 points. The smaller amount of points you have, the better you do. Jeffrey Rietveld then, who's currently in 3rd position, his points do not count, but if he gets a penalty, it will be added to his 2 teammates who finished highest score. So penalties can have an adverse effect, or they will have an adverse effect on your score. But yeah, as it stands, Redline looking pretty good. Patrick Long, Esports, we've got Arnage, and TX3 are looking pretty golden here. And my tip, Carbon Esports, well, they are not looking good. And we just had a little bit of a message from Mike. He was telling us that 1/3 of the field has retired. So a very expensive scrap heap we've sort of accrued here in Zandvoort.
Like I say, we've got our 4. right now. Our 4 teams, obviously taking into account penalties and stuff, we don't really know, but we've got our 4 teams in the form of Redline, Patrick Long, Arnage, and then of course virtual drivers by TX3. Because of that chaotic start, it did move one team that, like I say, I was eyeing up being in the top 4, being of course the Jean Lacey Esports Academy, Matteo Blotto in that car with Mattia Creepy, and also I believe Jordi Sveers is also Seagull supposed to be a part of that squad as well. It's a decent team. Now they should realistically clean up in the second chance race, so their day certainly not done. They do have the pace to do so, but I would recommend one thing, and that is to wake up when you're getting ready for the start of a race, because it really did come from one of the John Lacey Esports Academy cars not getting going on the grid, and I doubt that that's stalling.
But yeah, you'd like to think that they can be penalised for not starting properly. Like, surely you've got to practice that. That is a driver error, not getting off the line. I know it's harsh, but at this level, if you're costing other people or other teams a chance to go through and a chance of making some money, you ultimately probably need to be punished. That's just my view on this. That's just me personally. I'm not sure what people at home watching would say on that, but if you can't get the car off the line, that's a you problem, I'm afraid. So yeah, as harsh as that may sound, you're killing other people's chances of winning some cash. Yeah, that's not a good look for me. But yeah, you say, oh yeah, you've got the pace, they should be okay in a second chance qualifier. Like, you don't want to be, it's a lottery as it is with this many teams at this stage of the race. If one car doesn't get off the line, you put yourself into a position where there's even more cars we were worried about, Seagull, and you're in a real big trouble.
Yeah, like, of course, we've all said it before, we do not want to be in that second chance race, because as much as you can be a great team, 1, 2, 3, that's all well and good. Realistically, in that race, that's what you need to do. We'll take another look at the race starts. This is how the Triton cars, one getting stuck on the wing, because obviously the debris that's flying around. And then I will be critical of a few drivers on this, which is right foot down and not caring about the incident, which, for my view, is pretty foul. There's a lot of bad driving in there.
And to back up your claim there, Team Ebrit, two of their drivers just chilled out and went through nicely, and they gained some serious positions. So, yeah, it does pay to be very, very careful. Ultimately, it's not worked out in terms of the race pace. I don't think Team Ebrit are going to be there or thereabouts. But again, at least you can see that they've got a genuine plan for things like that happening here, and it's very clear who's watched the rFactor 2 from the World Cup and who hasn't.
Like I say, I mean, E-Team Brit are a decent team. They are experienced with RF2. They're certainly not the fastest team in the world, as James Lambert for them is one of the retirements. For the other two, though, Martin Buchan did receive a drive-through penalty, which would come down to track excursions and such. The only way you can receive them as we refocus on safety here. It's not the strongest team in the world. That's fair enough. They are presently running as the 5th team in this race, which I think they would be pretty happy with. Yes, obviously with all the retirements and such, but you have to survive to get through. And particularly in the second chance race, not a joke, that can absolutely be the difference maker to whether you go through or not.
Yeah, 100%. It's historically we've seen that qualifying in the last chance race is absolutely everything. So, if you can get a couple of drivers in amongst it, but if you don't, you're in trouble, Seagull. Just a couple of laps here to go, 1 minute 40 odd seconds to go as we see another Seagull here at Zandvoort, as we see Aaron Winner making a little bit more of a mistake there, unfortunately. But as it stands, it is going to be Redline. It is going to be, indeed, I keep forgetting the team names here. Parker Racing, is it?
Patrick Long.
Patrick Long. Hold on. What did I say before this stream? Burst Esports? I was calling them Blast.
Blast Esports, which to be fair, I think is great.
Yeah, so Burst, you need to change your name to Blast now. It sounds better. But yeah, me and memory is just not ideal here. But yeah, Team Redline looking really, really good. Patrick Long, Arnage as well, and TX3. And TX3, if we talk about them, they kind of lucked out as well last week on ACC, if that makes sense. Again, I don't want to dismiss their pace or their talent, but they kept themselves out of trouble and advanced through the rounds last time out. It's very similar to what we're seeing today.
See a couple of sim rigs there, of course, because being Redline sort of trying to set up a bit of almost a HQ. Like obviously we've seen the Commander Esports studio, we've seen Apex set up theirs. Obviously Redline trying to do their own in a variant, which Kevin Siggy being a massive part of being one of their fastest drivers in this team. Like I said, I'm just going to throw him under the bus a little bit. I do remember racing against Kevin Siggy in Division 2 of a series you've never heard of. So, it's not always been flying at the front of fields. Has been more so for the last sort of 6 years, though. So he's certainly outgrown me in the pace department. So at least there is that. I mean, Redline are looking very dominant here, but are they looking... Obviously, it's kind of hard to tell in comparison to the rest of the grid. I wouldn't say they're necessarily like blasting BS competition and that lot out of the water when it comes to their pace.
They don't need to. They absolutely don't need to right now. In all fairness, like, it's just get that 1, 2, 3. Also, I want to talk to you and Arjuna. You told me Enzo wasn't racing today. He absolutely is. My excitement levels have gone from 4 to 10 right now. Probably going to be 11 when we speak to him later on. What a delicious looking human he is. But yeah, they just don't need to. And I think we're seeing very similarly from Arnage, from all of the teams in that top, TX3 as well, Parker Racing as well. Oh, sorry, Patrick Long keeps. I'm terrible with names. They're all in a qualifying position, and if you get that done early in the first couple of minutes of a race, you've got no need to be pushing because you're not earning points at this stage of the race, right?
Well, Redline are going to cross the line. Kevin Siggy victorious, and Redline 1, 2, and 3 is not the first time we have seen that within VCO, not even in the Esports Racing League, not within the Esports Racing World Cup. We've seen it in both, seen it from Redline, seen it from Unicorns of Love, and we see it here today. Siggy Rietveld and Enzo Benito, the driver that's completed the most races within all of our competition here with the Esports Racing World Cup and Esports Racing League. The other teams going through do look to be Patrick Long, Arnage Competition, and Virtual Drivers by TX3. The Virtual Drivers by TX3 line is maybe not their strongest, not the strongest one they could have formed. They might have some better drivers, particularly more so towards their race room stuff. Obviously, we don't race in race room here. They've got a decent team. It's not maybe the fastest, but it is a very consistent team and a well-experienced one at that. We'll take a look at the top 10. Siggy Rietveld Benito, of course, is for Redline. Patrick Long have Luca D'Amelio in 4th and Robert Pound in 6th position, with Arnage Competition in 5th with David Toth and Yanis Brakshock in 9th. The Virtual Drivers by TX3 getting 3 cars inside the top 10 with Roberto Pignataro, Francesco Santaguida and Filippo Bacchida. I mean, things are going well for Virtual Drivers by TX3. You'll know a fair amount on that, of course, over on the form of race room with the likes of Christopher Hookfeld and stuff. Great team. Maybe a bit of a surprise to see as one of our transferring teams into the quarterfinals in this rFactor 2 competition.
Yeah, and you say maybe not the quickest of teams, but we saw the difference in speed between UOL last week and Team Redline. If we're going to go on outright pace on ACC, UOL should have absolutely destroyed Team Redline, and they didn't. So if you can get yourself later in this competition, you are in this competition because you're an accomplished sim racer. You are in this competition because you're one of the very best in the world at sim racing. If you get yourself into a position where it's 1v1 or even into the semi-finals where it's 6 cars, or 6 teams, should I say, you can make something happen when it just is all based on, holding your nerve. And I think that's something we've seen across the, especially from Team Redline. They've been able to hold their nerve in situations where they're maybe not quite the outright quickest team. So yeah, great to see TX3 go through, and maybe a bit of a surprise, but the deeper you go into this competition, the more it relies on you just holding your nerve.
And the big drama in that race came at the start. And Lewis, the big change from the last time we weren't racing on rFactor 2 is a standing start as opposed to a rolling start. Now that confused, I think, a couple of the teams who weren't necessarily expecting that, but it's a rather difficult car to get off the line.
Yeah, but I mean, if there are teams that are unexpected, are not really seeing that, well, I mean, to be perfectly honest, there is a rule book to go and look at, and so that excuse does not hold water to me. That is simply unacceptable. You should know what it is, and you can also check on rFactor 2. It does tell you what the race start is going to be. Some people might have expected there to be a formation app, but again, it will say no formation app, just a standing start. So, yeah, fair enough. I mean, either way, that happened. It was a disaster for some. You had Heat 1 as well to work out. It was also the same thing, so a copy and paste that race. What Heat 1 got away fine. Why did Heat 2 struggle? But also it was those behind that were doing the very sim racer thing of there's a crash ahead of me. We saw this at Bathurst as well on ACC back in the ERWC when I was yelling Arca brakes at the top of my voice. You see yellow flags. They mean go faster, apparently. I don't know what rulebook everyone else is reading, but apparently they just mean put your foot down.
To clarify,
Harry.
Sorry, to clarify as well, the teams that were confused were in Heat 1. They were the ones that weren't expecting it. And to quote Will Vincent about not reading the rulebook, ignoratia juris non excusat. You can tell he is a university professor. That is for sure. So, Heat 2 looks as though the results have been confirmed. It's what we all expected. No penalties have come down. So, Team Redline, Patrick Long Esports, Arnage Competition, and the virtual drivers by TX3 Advance. E-Team Brit showed up pretty decently. Triton Racing, John Lacey Esports Academy, and Carbon Sim Sport. Well, it was disastrous for them. They'll be hoping that the second chance race just goes that little bit better. Let's quickly talk about then, because we're getting ready for heat number 3, who we will see on the grid. Again, it's a 9-team heat. Not sure if we'll see 27 cars, because like we saw in that second heat, not all teams have been able to put forward 3 drivers, because you get a 5-driver lineup to build your roster for each event, and real-world things sometimes do just play a factor. Absolute Motorsports will be in that Heat 3, along with the Apex Racing team. Of course, they've got a busy week ahead of them with the Porsche Tag Heuer Esports Super Cup going back-to-back and carrying on this weekend after Alejandro Sanchez took a superb victory and an excited race celebration across the line for him. Balish Esports, Burst Esports, Mirror, RAG, Rocket Simsport, Team Fordzilla, Yas Heat in that third heat. And Luke, I mean, I guess we expect RAG to go forward from here. Yes, Heat, you and I were kind of talking before we came into this one. They are the big unknown. They're the team that seems to be chopping and changing the most over each of the times that we go racing in this Esports Racing League. Who else do you think is going to stand up here? I think Rocket and Burst maybe as well are 2 teams to be looking out for.
Yeah, Burst/Blast Esports. Yeah, you'd expect them to be there or thereabouts. They've been very, very good across all of our competitions here. I will promise to keep calling them Burst, okay? I'm sorry, Burst Esports. Don't come and find me.
I like Blast.
Yes, I would say they've got the biggest resources. They will be going out and sourcing the best talent, so expect them to chop and change until they get it right. This one is wide open because of the pace of everybody in this one. We've seen some incredible performances from Mirror Esports, Team Fordzilla. You expect them to be in and amongst it. Apex, they know how to get the job done. So yeah, we're expecting to see RAG, but the other 3, it could genuinely be anyone else out of that group.
Burst Esports or Blast Esports might be more fitting given some of the damage that we've seen these cars be able to take. Lewis, I'll ask for your picks, but you're not allowed to be biased towards your Rocket Simsport fellows.
No, I mean, I want Mike Yao to mute for a second, because I don't think Rocket will be the team to go through here. I don't think they'll be one. So with some slight driver changes, Ibrahim Khan obviously departing Rocket, was one of their strongest drivers, going off to BS Competition Traitor. They don't have the strongest team. Ferris Stanley being a part of the team, Alaric Ensign, as well as Matt Richards. It's maybe not the strongest team. Things like Burst, Mirror looking quite good, and Absolute have Manuel Biancalilla, who won in the ERWC at Silverstone.
So plenty of names to look out for. Remember, Heat 1 relatively calm. Heat 2, we had the drama at the start, and then it calmed down from there. It's only 10 minutes. You don't have much time to recover any mistakes. Interestingly, I think that last heat was the first time that we've never had a penalty point handed out in a heat race. So round of applause for the drivers. They very much have earned that one. RAG do need to perform though, because we saw them have to go through the last chance, the second chance 2 weeks ago, Luke. It puts an almighty amount of pressure. Excuse me, they didn't do it 2 weeks ago. They had to do it during the Esports Racing World Cup, but it puts them at an immense amount of pressure onto you. It is something that you don't really want to be dealing with.
Absolutely not. So, you know, you've got to learn from that experience, right? RAG, probably one of the newer teams around, as we know, but also one of the very best now, as we know as well. You know, came third in the World Cup. They came third last week, even on ACC, which is not the biggest strength. They're currently third. With the way the point system works, they're actually only 2 points off the lead. I'll be expecting Unicorns of Love to be right up there battling for P1 today. Probably not. So a big chance for them to close that gap if Redline have an off day. But sometimes having a bad week or having to go through that second chance, that's something that Redline have not had to do yet. That's something that, you know, RAG can lean on that experience, and maybe it puts more preparation towards these heat races where it's just like, we do need to make sure that we are never in that position once again. I follow Call of Duty Esports, and Optic are my team. They lost their first 2 rounds in their first major, first two series, and then ultimately went on and won the major. So for some team like RHG, who are one of the favorites, I think having that experience to lean on is going to be massive.
Lewis, we saw the drama at the start, and one of the teams has reported that maybe some technical issues was somewhat of a flashpoint for all the incidents and the chaos that we saw.
Yeah, we're getting word from the Jean Lacey Esports Academy that, of course, there was one of their cars that was stationary for 5th position. I think it was Matteo Bellotto, but I'm not 100% sure as to which one it was that was in that position. That apparently, when they started going through the starting procedure, obviously once you click the race button, that the car wasn't started and that the buttons were assigned correctly and such, and the car didn't go. I mean, for me, I'm still going to say it because obviously, you know, we do need to take it back. Obviously, it wasn't a driver that was asleep. They were very clearly awake in that and trying to focus. I still don't buy it, in my opinion. Like, I get that the car was off, but you know that the car is off immediately. The second you hit that race button, and unless it's stalled at the last moment, which fair enough can happen, there's more to that than what I kind of feel. If you kind of click race and the car is off and you can't fire the car, then you escape. That's kind of where my thinking would be in that. It's a rough call, but if you don't make that call, then you cause a massive crash like that. So to me, it's still on the onus of the single participant, because it didn't happen to anyone else.
We're just waiting for all the drivers to get onto the grid before we get ready for heat number 3. Luke, it's something that happens, right? Technical issues, whether it's hardware related or software related, adapting and reacting to that can be crucial. And sometimes you just, you know, in the heat of the moment, a pressure situation like this, given the amount of quality in the lineups that we see, maybe just not realizing that the car was off potentially.
Yeah, it's just like that very well-known saying: to finish a race in first, you first of all need to start the race. Yeah. And also, I want to congratulate all of the new parents that are going to be around. There's going to be lots of Formula Pros born in 9 months' time. There was some action happening on that start-finish straight. But yeah, these are things you've got to iron out pretty soon. And we're not saying that specific drivers may not have known the rules and regulations and may be expecting a formation lap, but if that is the case, you've got to own that, and you've also got to make sure, if you're a team manager, because there's team managers right now for each sim racing team, they need to make sure that their drivers are fully aware. So we have briefings before races or before championships where the drivers need to sit in there with their managers. Each team should have their own briefing as well to ask any questions, because you need to know what the race start's going to be. It's a fundamental of racing.
I'm going to step aside again, jump into the chat with you guys, get a new shirt on as well. Lewis and Luke are ready for heat number 3. Will we see more chaos? We're about to find out.
Well, let's guarantee ourselves 4 more teams in the third heat as yet another seagull flies past the camera. The front of this field, just as an FYI, we do have Marcel Chinchik for R8G, of course, one of their standout drivers in the ERWC. Right up there as well, Jerne Simoncic for Burst, one of the favoured teams for today. They're starting from 2nd and 4th. Mammo Biancalilla in Absolute as well, right up there. Seagull, I don't know what we're expecting to see in this one, Luke.
If you've got someone ahead of Yuyovski in your team, you know that you're going to be doing well, because Yuyovski is going to get a decent position. He's going to finish up well. So for RHG to have Shinjik as their pole sitter, that is huge for them. But the fact that they've also got in 9th position Van Lozenoord as well, yeah, huge for them. This is going to be the most interesting one out of all of it. I don't think this is going to be a clear top 4. This is going to be very difficult. Arjuna is going to have to be doing maths, and we're going to have to do some reading. Hopefully, they all get off the line. Seagull.
Hopefully, indeed, making sure that no one stalls as well. Obviously, who knows what happened in that second one. And also, if there is an incident up ahead, I hope that people do know how to lift off the throttle, because that was also a critical error in heat number 2. Let's get this one underway with Marcel Chinchik then on the pole position, and that run down to turn 1, and Tarzan gets underway once again. Not a good start though from Marcel Chinchik. It's a burst Esports 1-2 as Jerne Simoncic and Michi Hoyer. Erhan Yuyovski with an absolutely superb launch up from 7th to 3rd. There's issues in the background for one of the Apex cars. Critical errors running through the first couple of corners, but it is burst 1 and 2.
Yeah, what a great start there from Simoncic and Hoyer, as we've got a car going off their exit stage left, as we're aboard them with Jake Burton in that Yaz heat. that blue and black livery, beautiful looking character with the red trim as well. They always do their liveries very, very nicely, but they're not high enough up the order as it stands. A team that we expect to be there or thereabouts, but what a start it is. Yoski then up into P3. Oh, is there contact? Oh, he's taking his own teammate out. Burton's wiped his own teammate out here, and it goes from bad to worse for Yaz Heat. As you can see, their third driver is behind both of them here. Not a good start at all.
Yeah, it was actually, to be perfectly honest, Umashima that was kind of missing the braking zone, and then Jake Burton kind of lifted out of the brake just a little bit. And who's directly ahead? Of course, it has to be a teammate. It has to be a teammate at that point. Here's Mirror Esports running quite well. We've got David Noj, a driver who's done very well in touring car racing over on Racestream, including winning the 2020 Cooper Sim Racing Series, as well as plenty of other competitions, and competing right at the top of the WTCR Esports, just ahead of Zoltan Suti. Speaking of WTCR Esports, his teammate Gogo Bowdy sat in 7th position, two-time WTCR Esports champion as well. So very strong in touring cars, less so in open wheelers, and yet still Mirror Esports, the team of Norbert Michelitz, doing very well indeed.
Yeah, but you're listening off the accolades these drivers have had. What is so important about having that history or having that experience is that if you get a good start in these races, knowing that you just have to be in a half decent position to qualify means they're not going to take any chances, right? They have got that experience. They know how to get across the line and win championships. It's as simple as that. And as it stands right now, there's a big collision here. And wow, I'll tell you what, it was going really, really well there. And I think that's teammates again. No, it's not. But Suti then finds himself down into P15 now. Luckily, they've got that insurance that of Naj and Boldy being P7 and P9. But that is not ideal here. And we're seeing it again. Pressure brings a lot of potential mistakes from these drivers, even though they are literally top of the chain.
Yeah, I don't know what happened there. As we rejoined, he had one of the Apex cars off. We obviously had Zoltan Suti backwards. There was also one of the Yaz Heat cars off on the right-hand side of shot with a lack of front wing. So clearly quite a lot has been going on, and I have absolutely no idea who is moving over in this one. Let's take a look at a replay to see what has happened. Hopefully we can pick this one apart. We're back with one of the Apex cars just in the middle of this. This is obviously with Zoltan Suti directly ahead. That is quite a bold dive, and from this angle we can't really tell too much if Zoltan Suti was turning in a little bit too tight or if the Apex car was running out a little too deep, and it was Fordzilla rather who got tapped off into the barrier.
Yeah, from that view there, not a lot you can see. I think my initial reaction would be that I don't think the Apex team's done a lot wrong there. They've dived up the inside, but ultimately I think they hugged the Apex nicely. That was then the opposite effect. They turn in too much when a car dived up their inside. I think the damage to the car has kind of made them toast anyway, which is not ideal here. Suti trying to make his way back up the order by the looks of things here. Now up to P12. Again, a lovely bit of an insurance policy there for the Mirror Esports outfit. Again, running currently in 7th and 9th position, which is going to be absolutely golden. 16 points for them. It looks very, very good for Blast. No, I'm joking. Burst Esports. We've then got, it looks like RHG are in a pretty good spot then. And it really does come down to, Apex have got, a 10th position right now. Bianca Lilla then is in P5. And where's their teammate? I don't know where their teammate is. We've got, again, Ferris Stanley as well.
No.
Yeah, so Bianca Lilla, it's 5 points plus.
Yeah, 16th place is Andrea Dalla Vella.
That's 21 points. Remember, 21's really the cutoff. So
yeah,
that's not necessarily the worst.
That is fair. It's not awful. It is not awful. Let's list off some of the positions where some of the teams are. So we've got, I say, Burst right up there. You've got RHG, 1st and 2nd for Burst, 3rd and 4th for RHG. Rocket, they are 6th and 11th. So that's a decent score of points for Ferris Stanley and Matt Richards, who was complaining that he wasn't going to be very good in this, but clearly he would. Actually, I would tell you, Matt Richards, the response he had a little bit earlier on a Discord, which was, "I'm not even the fastest Welshman." So, clearly wasn't having the highest of hopes, but clearly, racecraft, not too bad.
No, as we see another seagull go past our screens there. And they seem like they're the fastest out of everybody at this stage. Van Loosenord currently in a very nice position here, P8. He knows that his two teammates are well up ahead. And we saw from Loosenord, not only on rFactor 2, but on iRacing as well, that he just gets better and better as they go on. As we see another instant here, looks like it's for the Rocket SimSport outfit.
Yeah, as you see, ballast, a little bit too deep, to be honest. I think that might have... Oh, that was not pretty. Obviously, just trying to get onto those brakes, but not really working too much for Alaric Enslin. So we're going to keep watching this one because apparently more has occurred through all of this. Ballast off the road, obviously no rear wing. That's not pretty and not a great way to join a team and carry on.
Lovely dismount though, Lewis. It's a really nice dismount there. I'll give that a 7 out of 10 for the dismount. Here we go, left and right. Just got to keep the tyres warm. Oh, into that barrier as well. Now we're going to slide down the hill like the Jamaican bobsleigh team. A little bit of a pirouette. Yeah, again, if it's gymnastics, we're looking at a really high score. In terms of racing, not ideal.
I probably would have retired a little after the second one, being like, right, this car's dangerous to drive right now. Yeah, not great, but obviously you've got to keep going just in case, because you never really know. And Yovski with a fair amount of pressure from Marcel Chinchik behind, obviously being teammates. Manuel Biancalilla taking that low line, running through the hairpin just to try and get underneath Marcel Chinchik, but that one not really working. Biancalilla, obviously the highest of the absolute motorsports cars. Andrea Dallavala has moved up another position now, right up inside, so 15th spot, so moving up one extra. I still think it's a little bit of a bit too far, but not too bad.
Yeah, we've got Danny in the chat saying that staying on the brakes after a crash is overrated. Yep, that and a rejoin are the two pet hates for me. Maybe not as much as Connery Maddock, but almost to
he
that
hates
level.
them. Yeah.
Oh, if you honestly, if you rejoin the track in a dangerous manner, that's the most controllable thing in sim racing, even more so than getting off the line. It honestly. It's like, I don't know, it's a sim racing version of kicking someone in the nuts, in my opinion. Like, it's rubbish. You can't do that. And holding your brakes is literally the same as well. Anyway, back to the... Oh, we got logos on our screen there. So you can see there, Blasties, Bursties.
No, run with it. Run with it. I want you to keep calling them
I'm going to keep calling them Blast, right? They're going to just send me a DM going, excuse me. But yeah, Burst looking really, really good at the front there. Erhan Yayovsky and Shinjik looking incredibly good there as well, with Biancalilla currently in 5th and teammate, oh, where's his nearest teammate? Have they dropped out? Hold on, because they were 11th, right? Oh no, Ferris Stanley's teammate was in 11th. Biancalilla was 15th position last time we checked, or 16th position. Again, waiting for it to indeed change up here. 15th position then. So as it stands, that'd be 20 points. Ferris Stanley, then his nearest teammate is in 11th, so that's 17 points. So right now, it is going to be Burst, it is going to be R8G, it's going to be Mirror Esports, and it is going to be...
Yeah,
there's no logo for Biancalilla's team, so I can't quite figure it out.
Yeah, his teammates in 15th, so 5th and 15th, so 20. Ferris Stanley and Matt Richards 6th and 11th, so that'd be 17 points. So Rocket would be going through.
Oh wow, okay, yeah, so it would be Rocket that go through then. So again, it's a team that very similarly to what I said about... Oh, it's a lovely potential move being made here by Biancalilla. Doesn't really need to... Well, he does need to be doing this. And if you are Shinjik, you don't need to be defending that at all. It's kind of a case of, yeah, no, you're cool. You have that 4th position. That means absolutely nothing for us moving forward here. We're just looking to get through to those quarterfinals. But Shinjik, I think, defended that a little bit too... to be fair, the fact that he's got P8 Lozenord there as insurance, it's kind of maybe a bit of fun to have a bit of a race there. But, you know, you've got to kind of use your loaf there a touch and not get too involved.
Also, now this is where things might get a little bit harsh, a little bit tactical, to be perfectly honest. Manuel Biancalilla will be, in their sense, is likely to be racing with R8G if they move through, because Absolute and Manuel Biancalilla is very fast. As I said, he has won in the Esports Racing World Cup at Silverstone, the first race that we did there, a very speedy driver, so he could cause issues for R8G later on. Maybe R8G would be looking at it being like, okay, we actually do want to fight you quite hard because we'd rather go toe-to-toe with Rocket, because Ferris Stanley's a fair way behind at the moment, and we're not necessarily sure that they would have the pace to then go on the attack of Erhan Yovsky and Marcel Chinchik later on. So there is a tactical game to this to be played as well, which I think is fairly fascinating as we head on to the final lap of the race. Yeah,
I completely agree with you there, and that's something that we will start to see more of. People, you know, having a team manager, for instance, in their ear going, look, you know, it's in our best interest, with 3 drivers being in the top 10, that we can kind of influence who goes through and who we face later on in the championship. So is it a bit too early maybe to be thinking about that in a heat race? If you're right at the top of the pile and you're expecting to be winning this, absolutely you should be thinking about it. Other teams such... well, if you're looking at Blast right now, there'd be another team that'd be looking to do that. But I think we're going to start to see more of that, more towards like the quarterfinals, semi-finals, as we move forward with this format over the next coming months. Potentially years as well. But right now, yeah, it does make complete sense to be doing that. I tell you, I'm pretty impressed here by Mirror. Of course, their third driver making a bit of a mistake earlier on, but yeah, Naj and Boldy, who are more known for their race room exploits, as you quite rightly pointed out earlier on, they are having a phenomenal day as it stands.
Yeah, maybe the biggest surprise of the afternoon. One thing that isn't actually a surprise, despite not doing too well in the ERWC, Jerne Simoncic and Michi Hoyer delivering under the Seagulls here at Zandvoort, making it a 1-2 in heat number 3 to confirm Burst as moving on in this competition. That was absolutely what the doctor ordered for that team. Fantastic stuff. RHG 3rd and 5th, Mirror Esports 7th and 9th, and I do believe it will be Rocket with 6th and 11th place that should move them further on in this competition. But question marks to the pace of Manuel Biancalillo when it comes to that second chance race. Certainly a team that would look to compete because, I mean, you know how fast Biancalillo is. He's potentially the driver that's favourite to win that race overall.
Yeah, 100%. It's going to be interesting the further we move forward here. Of course, we always expect there to be one or two teams that dominate in the heats, but we have got the absolute treat of them all racing against each other when we get to the quarterfinals. So, yeah, you think it's spicy now. It is about to heat up beautifully well. This
is a nice, calm way to begin the evening, and it always kind of is. I mean, it's a bit crazy, let's be honest. The first one, a little bit calm. The second one, a little bit crazy. The third one, sort of somewhere as a halfway house, slightly in between. Nothing too extreme, but plenty of question marks. Basically just labelled some of these teams to be like what's going to happen in future. I've got to agree with you, Mirror Esports. To me, they were the standout team of the, wow, where did they come from? And their pace, their experience, great, but more so in touring cars, more so in race trim. Yes, there's plenty of rFactor 2 experience in there, but not in these kind of cars, Arjuna.
No, very much not. Also, give a shout out to Absolute Motorsports, who I think, if the totals that I'm seeing are provisional but correct, they only missed out by 2 points. And that magic number, Luke, that we've been talking about is about 20, maybe a little bit less. In all cases so far, it's been less than 20 to advance directly through to the quarterfinals out of these heats.
Yeah, exactly that. So you got to do your maths sometimes in these races and just sort of aim for a number earlier on. And other people can make mistakes around you, but if you can aim for a certain number, 18 or 17, something like that, it doesn't really matter what happens around you. You're pretty much guaranteed to go through until that format changes. It's not going to change how you get through. Also love the fact that you're trying to keep all of the teams happy that are actually in the chat watching right now, Arjuna, as I keep calling teams wrong names. So it's like, okay, we'll let that guy, we'll let the fat guy in the middle with the pink shirt go and take all of the flack, and whilst we'll be the the halos over our heads of the big supporters of the teams. I see how it is.
I prefer your last shirt, by the way, Arjuna, just saying.
I've got many more, don't worry. Some colourful ones as well. We're getting standing by the way, for winners' interviews, so we'll try and gather them all up as soon as we can, because 3 different winners get the chance now to talk to them before we head to that crazy, Lewis, second chance race, where it's going to be the most teams that we throw out onto the track. There's basically going to be nowhere to go in terms of finding some track clearage for qualifying itself. Might this be the most crazy race that we've had so far? Because these 3 heats, relatively tame.
Yeah, I mean, this has been, like I say, fairly calm in a sense. And I think that comes down to the fact of, let's be real, after the first couple of laps, the top 4 teams have sort of settled. We already kind of know who they are straight away. But then as the races move on, your position in that sense is much less clear, especially in the second chance race where it is just 2 teams from a whole bunch that go through. It's a big grid and not many people progress. And then also all the positions behind that, 3rd, 4th, 5th, they all decide positions in the championship and the points you score in that, which could be critical later in the season.
Remember, we'll only take the top 12 or so through to the Esports Racing World Cup. Hopefully an in-person event, but at least for now, let's go down to the winner's lane. Let's go to victory lane. Let's chat with Heat 2 winner Kevin Siggy, who is standing by with Luke Crane and Lewis McLeod.
Well, Kevin, you seem to love winning. We've seen you plenty of times winning races, including here in the Esports Racing League. After the competition on rFactor 2 last time in the Esports Racing World Cup, were you coming into this knowing that you were going to be this competitive and grab a 1, 2, 3?
Well, judging by this heat, yeah, I think it was pretty easy to judge that we're going to be 1, 2, 3, simply because we just have the performance over everyone. If it was different heats, then it would have been a little bit more difficult, but still it wouldn't be too hard to get top 5.
Well, first of all, congratulations, mate. Great performance from all of the team, as we had come to expect from Team Redline. Normally, I'd ask, who do you think is going to be your biggest rival? I'm going to ask you, who do you not want to face? If you make the final today, who do you not want to be in there with you?
I would ideally say RAG. I think the second worst we could go against is Veloce, but we do have a little bit more of an edge over them, I think. I believe at least. But it's always has been RAG that are the biggest threat, at least in rFactor 2 in my case with Marcel and Erhan. But I think we're still confident that we can still get the race win, just like we did in Silverstone, even though we didn't have the raw pace in qualifying. So we just gotta keep our heads down and hope that we do good qualies.
There was quite a lot of penalties that were dished out to Team Redline in the previous round, obviously when we were racing at Misano on ACC. Is this something which you're aware of heading into or later points of this event, and obviously hopefully towards the final for yourselves? Something that you're kind of eyeing up, that race control are pretty harsh and sort of stringent on stuff?
Yeah, I guess, I mean, we know what the race control does when situations like this happen, and to be fair, we just kind of tried because we probably didn't have the best of chances to win that last time. That's why we kind of tried and YOLO'd it throughout every single opportunity that we saw. I mean, still overall we were kind of slower, and I mean we just kind of tried everything we could. So we just have to avoid these kind of situations, and I mean it's gonna be the same for every team. They're gonna do the same thing in the finals every time, because like you don't really lose anything. You're literally P2 guaranteed, and if you want to be P1 you have to take a little bit more risk. So that's what we still would need to try if we were P2. I mean, I'm not going to be too scared to go for moves, and if I get a penalty then I don't care. So long as I tried, it's great. I don't wanna be there and sit behind people and then be called a wuss, if you know what I mean. So I mean, that's what every team's gonna do. Every team's gonna try and push for the victory, take a lot of risk, and we just gotta stay clean as much as possible, or at least have to do our qualies good, so we don't get in the same situation.
Well, cheers a lot, Kevin. Best of luck for the rest of the evening, and maybe we'll be talking to you a bit later on.
Appreciate it, Lewis.
Well, I think we'll move this one straight on to a traitor, to be perfectly honest, because we should be joined by Ibrahim Khan here. Also, of course, Victor for BS Competition. Hopefully we'll be able to give Ibrahim Khan just a little bit of a chat. Joining... Oh, well, actually, we'll take a pause on that one and jump in with Arjuna. Interesting to hear from Kevin Siggy there.
Yeah, and I mean, come on, you got to give him some credit, right? Most valuable driver is something I'm really keeping an eye on, because this is a competition, right? Which is about being good across the sims, being adaptable, and Kevin Siggy is proving that whether it's Race Room, where Luke has seen him plenty, whether it's Assetto Corsa, whether it's now on rFactor 2, he's someone that is always ready to stand up to the challenge, Luke.
Yeah, he's one of those drivers. If you ask anyone who's within the sim racing space, name like the top sim racing driver, you've got to be looking at the drivers such as Kevin Siggy, Hanya Yovsky, Josh Rogers, Sebastian Job as well. Like, those are the names that will pop up, right? And it's because they're just so good at multiple different sims. It's not a case of, they're exceptional at one, which they are. They're exceptional more than one. It's just so rare to see that these days in sim racing, and he is someone that is also got the longevity. It's not a case of he's just won one competition and disappeared. Like, he has, every time he's won something, he's then gone on to do something else and improve and improve and improve. And I'll tell you what, the way he interviews now is something that has massively improved, because he would a man of few words, let's say, maybe a couple of years ago, but now he's very articulate in his answers. He even answered my question, like normally with sim racers, the question I asked him would be, we don't care who we face, we're going to beat everybody. But he actually gave a genuine answer there. We don't want to face RHG, which it's becoming very obvious that RHG and Team Redline, the two teams are going to start rubbing off on the wrong way with each other, and a genuine rivalry is starting to be born.
We like rivalries, we like drama. And of course, when it comes to Redline, you mentioned it earlier, Lewis, they're working on a team facility, much like Kawanda, Apex Racing Team, even Altus Esports have been working on as well. That's something which just adds to the environment and the camaraderie that you can really build for your outfit.
Yeah, I mean, we've kind of spoken before, time and time again, of the experience of LAN events anyway, of the whole team meeting up in general, whether it is in competition sense, going to somewhere like Sim Expo or something like that, or whether it is, to be honest, just having a nice little team meetup. It's good for the camaraderie. Now, the idea that you can have that in a facility in an esports sense, surely it's a win-win. It makes things a little bit harder, but it's just the ability to describe stuff, to show stuff, to understand what's actually going on with a car. Even in an event like this where it's fixed setup, you can still describe stuff and find pathways through and work through things as a team, rather than just basically being mercenaries on Discord chatting to each other because it's banter.
To quote an iRacing World Championship driver, the worst thing about sim racing is you can't go and punch someone after they've knocked you off the road after a race. I also got a quote from a real world driver who was told by someone in IMSA that if you hit someone, you should expect to get hit twice as hard. So it's kind of the things that you have to deal with. I think, though, we now have the chance to go and chat with Ibrahim Khan, winner of heat number 1. Again, he's standing by with Lewis and Luke.
Well, fantastic stuff. Hopefully he can at least hear us. Ibrahim Khan should be here. He is. Good. Right, Traitor, obviously jumping off from Rocket Simsport over the BS competition and taking a victory straight away. How was that one?
Yeah, it was pretty good. I'm kind of surprised, to be honest. I was not expecting to really win my my first race with the BS, especially because I didn't think the pace was too great from my side, but I managed to get a decent enough start and a decent enough quali. So yeah, I mean, things sort of fell together, and yeah, that's how it went, really.
Well, you made a move, obviously, to try and benefit yourself moving forward in these competitions. We saw it with Tobias Pfeffer moving from Logitech G Altus and now running for UOL. What was the decision or the defining factor that made you make that decision to change teams?
It was more just maybe wanting a new change of environment, and also just because I was quite just attracted to the whole team atmosphere. I knew a lot of people from there, so it seemed like a good choice. So yeah, not really too much thought went against it. So it just made sense for me.
Well, we won't hold you up too much, as apparently you need to work on getting your camera sorted so we can actually see you when you're talking. Good effort though. Cheers, Ibra, and good luck in future.
All right, cheers, man. Thanks.
Now, I believe we're just going to wait a second to get Yene Simicic's camera up and running. But Arjuna, very quickly to you. Just in a speedy sense, obviously, as I linger on this question for a fair while, do you think there is a bit of a thing about signing a new driver and then doing very well, as Unicorns of Love did it in ACC?
Get my mic unmuted. That's
nice.
Simi Award content, right? But it's the same thing you see in football, right? Where your team's down in the doldrums, they get the new manager, and then it's the bounce back that you get. It's a new environment. They get invigorated. Maybe if they were not feeling the love, they were falling out of love of sim racing, it gets brought back, and then they get back into the grind that is esports and the constant racing that we see. So I think there is definitely something to that. But I'd also argue that, especially when you're moving across teams at this sort of a level, it's about finding the right environment, right? And making sure that you work well with the people around you. I don't want to use the word family because I'm not Dominic Toretto, but I think there is definitely something when you're spending so much time with people that you're not actually going to get to meet online. Meet in person, you're only meeting online, I guess, but you need to make sure you're in that right environment, and hopefully Ibrahim Khan has found that.
I do hope so. I mean, again, still stand by it. He's a traitor. But, each to their own. Sometimes you just got to find, like you say, the right team behind you. You can be in the most competitive team in the world. You can be one of the fastest drivers in the world, and something just does not click. And that is the same case for everything. I don't know how much you've seen this in your time in sim racing, Luke, as well as seeing stuff in real life. But there are some times where you've just got ingredients that are perfect, and it just doesn't work, and there's no real reason as to why. It just doesn't.
I'll tell you one. I got a story about Carlos Sainz. So I worked for Renault many moons ago, but 2018, and we were at an event at Silverstone, and he was really hard work to be around. Just wasn't very positive, wasn't very chatty or anything like that. And I just thought that was his demeanor. He was very clearly not happy. He wasn't being managed properly. From this is just from my opinion, my perspective. And then I've got to speak with him and work with him when he's been at when he was at McLaren. Just a different human being, like the most open person, really chatty, great fun to be around. So yeah, I think that literally sums it up. That if you put yourself in a positive environment, you're obviously going to be a more positive human being. And I'm not just saying this. Sounds like I'm saying that maybe Rocket wasn't a positive environment. But also I want to mention, what about Glass Ceiling? Look at Rocket. They're quite a new team in terms of sim racing. So they're more of a stepping stone at the moment, but as they find their way within sim racing, as they put a bit more investment in, they're going to become bigger and bigger and bigger. But at this stage, look at the actual natural pace over the course of the three platforms we use. They're not at the top echelons in terms of times in qualifying or in the races. And instantly, he's moved to BS, who are one of the more dominant teams, and he's performed straight away. So having that glass ceiling, if you're practicing with the same people all the time, how much faster can you go? When you start preparing with quicker people, you're only naturally going to improve.
Well, I think we are talking now to Jurne Simoncic. Again, Lewis and Luke are standing by with Heat 3 winner.
Well, of course, being a multiple Formula Sim Racing World Champion isn't everything in sim racing. There are more things to go out there and achieve. Jurne Simoncic coming into this after maybe not the greatest run in the Esports Racing World Cup, didn't get through into the finals. Surely that's the expectation today. Feeling good working with Mitchie.
Yeah, well, the competition is huge, and it's really, really hard to be top two, right? To go to actual final. We had kind of very difficult start to the ERWC, but now it went a bit smoother this time. Sorry, one moment. It went a bit better this time. So let's hope. Maybe we can carry through this space, but it will be really huge fight with RAG and Veloce and of course Redline.
Well done to you and your teammates for getting through this far. But we saw this on rFactor 2 at the World Cup, where you did show signs of being an incredible team. What's going to be the difference today for you to be able to progress to the semi-final, potentially the final?
Well, we just need to perform better. There is no secret. There is nothing else than just keeping everything together. Well, I think it's maybe a track that's better suited for us than Silverstone. Maybe for Silverstone, it was easier for people from other simulators to get used to Silverstone for ERWC, but for Zandvoort, rFactor 2 has this beautiful new version, and maybe that will be the extra bit that will help us go through. But yeah, let's see what happens.
Now, obviously, things inside the team. Mitchie Hoyer having COVID the last couple of weeks. How's he doing? I mean, he seems pretty fast. I don't know what you know on that sense.
Well, Mitchie had booked maybe 1 week for COVID to go away, so it had to go away. Like it's German discipline, so it went away, and now he's up to speed, and now he's racing, and all is good.
Well, thank you very much, Jurne Simoncic. Best of luck through the rest of the event, and best of luck to Mitchie as well as Umeshima.
Thank you so much.
Wow, fascinating again to hear from all of our race winners. It's all about the second chance race coming up though, and we've said that this, to be perfectly honest, it might well be one of the hardest races that we do all the way through the event. It's a big grid and just 2 teams going through, Arjuna.
Yeah, let's quickly run you through the teams that we'll see. E-Team Brit, Team Fordzilla, the Apex Racing Team, Simsa Esports, Brabham Esports, Yasheat, Jean Lacey Esports Academy, Triton Racing, Legions of Racers, Carbon Sim Sport, Absolute Motorsports, Palace Esports, and Butler Pal. Take a breath, 13 teams. What are we expecting here, Luke?
Anything and everything, and all in between. We know this is the race in terms of if you're watching at home and you're expecting carnage. Yeah, this is the one. This is sponsored by Wreckfest. It's that crazy, and it is only 2 teams that go through. It's the biggest field, but the smallest teams that advance through from it. This really is, as you very poorly attempted, last chance.
Wow, it is definitely time for it. Just one more time for some of these teams to march their way on in the second round of the Esports Racing League. It's my turn to step aside. Luke and Arjun are going to take you through it.
Well, here we are then, ladies and gentlecars. We have just got ourselves 3 minutes left of qualifying here, and Bianca Lilla is currently the star of the show by half a second here. I am Luke Crane. I'm joined by Arjuna. Arjuna, what are you expecting from this one?
First, you said it before, 34 cars will be out on track. They've got to find a pocket of air to get qualifying times under their belts. We've seen how difficult it is to pass, and right now it's being borne out as well, the difficulty of finding clean air with that gap. Bianca Lilla, I think he just managed to find that bubble, half a second clear, but then look at the times back from him, hundredths, thousandths, tenths of a second separating them.
Yeah, absolutely nothing here, but it's not all about one driver, isn't it? You need to have two drivers in and amongst it. But again, Bianca Lilla looking pretty good here. Kimi, who made a big mistake in the first race that he was in earlier, needs to kind of nail it this time around. Hearth then, of course, we expect Hearth to be in and amongst it, but to have Hearth and Jamie Fluke both up there, it really does help the team dynamics. Apex looking very, very strong as it stands. As Dominic Blair then goes up into P2. It's now only 2.5 tenths of a second, but it is Bianca Lilla who looks so quick.
That was an E-Team Brit car deciding that it wanted to run itself straight off into the beach, I think, there. Coming out, I think, turn 9. And that probably is qualifying done for them. Johan Haaf for the Apex Racing team looking good. And like you say, 2 cars. We always say it, that third car has got to stay out of trouble. Sometimes it's nice when they're in the mix and, backing up the rest of the team. But if they don't have the pace, back it down, do the opposite, and make sure you stay out of trouble.
Yeah, that's exactly right. You've got to stay out of trouble here. But on the flip side, if you are not anywhere near the front 10, you're in serious trouble, especially if you've not got a teammate in there as well. So that's why we see so much carnage in these races, because people do push. They do absolutely give it everything, and why not? Because if you don't make it into that top 2 teams here, your day's over. Your day is done. You've got a debrief where you just didn't perform well enough to get through to the next stage.
Carbon Simsport, though, Triton Racing, now, they're up to 3rd and 4th with another driver in 7th. That is a strong qualifying to start things off for them. Rashmat for the Legions of Racers across the line and immediately runs it back to pit lane. They showed some good pace in their heat, but as Maluna runs it through the banks now, hairpin, he's got a long way to go. Bianca Lilla and Hakimi still now split by half a second, excuse me. Bianca Lilla has managed to find even more time out on track.
Yeah, Bianca Lilla, again, stand out here with that 1 point if it's to stay as it is in terms of the race. But where's the nearest teammate right now? Not in the top 10. So we will, again, look for when the next drivers do show up on our list. It should change very, very shortly. So Bianca Lilla, is he being backed up by a teammate? P16, so that will be 17 points for the 2 of them. So right now, it would be who is P3 and P4? I'm trying to figure out what team they are. The logo's not showing up too clearly for me. But yeah, Fluke, it'll be, Milniak, Blaža, Fluke and Hearth. Those 4 drivers would be the 2 teams that go through.
Yeah, right now Hakimi's nearest teammate is not inside the top 10, neither is Bianca Lilla, so looking good for Apex. And I tell you what, they've got a busy week ahead of them. They've got the Porsche Esports Super Cup this weekend. They've also got the iRacing Sebring 12 Hours, where we expect them to be doing double duties. It comes off the back of a weekend where they were in Porsche Esports Super Cup competition and Porsche Carrera Cup, Great Britain action as well. It's chock-a-block with action. They've got more Porsche Esports Carrera Cup action this Sunday as well. To come to a platform that they're maybe not familiar with, they're not favored on, to be sitting where they're sitting, if they can hold on here, they will be quite pleased with the points they'd accumulate heading through to the quarterfinals.
Yeah, 100%. But if you want to be known as one of the best sim racing teams in the world, that's stuff you've got to deal with. That is a first world problem, as they say. Triton Racing is a team that will be looking good to go through as it stands there on your screens with Apex. And again, Apex are one of those teams that they will get it done, as we see a seagull there come across our screens. We're going to see many more of them as the day does indeed go on. Hakimi now has been displaced in P2 as Dominic Blair is into 2nd spot, and it's only by 700ths of a second. It's very, very close there, but Manuel Bianca Lilla looks like he's going to take pole position as it stands then. And here is your top 10. Bianca Lilla then for Absolute Motorsport in P1. Dominic Blair then is for Triton Triton Esports. In second spot, we've then got Mika Hakimi, Maciej Milniak. We've then got Jamie Fluke, Johan Harth, Jacob Sharkot, Sean Arnold, Mattia Krupi, and Jake Burton as your top 10. Two teams definitely showing their shining lights right now in Triton and indeed Apex. Can you see any other teams getting in and amongst it here, Arjuna?
It all depends on how the start goes. We've seen how difficult it is to get off the line. Getting through turn one, easier said than done. I'm going to try and refrain from making any predictions, putting the commentator's curse down on anyone. For those teams, though, they're at the front. They're out of the danger zone. The question will be for Bianca Lilla's teammates, Michele and Dalavala, for Hakimi's teammates of Weijer and Gerardus. What can they do to try and back up the performance? Also, shout out to Jake Burden. Usually we see him in a very different sort of a car. The V8 supercar that we'll see on iRacing in a couple of weeks' time. From high power, low grip to high downforce and relatively high grip, but plenty of power as well. That's a great performance from him to get inside the top 10.
Yeah, 100%. It's literally the complete opposites, right? Those two cars. Again, which makes another reason why this competition is so cool. The format, the way that they are challenged so differently each and every time we have a competition. But yeah, it is going to be all about the second drivers for a team like, for Bianca Lilla, for Hakimi. Can they get someone in and amongst it? It becomes very difficult. But ultimately, they're looking for maybe a bit of a mistake at the start, a bit of a messy start here. And with the most cars we've had so far on the grid, that is very much something that is a potential possibility.
It's still just a 10-minute race, though. For those who watched the Esports Racing World Cup, the heats were a little bit longer, 15 minutes, and then we reduced the length. So these drivers understand how many laps they're going to get around the track. They know exactly what to expect, how aggressive they need to go at the start to advance. The rest go home from here. And it's not just about the fact that only 2 will go through the quarterfinals, but the finishing results out of the points for those teams that walk away after this race, those are valuable points that go to our overall standings.
Yeah, 100%. If you cannot make it to that top 2, Seagull, then you have to make sure that you are the best of the rest. Remember, top 12 will make it to our World Cup next year. So we're just waiting for them to get onto the grid here before we have our final race. It says second chance. I like to call it the final chance qualifier, because if you don't get top 2 right now in terms of you and your team, you are done. That is game over. You are going to be sitting in the cheap seats for the rest of the day, watching along with the rest of us. And here we go then. Bianca Lilla will sit on pole position. It will be Blair then in second spot, Seagull. Hakimi then is in third position. Milniak is in fourth spot. We've got Fluke and Harth then, who are fifth and sixth. And to be fair, they're not split now, which might be maybe more of a positive there, Arjuna, the fact that they can work together. Seagull.
Kind of, yes, plenty of seagulls. But their teammate, Michael Yanni, who is part of the Apex Racing Academy crew and is representing the full team today, he's all the way down in 24th. So those two really need to work together here.
Yeah, one mistake here, and it could be your day over. 10 minutes of racing here, then, at Zandvoort. It is the second chance race here of the Spring Cup for VCO and ERL. And we are green light racing, baby, and off we go. It's a brilliant start there from Bianca Lilla as we head down in towards turn number 1. Nice wide entrance there, beautifully done. And I'll tell you what, off the circuit we go. That's Statsenko. No, it's not Statsenko. Who was that? Not too sure who that is exactly there, as it is an absolute carnage fest at the back there. A lot of third drivers are in the mix there. A lot of second drivers in the mix there. A couple of TX3 or Carbon Esports, sorry, in the mix there as well. And there are, well, it's a third of the list, as you said earlier on, Arjuna, that were out, or Mike said to us earlier on, they're out of the race. I think there's a lot more this time round. Bianca Lilla, Hakimi have got through there nicely. But I tell you what, Krupi has made their way up to P4 as it stands. But I tell you what, Apex are done here. Apex are done. Johan Harf was involved in that. He's now down in P32. He's out of this race. Jamie Fluke then being P5. He's on his own. And wow, that throws the cat amongst the pigeons, or as we like to say, the seagulls amongst the pigeons.
I think this helps out Absolute Motorsports because Dalavala is now inside the top 10. I think Triton, as well as the Absolute Motorsports crew, those are the two looking good. Jake Burden got mixed up in that one. Johan Harth got mixed up in that one. Rama Maluna for the Legion's Racers team. 3 cars have had to tow. The rest are still out on track. Jamie Fluke sits in 5th, but he's got no help around him. Michael Yanni, his teammate, only at 1 position. He's in 23rd.
Yeah, I'm worried about Dominic Blyer here because, of course, he was P2 on the grid, right? So he must have been involved in something to be down in P9. Has he got damage to that car? How much further back is he going to fall back here? as Krupi's just lost out to Sean Arnold. Sean Arnold then for Team Fordzilla up to P5. Jamie Fluke again has got the hopes of his whole team on his shoulders. He needs Michael Gianni to make it through the order. He's currently 23 seconds off the pace, and right now they're accruing 25 points. If we do our maths here, yeah, it looks like we're going to have Bianca Lilla and Dalla Valle who are going to be on 11 points. And then we've got Triton who are going to be on 11 as well. So those two are going to be tied. Those two are going to be the teams that go through. And wow, that has been an incredible start here. But, wow, you've got to take all your opportunities here if you're Bianca Lilla. You've got to go out here and win the race and hope that your teammate backs you up.
And I put the commentator's curse down on Jake Burden, potentially, but I do think if we see him in a couple of weeks' time with that V8 supercar on iRacing, it's a car that he's had plenty of success with in the past. That will be where we really see him shine. Fastest lap, Bianca Lilla, 3 seconds clear. He's waved goodbye to the rest of the pack.
Yeah, absolutely. He doesn't absolutely for absolute. He doesn't need to be worried about anyone else now. He can just drive away, but don't take too many chances. We know that if you do take your foot off the gas ever so slightly, that's when mistakes can creep in. So he is just going to go out there and go absolutely crazy, get the fastest lap every single time, make sure he guarantees himself a victory, and then hopes that Andrea backs him up currently where he is in P11, and he's going to be golden. They are going to be golden to make it through to the next stage. But again, yeah, you're talking about Burton there. It's going to be, you know, he's got the solace of, oh, we've got the V8 supercars coming up here in a couple of weeks' time. Doesn't help today though, does it? You know, your day's over. It's not ideal. You've got to try and maybe learn as much from this as you possibly can. As there's a back marker car there just chilling, building sandcastles out there in the sand here at Zandvoort. But yeah, it's not been great. Rashmat here for Legion of Racers in P8 as it stands. Nearest teammate, I'm not too sure where they are on track here, but definitely not close enough. So we go through the chicane, runs a little bit deep there. The Yaz Heat team driver trying to potentially make some moves here as well, but not quite close enough.
But one thing to remember, right, for someone like Burden is the fact that unlike in the Esports Racing World Cup where it was back to back to back, there was no time to really dwell on your mistakes. Here you've got a 2-week gap between all of that. Here comes Andre Martins down to the inside for the Ass Heat crew, but that Legions of Racers car sweeps around the banking on the outside, still side by side as they run down into turn 2 into the banked hairpin, and Martins able to go on through. Great move there. It was fought hard. Legions of Racers now defend from behind as here comes Dalla Valle for the Absolute Motorsports crew.
Oh, it's a beautiful move there. It's really, really clever there as well, and hopefully we're going to get an onboard of turns from turn 1 all the way towards turn number 4, because I want to explain why that move was so cleverly done by the Yaz Heat driver ultimately. So yeah, maybe let's stay on board with Dalla Valle here until we get to that part of the circuit. Again, it just so I can give you a bit of an insight here. It's looking good for Bianca Lilla. Again, Dalla Valle wants to grab a couple of positions here. Rashmat making a bit of a mistake there as well, just getting offline. And again, it's one of those circuits where there really is only one racing line. So many cambered corners here that if you go offline ever so slightly, you end up on the top side. You lose so much momentum, so much time. So around the final corner we will go. And again, we will just check out, you know, corner 1 to 4, just to explain exactly how important it is to be online here. And it's really through turn number 3 that it's most important to be on the right line. So as we come through turn number 1 here, again, you can be on the high side for the first half of the corner. If you're on the high side for the second half of the corner, you get hung out to dry. But this is where it's really important to be on the right-hand side of the circuit by that curbing, because there's a bump there that if you are to the left, it just sends you out wide, and you cannot get any traction. And that's why the move was done so well there by the Yaz Heat driver, forcing Rashmat wide, and Rashmat was not able to recover. And you saw how snaky he was on the exit of that turn number 3, and ultimately, yeah, just if you can get your car up underneath there into 3, you're in a great spot to hold that position.
Nuno Pinto running in 13th. Now, Jean Alesi Esports Academy are on 20 with 5 plus 15. Team Fordzilla 6 plus 13 run on 19, so they'd miss out on heading through to the quarterfinals. But again, it's crucial points, all in that overall standings leading us to the World Cup. Top 12 will advance, the rest will watch on for hopefully what is going to be an in-person live event. We were talking about, you know, facilities and the different things that happen there. It's a total different ball game when now you're not racing on the rig that you've become accustomed to. You're given hardware and you're told to adapt to that. More challenges that we love to see in this unique format and this unique tournament.
Also the challenges of staying sober with lots of your sim racing buddies that you may not have seen for a couple of years, and making sure that you're fresh on race day. I think that's probably the bigger worry, to be honest. Steering wheel and pedals, as much as there are some huge differences, they ultimately all do exactly the same thing. So yeah, I wouldn't be too worried about that. But I think your comment earlier on about you could be punched by someone. I don't think it'd be that extreme, but I think it's always that there's always that negative feeling that if you do make a mistake, you will be called out for it, and it will be face to face. And a lot of these drivers, as much as they may be keyboard warriors in their spare time, because that's all we've had to do in the last couple of years, they probably don't like confrontation in real life. Some of these drivers may not have even actually seen fresh air before, so yeah, it becomes a very, very interesting commodity when we get to that stage of the competition. I do want to point something out here. We say this, or I say this every single time, the deeper you go into these competitions each and every time, Arjuna, the more individualistic the results can be. Bianca Lilla right now looking maybe the strongest driver we've seen so far today. If he can get himself to that semi-final, potentially a final, he really could drag his team to an amazing result today. So Absolute Motorsports, they're in a great spot.
Well, you say that. I'd say your ability to perform is a lot more dependent on one's own speed, but the ability for the team to get the result, it becomes even more important because there are less cars out there as well to cause drama. And so if it's Redline and RHG that are the favorites, let's say, Bianca Lilla's pace, well, maybe he's got the ability to bring Absolute Motorsports forward. But Michele and Dalla Valle have to match him to be able to put them in a decent enough spot to hold off. Because if Bianca Lilla wins, RHG finishes 2nd through 5th, Redline finishes 6th through 8th, for example, it's still those two going forward. So I very much know what you mean. But when we're talking about getting to the finals, standing atop of this championship as quote-unquote the best on rFactor 2, it's about the team. It's not just about the driver.
Oh yeah, 100%. It goes both ways, right? But I factor in the fact that you're going to be guaranteed a couple of DNFs as well, in that, which means that a poor performance from a second driver is not as poor, or it won't be feeling the effect of it as much if you go out and win a race. So yeah, I feel like the further you go, the more one driver can make a difference. I guess that's what I'm trying to say there. Again, it's still a massive team sport, right? You need everyone to be, absolutely at it. But as it stands, again, it is going to be Absolute Motorsport, and it's going to be Triton that are going to go through here. Hold on, there's a big mistake here somewhere. Someone has just completely dropped off the face of the earth. I'm not too sure who it is. And I think Hakimi's been involved in something here with another driver, because Hakimi's now down in 10th position. He's dropped out that top 10, and there was another driver that did as well.
Apparently we're getting more.
Well, there's not Hakimi. That is a game over. That is a fact there. So that's going to be bringing Grimbergas, who we're on board with right now. He's up into P9 now. All of a sudden then we've got Dalla Valle, who's currently in P7. That's 8 points then for Absolute. Triton are looking good here on 7 points. They're going to go through his first spot. But I would love to see a replay of that, because I think that was a battle for a podium here. And it looks like two drivers have been absolutely shunted out here.
Yeah, it sounds like there was maybe some technical issues that led to that, so not sure we're going to get a look at it. One thing to note is we still got 1 lap to go. The pace from Bianca Lilla has been so blistering. I think this is going to be the most laps that we've seen so far in any of our races. We'll be 8 laps complete in this heat, as the Simsa Esports duo now run 8th and 9th. Good way for them to round out their endeavor on rFactor 2. Of course, we saw them compete at Virtual Le Mans, but with some slightly different drivers. Ustas Grimbergas, the youngest ever winner in ACO competitions, is now getting past Sebastian Wanch. Actually, let's take a look at what happened to Mika Hakimi then. We do have time because there's an extra lap. So coming through turn 3. Oh, my word. The joys of internet racing.
Yep, you try and explain that, ladies and gentlemen. That is something from a paranormal universe, and I don't even believe in that stuff. That was... yeah, that happened, and you've just got to feel sorry there for Hakimi, really. And, in terms of internet connection, I would say that's the equivalent of an engine failure in the real world. It is something that you have to deal with in sim racing. I've had to deal with it many a time. It's very frustrating when you're on the other side.
Sorry, Luke, one thing to note. What happened to Jamie Fluke?
Yeah,
because he was up there, and he's just dropped off just...
yeah, he was involved in it.
Oh, okay. I was wondering what happened to him. That explains a lot.
As the Spice Girls once said in 1997, 2 became 1, and it was those two. They did become 1, and ultimately both out of this race. So it was bad anyway for Apex with 2 drivers DNFing, but unfortunately it was just not quite going to work out there. Bianca Lilla indeed does come across the line and picks up that victory, and I'm telling you now, for Absolute Motorsport, that is huge, because they got a driver here who could genuinely drag them along. We've seen it from Baldwin when he came to the World Cup. He was able to drag Veloce through to a final. Are we going to see it here for the Absolute Motorsport team? We've then got Milniek for Triton, who's going to finish in second, and they are also going to qualify as it stands. We've then got Krupi in third position as we're on board here with the number 19, Martin Buchan. And, well, we knew it was going to happen, Arjuna, didn't we? We knew that people were going to take chances. We didn't expect it to be a netcode issue that cost people their chances of going through. But we've got two incredible teams then going through to the next stage with Absolute Motorsport and indeed Triton Racing. So that's all of our heats done and the second chance. We now head towards our quarterfinals.
Yeah, and I can tell you there's also a switch around between Team Fordzilla and the Jean Lacey Esports Academy by virtue of some of those incidents. Jean Lacey will take third in this race. That will give them an extra point compared to Team Fordzilla. That might be vital when all things are said and done. Just look at that final page though. Johan Hart, Jamie Fluke, they are going to be gutted, the Apex Racing team. A great qualifying performance, not converted when the checkered flag flew.
Yeah, it's unfortunate, and again, you pointed it out, it's, not necessarily just about the two teams that go through at this stage of the competition. If you're third in that race, that means you are the top of the rest in terms of points gained. So they're the teams that are out now are the teams that are gained points that they take through to their championship standings, whereas everybody else who's already through, they've got no points allocated as of yet. They're still battling for the bigger points.
What was that from your perspective, Lewis? I mean, interesting start there. Plenty of chaos out of turn one that we really didn't even get a good look at. I think, again, a third of the field got taken out and got damaged from that one.
Yeah, weird one from Charcot to have just completely driven it in way too deep at turn one. Might have actually been a bit of a saving grace, though, because whilst running out there in the gravel track at Tarzan Box, the crash was happening on the inside of the circuit. It was absolute madness, and of course, especially in a race like this, is kind of the only time, here, maybe the finish at Daytona and Talladega, where I'm kind of like, no, I kind of get it why you're not going to lift out. You are trying to get through that because you need to gain as much time as possible. You need to gain as many positions as possible. Those are your only chances to even think of getting through, especially whilst your teammates are further up the order. It was a little bit dramatic, shall we say. I am kind of surprised that Absolute are one of the teams to go through. Gotta say, massive kudos to Delavala for that drive. Really, really good to support Manuel Biancalilla. But I do still feel that maybe the quarters are as far as they're going to go, but you just don't know.
Lewis has told us privately that his expectation potentially is
Spoilers.
Redline. I'm throwing you under the bus here. Redline and BS competition. Luke, what do you think about that one? Discounting the chance for RHG, Yayovsky, Van Lozenord, and even Shinchik to make it through.
At one stage during the World Cup, we had Biancalilla, and we were all looking at him thinking he is the driver to beat on rFactor 2 when we had it at Silverstone, and he had no one to back him up. His teammates were absolutely nowhere to be seen. Today's a different story. I think that Absolute Motorsport could throw up a bit of a surprise today. I'm going to keep one team in my good books at the very least.
Obviously, he's done for Ballast in Silverstone, don't forget, and now he's moved over, or driving for Absolute, which is the team he's just assigned for the ERL.
Yeah, and I'm sure many of the teams don't like you, Luke, but I'm sure the chat loves your shirt. And if you are watching along with us, do let us know who you're supporting today. I mean, we've got some stalwarts of sim racing for years and years, some newer teams, the likes of RHG, only been around for about 24 months or so, with big backing from Roman Grosjean, who did a great interview about what lies in store for him in the real world, him in esports as well. But one of the newest teams to the Esports Racing League is Legions of Racers. They are based in Southeast Asia with their headquarters in Singapore, but drivers from around the region. Lewis McLeod, as always, had the chance to chat with one of their managers, Melvin Moe, the team principal. Let's learn more about this effort from Legions of Racers.
So I'm joined by Melvin Moe from Legion of Racers. Now, I think first off, tell us a little bit about the team and why you got into sim racing.
Yeah, I mean, the Legion of Racers is based out of Singapore. So we started off with just Singaporean drivers, and over the years, we have gone a bit regional. So as you can see, for example, the last round we have drivers from Indonesia, Philippines coming up tomorrow as well in the rFactor 2 race. And yeah, I mean, the whole point of starting Legion Racers was that we realized motorsport was, being in Asia, it's quite expensive and quite high barrier of entry. So with sim racing getting more realistic, and the hardware is getting more realistic. So we thought it would be a good way of entering motorsports, and the whole idea is to really grow the community here in Asia.
Now, a lot of the larger sim racing organisations, be them teams or series, are typically based within the European markets or North American markets. There's a lot of focus on sim racing over in this way. It kind of leaves a lot of untapped potential over in the Asian market. Kind of tell us about that. What's accessible over there for you? What kind of series and what's achievable?
I think over the years, especially after, the COVID-19 pandemic, I think sim racing has started to grow tremendously here in Asia. We see a lot of series also coming into Asia, for example, like SRO, even the Logitech McLaren G Challenge. They also have a Asia Continent race for the market here. So I think these organizers realize that Asia is also a big potential market. But if you look at comparing to motorsport, somehow I feel Asia is always a little bit slow behind, but we are definitely getting there. I think there's a lot of potential here, especially coming from the Southeast Asian region. We see a lot of big growth, especially in countries like Indonesia, Malaysia, and also Philippines. So I think give it a few more years, hopefully, it will reach the level of America or even Europe.
And kind of, following on from that topic, we've seen a couple of Asian teams, the likes of Axel Sports, breaking into the European scene, doing quite well in the 2022 Le Mans Virtual. And it's kind of that expectation that we see a lot of these teams come over into this to try and get the most out of their sim racing time. To kind of flip the question a little bit, though, on its head, where, the Asian breaking into the European market. How can the North American and European markets help the Asian market in sim racing grow, do you think?
I think first off, from the Asian side, we need to do more publicity as well, to make known to the North American market and the European market that that there are top series existing here in Asia. And then obviously to try and also get those drivers from whether is it Europe or America to compete in our races. So in some ways also to bring the level up here in Asia, and I think that's what we are trying to do as well by joining the VCO, ERL League. It's also to make known that that Asia also have good sim drivers and the level is not low in that sense. But I also understand it's always also having servers in different continents also produces an issue, and I hope we could solve this in the near future. So far it's really having good connectivity from our side to the VCO servers, but hopefully vice versa, that we also could sort of provide a good server here in Singapore and even Asia for the European drivers or the American drivers to compete here.
And also, speaking of the team, going back to that, your Legion of Racers, typically more focused on the Assetto Corsa Competizione platform. Of course, ERL runs across 3 platforms, rFactor 2 and iRacing. What are you kind of expecting from the other 2 platforms?
As you rightly said, the main focus for us the last 2 years has been on the ACC, Assetto Corsa Competizione. But I think it's also give the team a challenge to sort of go into other game titles like rFactor 2 and iRacing. So I don't have much expectation on the other 2 titles, but I think it's also good for the boys to also try to adapt to different games, because every game also have their you require maybe certain different skills or style of driving. So I think it's also a good experience for the boys.
Well, thank you very much. We'll not hold you up too much from your team and let you get back to it. Cheers,
no worries. Thank you.
And one of the biggest things that they and teams that race from Australia have to deal with, not just the internet connection issues that you sometimes find, but the fact that in Singapore it is a early 4 a.m. start and they've already been up and focused on the driving for 2 hours, and we've been talking for 2 hours. One thing, Lewis, that you mentioned that they were mentioning is the fact that something like this is great for them to be able to legitimize the market for them. European and American sim racing is already a fairly established thing, but it's still growing in Asia, in Australia as well. And so having them be a part of this, but also vice versa, having teams go and compete alongside them in some of their local competitions is a great way to grow the region and the excitement about sim racing.
Well, sim racing, as much as some people don't like it, it's just how it is, that a lot of our focus, courtesy of where competitions take part, and it is the same thing with quite a lot of motorsport as well. A lot of it is predominantly focused within European time slots and European teams, as well as North American stuff. Like, that's where most of it happens. However, with the esports landscape, when you really look at it across the board, when you compare things like Rocket League, when you compare things especially like Dota and League and stuff, and how they're more focused on an Asian market, and they're very, very popular over there. Clearly, there is untapped potential in that market for sim races, for drivers, for teams, for competitions that we're missing out on. That it takes teams like Legion Racers, like Axel Sports, of course, the Malaysian squad, takes them to sort of like take a step into the unknown and try and get teams and drivers over their way to sort of show that there is stuff out there that we need to really be paying attention to.
Axel Esports, of course, backed by Alex Yoong, the Formula 1 driver from Malaysia, and the excitement that they had after their success during the virtual Le Mans just a couple of months ago was great to see, and see the community gathering around that on social media. Should also say that Next Level Racing is based in that region. They've got, I think, headquarters in Australia, plenty of employees in Asia as well, so it's more and more people focusing on that market. Let's focus on what's coming up next, though, Luke, which is getting into the quarterfinals. We had 34 odd cars on track for the second chance race, but now you take a look at how the teams have advanced from here. We'll ratchet up the numbers even more. 14 teams out on track. 2 of them had to go through that second chance race, but look at the lineup that we've got here. No matter how you slice and dice it, no matter which teams would miss out, you're always going to have a strong grid, but we've got the cream of the crop on rFactor 2 here.
Yeah, 100%. And I think I'm going to talk about teams that we maybe didn't expect to be at this stage of the competition and with a genuine shot of getting all the way to the semis, potentially a final. I think TX3 and Patrick Long, those 2 teams there have a massive opportunity today. I just don't. There's no surprises here from this point onwards for me personally. I think any 6 of these drivers making or teams making it to the semi-finals is absolutely warranted here. Can Triton and can Absolute maybe get a bit of fortune? Because obviously they've had to come through the second chance. So they've already raced against some of these teams and not been able to make it into a top 4. Can they spring a surprise? I think with Bianca Lilla, Absolute have every chance of making it all the way today, just because he's been that outstanding. But yeah, certainly going to be interesting.
And while we look at the teams that have advanced, let's remember those that have already waved goodbye here on round 2 of this Spring Cup in the Esports Racing League. The Jean Alesi Esports Academy, the first to miss out, with Team Fordzilla and Simsa tied on points, but Fordzilla getting the tiebreaker by having a car finishing ahead of Simsa, so they'll grab 4th spot in those second chance results. Simsa behind them, Yas Heat, Legions of Racers, E-Team Brit, Carbon, Simsport, Butler Pal Motorsports, Brabham Esports, and the Apex Racing team with the Balish Esports crew rounding out the field. They had 10 penalty points handed down for actions in that second chance race. Race control has been relatively quiet, Lewis, and that's what we do like to see. I mean, some of the previous rounds that we've had, they've been very, very busy. We want things to be determined on track, and I'm remembering back to the finals during Assetto Corsa Competizione 2 weeks ago, and race control had to get very, very hands-on with the action between Redline and Unicorns of Love.
I think they will get more hands-on as this evening goes on. Of course, they've been keeping their eye on it and making decisions, as we would expect from race control. But when it comes down to that final, you were hearing from Kevin Siggy about going for those moves that are maybe sort of like 50-50 that you wouldn't go for 9 times out of 10. But when it comes to the final and the competition, you go for it. You see what is going to happen. You just give it a go. If you get a penalty, you get a penalty. And I see that mentality. It's maybe a little bit bold, a little bit brash, a little bit brave, but I mean, this is Kevin Siggy, and these are the competitions, the drivers that get through into that level. They know what they're going to do. By the way, whilst looking at that team, and I obviously, as you just let out, just completely trying to sideline me there about Redline and BS competition. Looking more at that list, there are quite a few teams on there. I think even one past R8G. I think Burst are definitely a team to look out for with Jene Simičić and Richie Hoyer.
So you've gone from being very firmly committed to sitting on the fence, and now we'll see what's in store for us. Luke, this should be an exciting quarterfinal.
It should absolutely be an exciting quarterfinal. And again, anyone can do anything. We've already saw, like Lewis just said, that team there, they got a 1-2. Bianca Lilla went out and dominated a race victory. And they're from teams that we would not necessarily say we're going to get to the final. I think anything is possible here today, and it absolutely is. But luckily, I get to have a little bit of a break here. So I'm going to hand over now to Arjuna and Lewis. They're going to take you through the quarterfinals. I'll be back for the semis. Good luck, lads. This is going to be an absolute smoke show.
Here at the circuit Zandvoort, we are ready for qualifying, and you can see how busy the track is going to be. 7 minutes were on the clock when the cars rolled out. We've already run through 60-odd seconds of that. The first lap times will come in very, very shortly. Lewis, I mean, how do you even get some clean air here? We're already seeing the qualifying games going on. D'Amelio's trying to find an opportunity to go. I mean, cold tires is also going to be a factor given how slow they're rolling through those final couple of corners.
I mean, look at how many cars. 41 cars around a circuit which really is not very long. I mean, if there is one circuit that I wouldn't want to drive around right now, it is this one. This looks absolutely foul. This is going to be very, very hard work, and you are going to need to be on your top form and just take advantage of whatever clean air you can get. Thankfully, we're being quite a short track, you can get a few laps in, but I think qualifying is going to be the decider here this afternoon, more so than even the race. I know that sounds weird, but follow me on it.
No, I agree, and I'm looking at a track map right now, and I am concerned. I am very, very concerned, because there you can see Yaltine is up to speed. And this is stupidity is what it is. I am absolutely furious to see things like this going on, because you knew what to expect, and you have still managed to cause it. Tyne is just the first of a whole heap of cars. There's damage through the final couple of corners. Incredible, incredible way to start this quarterfinal.
Yeah, this is kind of ridiculous. This is why, if this happened in real life, we'd split this up between two groups. But to be fair, we kind of want carnage and chaos, because it's banter, isn't it? Not a great first sector from Jene Simičić, but makes up for it in the second, and with plenty of clean air, should be able to get a couple of laps in his belt. This is why I'd want to be out straight away in the session. I'd want to be in the first sort of 10 to start laps. Maybe not the first 1 or 2, whereas, Philippa Bakida straight off at Tarzan. But you'd want to be in the sort of like the front, sort of between 6th and 10th of those setting lap times, because you're more likely to get some clean air.
Simičić has Seagull that on track. Simičić is actually going to take the toe back and roll back onto track. I don't know how I feel about that one. Shinchik's gone top. Page has gone second. Roiva's third. Siggy only fourth. Redline, well, look at their domination of Heat 2. You talk about qualifying being important. There's Rietveld up to fifth, but finding those pockets of air, clearly so difficult.
This, honestly, I cannot describe to you how difficult a session like this is going to be. It is honestly one of the hardest things that you can do in sim racing. When it comes to a qualifying lap, you are just really stuck in the thick end of things, and you will be for the next 3 minutes and 20 seconds. You just need to make sure that final lap as Ulrich Ensslin loses it, coming down into the chicane, instantly pulls the escape button, is like, right, back to the pit lane. Off we go again as Williams are getting a little bit of slipstream. I honestly don't know who's going through in this one. My original picks were going to be Team Redline, Veloce, Unicorns of Love, Burst, R8G, and who else was I going to go for? I can't even remember.
I don't think it matters. Seagull, it doesn't matter because Styx will go through, but based on these qualifying times, it looks like Redline, Veloce, Burst are in a good spot as well. All three of the Redline cars actually inside the top 10, so that's at least going to be somewhat of a relief for them as Ibrahim Khan, oh, look at that on the exit of the hairpin. Well, that was about to be a big incident until it wasn't.
Nice escape key. Obviously, don't have to be stationary to slap that one at the moment in this session. So instantly getting back to pit lane with 2 minutes and 22 seconds left on the clock. There is plenty of time to return to pit lane and to get back out there and start another lap focused on Isaac Gillison. Things are looking quite good here for Veloce, who I I think, without James Baldwin, we can be pretty open with it. And we were on the broadcast back on ACC. They weren't so great. They weren't so hot on ACC, looking like they are potential finalists today. Marko Pejic very much delivering the goods. James Baldwin, we know how fast he is and good in racing. This is a team to keep an eye on.
And do remember, without James Baldwin, who was the star of the show for Veloce in Assetto Corsa in the Esports Racing World Cup, they struggled, but it's now, you were throwing Pejic slightly under the bus for his performances during the Formula Pro rFactor 2 competition. But again, he was teammates with Bono House. I mean, that is the benchmark, and that's a pretty lofty benchmark to be trying to match.
Yeah, no, if there's one person I wouldn't want to team up with in sim racing, it is Bono, mostly for the fact of he is just incredibly fast. Like I said, on a field like that, if you look at the drivers on this grid, the likes of Jeno Simic, who's just jumped up into third, Michi Hoyer, who'd moved up into fourth position now, Kevin Siggy, Jeffrey Rietveld, Erhan Jovski, all these names were on that grid, and Bono House won all of the races. Marcel Cinchik across the line, loses out a little bit in the final sector, but still a 1:08.7 moves him 3/10 clear. He'll be very happy right now.
Kevin Siggy's up to third. Can Jeffrey Rietveld make it now a red line duo inside the top 5? It's a 1:09.0. It does improve him and jumps Michi Hoyer down to 6. A red line burst looking good. Veloce's there as well. R8G in the mix with Yuyovsky and Cinchik inside the top 10. Dinez, the birthday boys, put it up into 9th. Where's Ibrahim Khan? Only down in 13th position right now.
Yeah, obviously having that issue on his last lap should hopefully get one in. Enzo Benito, of course, moves up. Luke's boyfriend straight up into the top 10. Isaac Gillison getting a little bit of slipstream from the rocket car, as well as Colin Spork. The opening Grand Prix of the season in the Formula Sim Racing World Championship went to Colin Spork, of course now sponsored and stuff, and media partners with VCO, have them broadcast on this channel. Winner in this car, slightly different, but still this car. Might need to do a little bit more than 15th, let's be honest.
Look at that segue, Lewis. You're bringing in things perfectly. So, time about to expire in our 7-minute qualifying session. Makita's not going to get to the line in time. That's qualifying done for her. Bianca Lillo's gone up into 8th at the last possible minute. There's the Seagull again. Yuyovsky's up to 8th. Great time to put in the lap. Can Arnage get their way forward as well? Adam Pinches, the Hungarian, working his way through. Khan's 11th for BS competition, so they're outside of the top 10. My, oh my. It was crazy to start it off, but the strongest have worked their way forward.
Yeah, the first couple of laps were critical in that. This is not looking good for BS, to be perfectly honest. Without a single car, I jinxed them, let's be honest. I don't believe in the commentators' courtesy. I only believe in bad driving. I'm going to stand by it. But things not looking so great for them. Yal Time down in 21st position. Of course, Ibrahim Khan and Phil Dinez are within that sort of top 20 between 11th and whatnot. But yeah, not great. Yal Time moves up into that group though, so maybe things are looking all right. But let's be honest, that is 110% the danger zone, which Veloce are in as well.
Remember, the top 6 teams will advance through. For those that have 3 drivers on the grid, the top 2 score points. James Baldwin only 14th, so Veloce in a bit of a pickle now because Gillison's 13th there. Burst looking good, Redline looking good, R8G's in the mix. Everyone else, big question marks as we cycle through your qualifying results. The top 10 split by half a second. That's how close the times are. Top 20 covered by a full second.
And honestly, if you like that kind of, to be honest, so I'm going to be brutal, that's a lot further apart than I would have expected. And that comes down to how just crazy and thick it was out on the race circuit. If we had them on a private session, a private qualifying where it was just them and the track, you would see those times an awful lot closer. But when you have to juggle your way around qualifying, it brings out something very, very different in a driver. Some drivers react to it really, really well. Others less so.
And I can tell you that the Unicorns of Love may be down to 2 drivers for this because one of their drivers has disconnected and I'm not sure if they're going to be able to get back on track in time.
See them.
You still see them?
Yeah, I still see, well, maybe, because I do still see Noah Roivers and Colin Spork up in 7th and 11th, so I think that's still all right.
Okay.
And,
so
and then Tobias Pfeffer is... not in contention. He's 30th.
But I don't think... I think the time counts. The thing is he's not on track anymore.
Yeah.
So that's the thing to keep an eye on. Got a bit of a warm-up session here where the tension can be released, both from us, for the drivers as well. They've got a fixed setup as well here, Lewis, and that's crucial because Assetto Corsa, we heard from the wily old fox of sim racing, Niels Najoks, that 2 weeks ago, he was looking at someone's stream and found something in the setup because ACC was an open setup competition. He found something to go faster. You can't do that this time. You got to make sure you can adapt to the setup you've been provided.
But if we look, fixed setup as well on iRacing and the Esports Racing World Cup, and yet still, Redline, they dominated. Yes, maybe less so in the final when Apex really did take it to them, but they were very much in control throughout the day. So even on a fixed setup, you can find some bits and bobs. You can find something, especially around a circuit like this, where a lot of teams were voting. When we saw the track vote, I was surprised that Zandvoort won. It was between Zandvoort and the Nürburgring, and some people don't like the Nürburgring Grand Prix. Yes, we're not going to talk about the Nordschleife today, Arjun. That's another time. That is another time.
Best track in the world.
I was surprised that Zandvoort won in the way that it did because it dominated that vote. It absolutely dominated Seagull. Maybe that's why we need to see the Seagulls out on track.
Right.
But it's because a lot of teams know a couple of tricks around here.
And let's talk a little bit about what's coming up in 2 weeks' time, which is the final regular race of this Spring Cup in the Esports Racing League. The vote will be open again. I would be of the mindset that we should throw a complete oddball. And you know what I'm going to say here? It's the new track, Winton.
Oh my goodness. Well, to be fair, there wouldn't be too much of an oddball in a V8 supercar. I'll say that.
But the oddball is I don't think anyone will have experience with it.
Well, I'm trying to think of drivers on the grid that have actually driven Winton, because I drove Winton years ago in the last competition that I did. Won the championship, by the way, just saying. Rudy Van Buren decided it was a good idea to come along for that round. And you would be unsurprised to hear that he won both of the races, but that's fine. It is a difficult track, really, really is. I mean, I like the idea of an oddball race circuit to kind of throw out there, rather than just being like, well, we're going to race at Watkins Glen or Watkins Glen or Okayama.
To be fair, though, Okayama did put on some entertainment. It also brought up some more controversy between Enzo Benito and the BS competition gang.
It was a decent round. It was good fun. I'd still, like I said, I'd like to see something a bit more of a slightly ultra, something more difficult. So, I mean, you know me, I like street circuits, so I'd be all over the idea of it being Belle Isle or Long Beach. It would be utter chaos, but it would be hilarious.
Can you imagine?
Mad ants, mate.
Well, can you imagine 42 cars qualifying at Long Beach? Based on what we just
saw them trying to qualify around here, and
right,
yeah, it's pretty bad.
Yeah, no. If Florian Hosper is listening, please let's put Winton on just for the memes, and then let's do something a bit more sensible. Let's quickly, though, as I think warm up has come to an end, run you down through the top 10 starters for this quarterfinal race. Chinchik on the front row with Payich alongside. It's a standing start, remember, so slightly staggered. Kevin Siggy and Rietveld. It's a Redline row number 2 as they look to work their way to what will be their 4th consecutive final in Esports Racing League and Esports Racing World Cup competition. Burst Esports 5th and 6th with Noah Roivers, the first of the Unicorns of Love's cars on the inside of the second RAG machine. Bianca Lilla backing up that great run in the second chance race inside of the top 10 with Enzo Benito. We'll scroll through some of the other names here. BS Competitions has a chance, I should say. Unicorns of Love have a chance as well. Everyone else, though, I think is going to struggle to try and match the performance that we're going to see from Redline, we're going to see from Burst.
Like I say, there are some, to be honest, big disappointments in this, but it all comes down to this race. However, starting on a grid like this, it is tight. Running down into Tarzan for the first time when you've got 40-odd cars around you, it's not easy. I mean, look at this from Williams, how well they were doing. Yes, sure, they were down the bottom end of the top 10 of the heats, but Augustin Canapino, Michael Romanidis, Seagull, not involved really in the mix. Jafanko even behind them, and I would not have called that one before we went running in qualifying. The race, though, it comes down to it. Stick 15 minutes on the clock, and away we go.
You'll see some of the Unicorns of Love cars down the order. You'll also see, I think, one of the Burst Esports cars. 15 minutes on the clock. The longest race we've seen so far today. 14 will become 6. We're underway from Circuit Zandvoort for the quarterfinals in round 2 of the Spring Cup and the Esports Racing League. Good start from Chinchik, who leads the field into turn 1. Siggy around the outside of Payich. almost gets it done there. Page squeezes him onto the curb. Redline still running third and fourth. Clean start inside of the top 10. Looks like a lot more scampering for the hills behind. Benito almost gets turned around.
Yeah, Enzo Benito gets absolutely slammed. Oh, this is going to be carnage. This is going to be carnage. Departing the hairpin. RHG, Martin Van Loosnod. And here we go. Keep your right foot in, lads, and let's just see what happens. Panic stations. Oh my goodness.
Arca breaks again, has gone on gear. I think it started when one of the BS competition cars got a bit of damage and then was forced wide, and then that was the trigger to cause absolute chaos. Lewis, you and I have seen a lot in our time commentating together. Not a lot like that. And remember, we commentated on the ISOWC.
We've commentated on a lot of stuff, and I have seen some things in sim racing that is right up there on the pecking order of just absolute madness. It's worked out for some teams, of course. The ones that are right up there in the mix. RHG are sat in first and seventh. Boom, they're going through at the moment. Redline, third and fourth. Boom. Fifth and sixth for Burst. Boom. Eighth and ninth for Unicorns of Love. Boom. And to be fair, BS competition right up there, Veloce right up there. Who's the next team? Looks like it might be Arnage.
Mirror's there as well, though.
Yeah.
It could go their way. Somehow, all the BS competition cars managed to scramble their way through the smoke. Yeah, I don't know how. Maybe that's birthday luck for Phil Dinez. We'll have to wait and see. Tyne's actually the quickest of the Zebras, at least for the time being. Here we focus in on Michi Hoyer. The gap is starting to build up. Chinchik is 1.5 clear of Page, with Redline knowing that they don't have to do much more than they're doing right now. This is Colin Spork as he hunts down Enzo Benito. Again, another team that doesn't need to really do too much. There's a yellow flag out in Sector 3. Not exactly sure why, because as we can see, the top 10 looking pretty comfortable right now. We started with, what, 41 cars, Lewis? We're down to just 31.
Which doesn't surprise me, not even a little bit. Obviously, we've lost quite a few teams there, Mirror being one of them, Gogo Baldi being out of the race, Rocket Simsport are done. They've got more than, I think they've got all three cars actually out of the race. Daniel,
yes.
Ferris Stanley there, out Matt Richards, and out of there, they are last. They are solidly last, represent. Not great, but you know, like I say, for some teams like Mirror, 16th and 17th might just be enough based on where the other teams are, because all of them ahead are all sort of a part of the same teams. There's not really too many that are sort of outliers in.
So it's Arnage 15th and 19th, which would add up to 34, versus Mirror in 16th and 17th, which again
32.
adds up to 34.
Oh, sorry, yeah, no, don't trust the commentator's maths. Don't do it.
Don't trust my math either. But by virtue of Arnage being in front with the highest placed car, they would advance. Now, the battle will be between Yanis Brashok and David Nagy, who are those two cars closest in line, as Spork now feels the pressure from the BS competition car behind. Yellow flag in Sector 3 seems to be coming out a lot. Is there just a car stranded somewhere?
Well, there was one of the Patrick Long Esports cars that was sat just between 9 and 10. Not 100% sure if that is one that's causing it. That's certainly not in Sector 3, but I wonder if them returning to pit lane is causing the issues. I believe it might be Luca D'Amelio, who unfortunately got one of the virtual drivers by TX3 cars departing the pit lane. I think it might be Philip Bakida. Just honestly, absolute madness.
We need... Oh, it started before we even got...
Oh, yeah, my.
We didn't even get to the start-finish line before... Come on.
Oh,
okay, so...
bad.
Yeah, that's one of the Rocket Sim Sports cars gone, and that's one of the Absolute cars gone. So that explains partially the chaos. Then the second bit of chaos is going to come down into turn 3 before we even get to the banked hairpin, maybe, as they go 3 wide. That's the beauty of that newly reprofiled corner. And here we go. Here's the Yarker brakes. Here's keep the foot to the floor. How did BS competition survive there? How indeed?
I do not. Birthday luck. I mean, James Baldwin came across. I don't know what happened. Like, honestly, I would need to see this about 100 times from every angle to be like, what actually happened there and who is at fault. For me, honestly, I don't think you can get... some people would be like, well, I mean, that incident doesn't really deserve a penalty. For me, it does. There's a lot of people that are at fault there of just, like, basically keeping their foot. And I get it, you know, again, we're all racing Seagull. We're all racing to try and move their way up the order and all that kind of stuff and risking it. I did say in the second chance race, I understand it. It's still against the rules, though. You know, if you're causing a collision by just keeping your foot in, that is still hilariously dumb. And I think there is a lot of that in that instance.
Lewis, what did we say? Never trust the commentator's math. So
Well-
we seem to have managed to get 6 teams and then add an extra one that's in the mix, because Mira and Arnage are fighting in effect for 7.
Oh, Bantam. We're very good at this.
Yes, because RAG at the top.
Yeah.
They're good. Veloce is good
Oh,
as well.
no.
Oh, wait, no, having said that, Veloce is in this interesting bubble where they're on 14. If Gillison gets mixed up in anything, even though PH is running in second, they'd be in trouble. Redline, Burst, Unicorns of Love, and BS. Those are the 6 that currently look comfortable.
I think those were the ones that I was talking about earlier as well, so I'll take all their credit, thank you very much. Oh, here we go. Nice. Oh, wow. Okay, right, so we're already kicking off with one of the Unicorns of Love cars sort of crossing over there. I believe this is James Baldwin we are looking at. So going to be on the inside. Let's keep our eye on the departures. There's already been a front wing lost from one of the Absolute cars who obviously keeps his foot in, losing the rear end, straight over into the barrier.
I don't think he's got his foot all the way to the floor, though, just looking at the way that the car is going. Now, yes, I agree that it's suboptimal, to quote you. But
That was bad.
I don't think he's got the foot on the I just think he didn't have any control of the car at that point. It was also his teammate, by the way, who was scored, I believe that was Dinez, off of the track. So that might be something that's looked at if they decide that's something that helps instigate the incident, because remember, race control will take a look, the penalty points will come down. We've got a long way to go. You can see as well, basically 20th on down is scored 1 lap behind the leader. Incredible. 41 started this race, less than 20 stay on the lead lap.
But the thing is, in these kind of races, this is the one where race control can dish out basically their harshest penalties. Ibrahim Pan, no front wing.
Oh,
Ibrahim Pan off the road. So the BS competition, they've still got 2 cars in position. They still have 2 cars in position, Seagull. But it's not looking as comfortable. Let's just say that, with losing 1 car.
Yeah, now Dinez and Tyan really do have the pressure on them to avoid making any sort of a mistake, as 7.5 odd minutes to go. We reach the halfway marker of this quarterfinal. Remember, 14 will go down to 6. And even for those 8 teams that don't advance, there are valuable points on the line as we build ourselves towards February 2023 and the second running of the VCO Esports Racing World Cup. The gap for the lead has come down. PH is now just over a second away as Shinchik maybe starts to fall into his clutches. Remember, DRS will be available within that 1 second buffer. So if PH can close, maybe he'll close up to the tail end of Marcel Shinchik.
But again, yes, PH is one that needs to, right? You kind of have to say it, but obviously he's going to have people watching and being like, right, okay, do we really need to? Ibrahim can't depart in pit lane then.
And he's come out of pit lane still in 19th spot.
Yeah, no, he's still scoring decent points for the team. Go on, lad. Obviously, courtesy just the chaos. Well, that's why it's worth finishing, because if anything happens to his teammates, at least there's still a chance. For PH, though, does he really need to? He's going to be keeping his eyes on the rear end as Redline are closing in. Let's see what happens to Colin Sport. That was a pretty late defence from Enzo Benito, but it was still proactive, not reactive, so, I'll allow it. It's late.
You'll allow it. Correct me if I'm wrong, by the way, Lewis, but isn't Shinchik a relatively new member of RAG? Because the last time...
them for ERWC.
Oh, okay, that's why. Because I think the first time that I've ever commentated on him was during BMW Sim Live, when it was him versus Yoyovsky all the way to the line in that BMW M2 CS Racing Cup.
Yeah, so he used to drive for a team called Varga Sim Racing alongside Yuri Toman, who he's still teamed up with, and Mikkel Schmiedel, who races now for Team Redline, and they all kind of parted as Schmiedel ended up signing for Redline full-time, had driven for them partially here and there, but they picked him up, one of the Arnage competition cars, going very, very slow there. I think that one might be David Top, just trying to return to pit lane after yet more damage. But then, Marcel Shinchik went over to RHG. Really interesting, because if you go and look at that season of the BMW Sim M2 CS Racing Cup, they weren't the greatest competitors. They were in each other's doors a fair amount. So to see them as teammates is sort of like, haha, banter.
Looks like Benito and Spork are getting close again, as there's clearly got to be either a car out in Sector 3 and just waiting to come back to the lane at the end of this race, or it's like that mythical yellow flag at Daytona, right, where every time, on iRacing, where every time you come back onto the banking, you get a yellow flag even though everything is A-OK.
Yeah, who knows? Only the drivers will know in that sense. So look at that DNF list. Oh my goodness.
It's a long one. And again, we'll illustrate it. Ibrahim Khan came down to pit lane, had to get a new front wing, and came out still. Oh, there we go. There was a car off to the side of the road there. We saw it. We saw it.
Yeah, I'm not sure which one it was, to be honest. Like I said, I mean, clearly, like you say, someone might have just pulled over and been like, right, see you, lads.
Yeah, it's so hard to tell from the timing screen as well because there are so many cars off the road that you don't know which one it is. For a second, the gap for the lead had dipped below 1 second, but it's opened up slightly again. Kevin Siggy, though, is in DRS range of Page. Look at that rear wing, wide open, and as he gets onto the brakes, it slams shut. He's got to get the memo from the team at Redline. You don't need to make the pass happen. We're looking comfortable where we sit.
But maybe he'll want to try it. I mean, this is a hard circuit to overtake at. Maybe he'll want to give it a go. Now, BS Competition, this is someone who will not shy away from making a move. Jarl Tyen, someone who's got plenty of experience racing, no matter what it is. Of course, not too long ago, was racing in the, NASCAR... eNASCAR Coke Series. There you go. I'll get it out one day what the annual series is. Nice one. Was racing in that. Goodness knows what time in the morning for him in Norway. Has been over into the UK recently. Was in the UK last week, earlier this week as well. Might have even been last week at the weekend. Obviously now back at home racing. Clearly still very fast. Struggled a little bit in this competition in the recent past, but looking good here.
Yeah, and I mean, his versatility is something that you have to look at, and maybe that's something that will aid him as he transitions across to the platforms. 2 second-place finishes in that eNASCAR. Well, it's now the Coca-Cola iRacing Series. Back then, it was, I think, the NASCAR Peak Antifreeze iRacing Series, but 2 second-place finishes in a competition like that. Pretty significant result for him, you'd have to say, as now Gillison pulls away and outside of DRS range. So maybe it'll be Dinez that can get on through, but he's just not closing fast enough.
No, like I say, I think for a lot of these drivers, they might need to experiment a little bit in this race just to see, okay, how do we make a move? And then also, we can then tell them that the Nürburgring would have been a better choice for racing, maybe, question mark. But it is what it is. You know, they're racing hard. The thing is, we know this with this competition, with this style. Once we're racing around here with all these cars, it can spread itself out quite a bit. Once we start getting into, for example, the final, and then how that's going to be toe-to-toe, completely different dynamic, because you have to throw every single thing at it, and they do. They will find moves in the most ridiculous places. You think this corner's not an overtaking opportunity, you wait to the final and watch Kevin Siggy. He'll dive it down there if he gets into the final, don't you worry.
Yeah, and are you agreeing with me that the Nordschleife would have been a perfect venue for today's round?
No.
I thought I could try and get you. I thought I could try to get you there.
No.
Can you imagine Bathurst with these cars, though?
No, not on rFactor 2 as well, because I love rFactor 2. It is a well-known thing that the build of Bathurst on rFactor, sorry to destroy the platform a little bit in this sense, is horrible. It is beyond awful, and that's where it's like, yeah, okay, if I want to drive Bathurst, I want to drive a good build. And it's not official, I will say that. It is 3 PA, so it's third party, where that build has come from, and it is just... Whew.
Penultimate lap this time by, as you see Kevin Siggy now half a second off the back of Pajic. Yoyovski's closed up to the Burst Esport duo as well, who have fallen away from fourth on forward, as there you see Shinchik rounding himself in towards the Hans-Ernst Bocht. Some great corner names around here, including some that I'm not even going to try to pronounce, Lewis. Give us a go. Give us your best turn 7.
Absolutely not. No, I shan't. I shall. Oh, what you mean, Shivlak?
There we go.
It's turn 6, really, isn't it? But
no, it's turn 7.
It is turn 7. It is turn 7. We're not going to argue on corner numbers on that one, because it is turn 7.
Yeah. Are we also agreed that Red Bull Ring turn 2 is turn 2 now?
No.
Okay, that's a debate for another day, I guess. Last lap underway. Shinchik crossed the line with 40-odd seconds left to go. It does look fairly stable, I would think, right now. The main battle to be looking at isn't even for those that are going to advance. It's between Mirror Esports and Arnage Competition to finish 7th, which again is a single point, but because of how many different stages of this tournament that we have, Lewis, a single point here could be the difference come 2023 when they're trying to get those valuable tickets to our in-person finale at Germany.
Look, honestly, cannot wait for ERWC II when it starts in 2023. But for these teams right now, I don't think they can be thinking about it. Obviously, that's a long way up. Like you say, they've got to think of it one race at a time and scoring as many points as they can. Whether that is fighting for first, whether it's fighting for 23rd, it doesn't matter. Just fight for whatever you can, just to score some more points, just to keep yourself in the mix, because you never know what's going to happen over such a crazy season that we're going to see here. Not only the Spring Cup, but of course the Summer Cup and the Fall Cup as well.
What a drive from Marcel Chinchik. He navigated through the chaos that was qualifying to put it on pole position and led every single lap from there. He wins at the quarterfinals. Pajic across the line in second, closely followed by Kevin Siggy for Team Redline. Redline, RHG, Burst Esports, Veloce Esports, Unicorns of Love, and BS Competition look like the 6 that are going to go through from this quarterfinal. But the big story isn't really the result. The big story is the carnage on lap number 1.
And I mean, to be fair, how many races have we had that as the big story? It is constant. However, I will say I do expect things to calm down in a slightly different sense. I don't think we're going to see the early race carnage that we have seen. I think we're going to see some mid-race proper action in the semi-finals, as we are looking to move the top 2 teams over. It's just picking those 2 teams is not easy. RHG with drives like that from Marcel Chinchik, absolutely fantastic. Michi Hoyer and Jerne Simoncic, great team duo between them. Kevin Siggy with Redline. I mean, BS Competition really messed that one up, but it does seem, qualifying more so, it does seem like they've gotten through, and so I expect them to be a lot stronger. I don't know who the 2 teams are going to be. Might not even be Redline.
That
I can't even say it.
No, don't say it. You're going to get the fanboys out in force. That Unicorns of Love partnership, of course, with NetRex paying dividends here in Assetto Corsa Competizione. Now, they aren't dominating like they were in ACC, but very much looking like at least they bettered their performance compared to the Esports Racing World Cup at the end of January. How things change about 8 weeks on from that first running of this fantastic tournament. Let's bring back in Luke Crane. And Luke, let's talk first about what we saw in qualifying, because I don't think I get more mad. I get mad at rejoins, unsafe rejoins, don't get me wrong. But qualifying, you've got to not block. You cannot impede. It's as simple as that. And for the second time in a month, I've had to call people, I've had to say things are absolutely stupid because they were. That was ridiculous.
I tell you what, you hid your rage really well, though. No one would have any inkling that you were mad about it. That's for sure. Yeah, it was people making silly decisions, and it's kind of a case of, oh, we want to get the perfect qualifying scenario for us, so let's get the perfect position on track. There's 42 cars around a circuit that is just shy, well, about a minute and a half, right? Like, come on, you got to use your head there really more than anything. And again, I don't want to go off and slag drivers off, but there was some really dumb decisions being made there. 2 points I want to make about the race, though, specifically, is Unicorns of Love did not even make it to the quarterfinals last time round when we did this for the World Cup. Their recruitment has been superb. So not only are they the strongest team on ACC, but they look very scary to announce themselves as one of maybe the top 3, the big 3 or big 4, as we're going to start to call them as we go through the competition. And we saw James Baldwin going across track there and having that big incident. Veloce, they backed him up, even though he's their big hitter, right? He's the one that he can drag them along to big results. Pajic and Gillison, they both turn up. So it's scary to see how they can perform going forward if Baldwin can keep it clean.
Well, we still got the semis to go before the finals, where we'll wait and see if we can finally break the streak of needing all 3 of our races in the best of 3 series. But we're racing on rFactor 2, the platform that Motorsport Games have really been championing over the last 12 months. Plenty of brand deals and licensing. And Lewis McLeod had the chance to chat with Gerard Nouveau, who is now the Motorsports advisor for Motorsports Games, the man behind the Virtual Le Mans Series and the Le Mans Virtual 24 Hours. Let's learn more about what that race meant and the plans for the future with Gerard Nouveau.
So we're with Gerard Nouveau, of course, from Motorsport Games. Gerard, let's talk. The Le Mans Virtual 24 Hours not too long ago. How do you rate that event in retrospect?
It has been another great experience, I have to say. We did the first one during the lockdown 2 years ago. And the big question was how it will be now, 2 years later, when the situation is different. And if I have to use a word, it's just confirmation. It has been the confirmation that you have, first of all, an incredible grid of competitors coming from the sim racing world to participate and to provide a huge performance around these activities. And at the same time, there is a huge community of viewers following us and having pleasure to follow an event like this on screen, on digital, and everywhere. So it was really a good experience, and it was the confirmation that we are on the right direction when we develop this sort of program in esports.
Now, you're a very busy man. How have you spent the last couple of months since LMVS?
Well, we are all very busy because you know that this is going very, very quickly now, all the activities that we have, and there is so many projects on the table. So this is like in the kitchen. We are cooking so many things at the same time. And Motorsport Games is a very dynamic company, like some other, and we are developing some different programs. Ben Rossiter-Turner, who is in charge to manage all the operation for eSport, is very busy also. We had some different programs that we activate. We did something with IndyCar, for example. We have a deal with Le Mans. We have a deal with NASCAR. We are working on massive project. You will know more about this in the coming weeks because you will have some announcement. But we are preparing some different competition or different event that we will develop on the eSport planet. Really interesting. This market is growing so quickly, and there is so many things to do.
Now, rFactor 2 is obviously very important, not only in the landscape of sim racing, but of course to VCO here in the Esports Racing League and Esports Racing World Cup. How do you like the idea of having such an event with multiple simulators and rFactor 2 being a part of it?
But I think this is just an added value. This is so positive. Honestly, more good product we will produce like this, better it will be, because we are sharing exactly the same stage, I have to say. When you compare, there is a few companies like this, and VCO is a good example, like Motorsport Games is, to develop a strong esport program and competition and the different model. We can see now there is more and more professional team, and this is really a sport activity. So we need to provide on this stage very good program, very exciting to attract these different competitors and to guarantee a good level to make sure that we can continue to develop this market.
Now, you've had the full force of a massive race series behind a lot of the events on rFactor 2. How do you kind of feel about the things that VCO have created with more of a tournament style, less so a copy from reality and more so something slightly different, more from a gamer's perspective?
Same. And same than the prior question. I mean, this is so crucial now that we have to be ready to provide the right event to the different competitors or to the team, to the manufacturers. If you ask me the big difference between the first edition of Le Mans and the second one, this is especially the quality of the grid. It has totally changed. You have now a lot of pro team in esports, fully dedicated on this program. At the same time, all the top OEMs, manufacturers involved in motorsport, they have their own esport department now and they are involved inside. You have also an incredible numbers of privateers team, very experimented. And if you make the combination of this now, they are attending the event that the same tournament that VCO is doing, for example, this weekend with rFactor 2. I'm speaking about sim racing, but this is the same. And we find the same team now for Le Mans, for this VCO tournament, or for the Formula One esports season, for example, just because when you want to increase the level like this, you need to provide permanently the enough volume of event to make sure that there is a business model for these partners.
Now, what comes next for you and for MSG? I'm sure you've got some massive things in the pipeline.
Yeah, we have. There is many ideas. Honestly, this is like we start to open a book and to write something, except you are in the digital and in the virtual world. But this is exactly the same approach. And that's really, for me, that's really something promising, because the advantage of the virtual, first of all, when we speak about sim racing, before the people were trying to opposite esport and motorsport, say, okay, there is a real sport and the esport is nothing. Then a few years ago, we start to say, no, this is not correct. There is a lot of gamers, and at the same time, many drivers and racers has to do some sim racing now. Probably they share more time. They spend more time in the simulator than on the on car. And now we can say honestly that there is a future. There is an incredible visibility. There is many things to do. And we don't have some obligation that we can have in the real world. In the virtual, there is more flexibility, there is more possibility to develop, to create something, and that's really the plan. So with Motorsport Games, I confirm that, as you know very well, this company is in charge to develop games, but also esports, which is an important department that we lead with Ben. And honestly, there is many works on the table, many things to do. This is really exciting.
Now, you're a busy man, so I won't hold you up too much longer. Just one final question. We've got 25 teams taking part in the VCO Esports Racing League, the likes of Team Redline, R8G and Veloce. Who are you looking at as being the victor of the day?
You know, competitors, this is like clients for all of us. I mean, so I will never fight with one of them, or I will never make all the other unhappy because I choose one. The only thing I have to say is, when we did the last Le Mans Virtual with Motorsport Games, and I see the same with the F1 Esports Championship with Gfinity, or with the VCO tournament, for example, the level of this different team is very impressive. You speak about Veloce, R8G, Redline, Red Bull, all this one, Rockets, all the top team participating to this different competition are very impressive. So I would say that my only wish is, I know the quality of the product you are managing this week with VCO. My just wish is that the best team can be the winner at the end, the best team for this tournament, and just to make sure that all the people have really fun, and this is what you provide for them, because this is very important to understand that this is, of course, an important market, an important business model, but we must guarantee the fun attitude for the gamers, for the team, for everybody, for the viewers, for the followers. And this is what you are doing very well. So let's say that the best will win. That's my hope for this weekend. And at the end, I'm sure that this is a community of top team, and they will have all of them a chance to win one day in the different championship and the esport event we are proposing. All the best for this one, the coming one.
Absolutely, couldn't agree with you more. Thanks, Gerard.
Thank you very much.
Great to hear from the man himself. Something we're doing, though, for the first time in this Esports Racing League is an international flair to our broadcast. For those who watched the VCO Pro Sim in 2020 and 2021, you'll know we did a multi-language feed, but we're doing that again. We've got a Hungarian feed because we've got some Hungarian drivers, but a Spanish and Portuguese feed as well. Let's learn a little bit about those who are on the commentary for those international broadcasts.
With that being said, we're going. Hey guys, I am Lorenzo Bonder. I am one of the Portuguese commentators for the Esports Racing League with Osiris Jr. We're going to be commentating the entire 2022 season. It's going to be great. I can't wait to commentate this championship. I've been looking at this for quite a while now, and it's going to be really interesting to watch at 3 p.m. Brazilian time. With that being said, we're going to round 2 at the Formula Pros on rFactor 2, and I think this is going to be a 3-way fight between rWG, Burst Esports, and maybe and Team Redline. Team Redline, I think they're on the reels of trying to catch back the loss. They had 2 Unicorns of Love on round number 1. They have the drivers to make up that effort on rFactor 2, in my opinion. But Burst has a really good background on rFactor 2, especially with the car. They have the drivers, they have the background experience in it. And rWG has their Yayovsky, which is an ace on the sim, has won rFactor Pro, if I'm not mistaken. So they have the drivers to go for that united front on Redline. So it should be a very interesting 3-way fight for this round number 2. Can't wait to see you on the track.
Hi everyone, my name is Guille Barrado.
I'm Javi Quilon.
And today we will be in charge of giving a Spanish accent to this Esports Racing League.
We are really happy of being here today and meeting our English mates and their audience.
They have asked today for give a prediction of today's round, and we would like to count on the victory from our friends from Team Forcilla and Arnash. But Javi, I think that the Unicorns of Love, the winners of the first race, are the favorite ones today.
Yes, but I will bet on a comeback from Team Red Lane for today.
Yes, so guys, good luck in the broadcast and see you on track. Bye.
Bye.
Always love having international streams to open it up to the mass audience that there is in sim racing. One of those many things that VCO does to sort of move us forward and combine us as one big esports world. We'll say though, the semi-finals are underway. Qualifying is under action, and let's just see it with Arjuna and Luke.
And then there were 6. Over 60 seconds left in qualifying. Redline back at the top now that the drama and the carnage of qualifying has calmed down just very slightly. Shinchik has backed up that performance though in the quarterfinals by going up into second. Siggy, Baldwin and Simoncic the top 5 here. 2 will advance. Luke, what do you think these teams have to do to work their way forward? You've been saying that it's all about now the individual performances being amplified. That's what we're seeing in qualifying.
Yeah, I think that is definitely going to be the case. First of all, I want to address something very serious that's happening right now in the chat. And I am very partial to a Merlot in the red wine chat. If anyone wants to send me a bottle, it's absolutely fine with me. But yeah, it's now about, again, it's of course a team event here. I know me and you had a little bit of a disagreement in terms of the whole individualistic part of this. But I feel like if you've got someone performing exceptionally well, because if your drivers have a really poor performance, the maximum points they can get is 18. And more than likely, they're not going to finish right down in the last position. I just feel like it's amplified more with a top performance from one of your drivers. And ultimately, you've got 3 drivers, so I guess it would be 17th position could be the potential worst spot that you finish. So yeah, if you can have one driver finishing in P1, it just makes your chances of getting through to that final massive. James Baldwin, I did mention this as well. Veloce, he's the one to watch out for from the team, right? He's the driver that everybody looks at and goes, he's one of the very best in the world. You know, he's also transitioned it beautifully well into the real world of motorsport as well. And he was not part of the 2 drivers scoring points in the quarterfinals to make it here. So Veloce have got to be a massive underdog coming to this, and they've not really shown their hand yet.
Do you remember he was involved in some of that chaos on lap number 1? Checkered flag is out for qualifying. Simoncic will stay in 3rd. A 10th of a second splits the top 3, with half a second splitting the top 10.
Whoa.
Kevin Siggy, Jeffrey Rietveld lock out the front row for Team Redline. Enzo Benito down in 10th, but it doesn't matter where that 3rd driver is. It's all about the top 2.
Yeah, look at this, RHG as well, 3rd and 5th position. They're looking so good. We've got Simoncic who just needs Michi Hoyer to grab a couple of positions, and you know, BS not quite there really. They kind of, you know, got through the pack considering the big incident to get to this stage of the championship. As Shinjik then, who absolutely showed his class in the World Cup, is now the quickest there. And yeah, he went out and won his first ever race, didn't he, for REG in the World Cup, and really announced himself within this team. And he is absolutely proving himself here once again. And like I said, if you're on a team and you're faster than Yuyovsky and rFactor 2, that means your team are going to do really well. But yeah, it really can Michi Hoyer grab and maybe an extra couple of positions here, and can he get in and amongst it with the Veloce drivers? But as it stands, Shinjik, right to death here, has taken pole position by 0.06 of a second.
And Lozenord, though, all the way down in 15th position. That's a huge margin. And if RAG, if Shinchik or Yuyovsky gets involved in any contact, does it open the door for Burst? Does it open the door for Veloce? There's the 18 cars that qualified. No time put forward from Kazuki Yumashima. But Tobias Pfeffer, as one might expect, the slowest of the Unicorns of Love trio. These are the teams that, regardless of if they make it through to the best of 3 final, will score the most points heading out of this. And consistency is key for Unicorns of Love. I mean, you mentioned it earlier, Luke. They didn't even get to the quarterfinals last time on rFactor 2. If they want to really be in a good position heading to the 2nd edition of this Esports Racing World Cup, performances like this will help them build to that.
Yeah, well, by reaching this stage of the competition, going into the iRacing leg of this championship, the maximum gap can be 4 points. So they're going to be maximum 4 points behind. Can they steal a couple of positions here, maybe get into the top 4, 3? I think the finals are a little bit beyond them on rFactor 2, but they are the team that have showed the most improvement. Again, it's a new format, it's a new competition. Teams are shuffling around, getting new drivers, and it's about adapting to the situation the best, and they are really investing in, you know, improving their team, and it's absolutely paying off dividends. You mentioned Lozenord only being down in P15. I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing, because, like you said, if there is a big incident in the top 10, your insurance policy is well out of that top 10, so they can get, you know, just almost come to a standstill, get through that pack cleanly, and again, that your insurance policy isn't necessarily involved in that big one if there is to be one.
Van Lozenoord has plenty of open wheel experience, was fighting all the way to the death in the Force Dynamics Dallara iRacing Grand Prix Championship when Peter Berryman eventually became an iRacing World Champion. Also competed in the Logitech G Challenge, which Luke Crane would have seen in plenty. Here's a look at your starting grid for the semi-finals. Chinchik on pole for the second time in 2 races. Jeffrey Rietveld, Kevin Siggy outside of row 1 and row 2, alongside with Jurne Simoncic, Jajovski and Baldwin, 5th and 6th. Baldwin leading the charge for all of the Veloce runners who start inside of the top 8. Michi Hoyer, Colin Spork, 9th and 10th. Enzo Benito and Jarl Tyen share row 6. Benito just missing out on a top 10. Not necessarily being off the pace compared to his rivals but and counterparts for Redline, but maybe just needs to now show why we rate him so highly. Royvis Khan, Van Lozenoord, Denez, 13th through 16th position, while on the final row of the grid, it will be Tobias Pfeffer and Kazuki Yumashima. Expectations then, Luke? I mean, as it stands, RAG and Redline looking like they're going to go battling once more. What are we expecting here?
Get your front 2 cars as high up the order as possible, retire the 3rd car. Simple as that. You don't want that 3rd car getting involved in any type of shenanigans if you've got 2 cars at the front, because the only way they can affect your performance is by getting a penalty, and penalty points will be added to the top 2 drivers overall. Here we go, it's semi-final time here, Arjuna. Super excited for this one.
Again, 15 minutes on the clock. And it looks like there's a car slightly out of position, I tell you. I'm not sure exactly what that means or how that's come to be. But the lights come up, the engines rev. Semi-final time here in the Dutch beachside resort of Circuit Zandvoort. And it's a great start from Chinchik once more. Benito gets a rocket of a launch, as did James Baldwin, who's inside as they work their way down in through turn 1, trying to get past Kevin Siggy, Jurne Simoncic, nothing doing there. Around the outside, Jajovski's going to come under pressure, launch inside by Marco Page. Nice clean start, all 18 cars survive, no chaos like we saw just about 25 minutes ago.
Oh, Simoncic has made a great move up to P3, but teammate Michi Hoyer has split the Veloce team as well. So Michi Hoyer could potentially put him and his teammate in a position to qualify as it stands. Again, Team Redline looking good, 2nd and 4th. And really, Hoyer needs to get ahead of Jajovski and potentially cause, well, I'll tell you what, I think Lozenoord actually, that might have just been involved in a bit of a collision there, as we're on board with Pfeffer a little bit further up. So yeah, again, trying to avoid a car coming on the circuit, I believe. Again, this is a bit further up. Oh no, there we go.
Tobias Pfeffer, missed the braking zone. I think might have run into the rear end. Was that Van Lozenoord? It was, because Van Lozenoord is dropping. Roivers and I believe Denez had an issue. Umashima's had an incident as well. So 3rd drivers across the board for Van Lozenoord, for RAG and for Burst out of the equation. It now comes down to Chinchik, Simoncic, as well as Jajovski and Hoyer. Battle down into turn 1 to ride on board with James Baldwin, who's sitting in 5th position. Page is just behind him as well. Veloce's not completely out of the equation as we take a look on board with the driver that's got some real-world GT3 experience. Look at him wrangle that car over the banked hairpin.
He has to make moves here. Right now, the RAG boys are in 1st and 6th. They do not have to, if they finish in those positions, that's 7 points. You've got 2nd and 4th then for Redline, so they'll be the 1st seed in the final with 6 points. And then you look at it here, it's Veloce, wouldn't it? They're on 12 points. And then you've got Burst, who are on 11. So actually Burst currently in a better position here than Veloce. So Veloce have to do something. They have to force some moves here in this race. Whereas really right now, RAG, the best, I think it's a blessing in disguise, Lozenoord being out of this race. He cannot get involved in any incidents. He cannot cause any potential penalty points. So Marcel Chinchik and Erhan Jajovski, all they can do is just concentrate on their position here. They know that wherever they finish, there's no contact, that is going to be their points and their golden to reach that final.
Agreed. I agree with you 100% as Chinchik punches in the fastest lap, but unlike what we saw in the quarterfinals where he was able to break out of DRS range, Jeffrey Rietveld this time's up in 2nd, and he's the one putting the pressure on. Half a second back as they work their way through the banked hairpin. So many different lines that can be run there. Great little change that was made to accommodate a modern Formula 1 car. Look at that camera angle though. We can't even see his face. That's a 4 out of 10.
Yeah, 100%. I tell you one thing, if I'm Benito, I might be thinking about pulling over myself here and not getting involved, because he has got battles right in front of him, he's got battles in behind him, he just doesn't want to get involved in anything at this stage. Of course, you're going to need all of 3 drivers really for the final, but yeah, if you've got 2 drivers currently in P2 and P4, you don't want them anywhere near you. You don't want to be anywhere near anyone else here, because the only thing you can do is, again, cause an incident, potentially by getting involved in other people's messes. So yeah, right now, Benito being in that P10, it's probably not the best position to be in as it stands. As also, he's got 2 drivers behind him, in Tayan and Khan, and they have to make moves here. They have to move up towards that top 5, otherwise they are out. But also, if they don't reach the top 2, they're also trying to push for as many positions as possible for the points, of course, because, you know, Seagull, 6th up to 3rd position, their day is done, but they're going to earn points for their championship.
Great view.
Oh, what a beautiful view that is.
Yep, great view on board with Benito, and great view of Benito himself as well. I know Luke is now man-crushing hard, but look at the steering around here. One thing that sometimes you see in a Formula car is that you be smooth, right? I'm not getting that sense from this car. You're seeing them manhandling it just a little bit more, and I like that. I like a little bit more physicality in the car when you have to respond to oversteer and whatnot. Something we're seeing from Formula 1 this year as well, Luke, where the cars are more difficult to drive. It's changing up the running order, and it makes it a lot more interesting. Oh, that's RAG! Yovski's off the road! Now, who did he tangle with? Is there penalty points to be thinking about here? RAG are now out of the equation. It's Burst Esports that works their way through. Looks like Page maybe got involved there.
Yeah, Burst Esports are now the next in line here, and it really does now mean that Isaac Gillison and Baldwin have to make moves here. They have to force something, and realistically, with Kevin Siggy being ahead of Baldwin right now, if Baldwin could get close enough, Siggy cannot take chances by defending too heavily, as we've got Noah Ruvers then for the Unicorns of Love. He's facing the wrong way as well. So Simoncic then currently in P3, and I'm not sure whether they will know. I guess they will have someone in their ear here telling them that they're golden as it stands with 10 minutes remaining. And it's just now, do not get involved in anything too silly, because we will see Burst versus Redline. We were maybe looking at an RAG versus Veloce versus Redline once again, but it's not. We're going to see, as it stands, a new team making it to one of our finals.
And now this is, you were saying that maybe it's good that Van Lozenoord wasn't out on track. Now maybe it's not a blessing, it's a curse. Let's take a look at the VCO replay. Coming down into one of the first right-hand corners. So this is in towards turn 8. And that's a send from Page, but he is inside. He's managed to get alongside into the braking zone. Yayovski tries to close the door. Oh, I don't think I put the blame on Page there at the first glance.
I would say that is a racing incident more than anything. Yayovski's got to lean on his experience there. He sees the cars being sent up the inside. It's naturally going to happen. I think Page has ended up facing the wrong way as well. We've got a BS car with his front wing falling off as well, which is never ideal. But yeah, for me, that's more of a racing incident. Oh dear. Absolutely cleaned out then wow, that was what happened to Noah Ruvers then. And he comes back on and he takes his own teammate out. Oh, this is just a comedy of errors, but no one's laughing.
It was Ibrahim Khan in that 87. With no front wing, you're always going to understeer. He tried to carry too much speed. Noah Ruvers is the one paying the price. Page, I think, he had the overlap. He was also going to run wide, so it's two ways of looking at it. I can see both sides of it. I can see Page, arguing he could have been given a bit more room. I could see that Yayovski's argument of he was alongside, but he wasn't going to make the corner without a helping hand from me either the contact or slowing down considerably. But the end result, ultimately, it doesn't matter how race control views that one, because it's Burst Esports that will pick up the pieces.
Yeah, 100%, and they are looking really, really good. And my only question is, are they a strong enough 3 in a final against Redline? I'm not sure Umashima's shown us anything to really suggest that he could hang with the rest of the pack. But Seagull, he has a perfect opportunity to showcase that I'm wrong. So it looks like it's going to be Burst versus Redline, which is great for this competition because, of course, naturally you're more than likely going to see the same teams qualify over and over again that are that outstanding. But Burst have been in and amongst it there or thereabouts, and finally I feel like we're going to see them in a final. And as we know, 3 versus 3, one team versus another team brings the absolute best of everybody. And with that reverse grid format for a second race, it really does make for a very interesting final. But Veloce is still in here, aren't they, with an opportunity. Baldwin has to make some overtakes here. If there is a driver that can make overtakes, it is Baldwin, albeit he is actually now 3.4 seconds behind Siggy, so almost impossible for him. You can see Siggy wants to try and make it up onto the podium. Remember, we've got the most valuable driver as well, so whoever gets the most podiums across the whole competition is going to earn their own bit of cash, so he wants to try and get that as well.
let's give a bit of credit to Kazuki Umeshima. Now, yes, not much experience on rFactor 2, but a very experienced World Championship caliber driver on iRacing, competed in 5 seasons of the iRacing World Championship Grand Prix Series, a couple of podiums to his name, best finish of 7th in the championship. I was back in 2017. Then competed in the VRS GT iRacing World Championship for Burst Esports, along with Marion Pedersen and Bonduel, and then once the Open Wheel World Championship was gone, the Porsche Esports Super Cup took its place. He did compete in that first season, actually managed to get on the podium a couple of times as well, although missed out on unlocking a championship license in for the next year and hasn't tried to qualify since then. But he's not necessarily as experienced as Michi Hoya, Jurne Simoncic on this platform, and that's going to be the thing where maybe he has to play the Leon Otoki role that we saw in Assetto Corsa Competizione in the Esports Racing World Cup, Luke, because again, Race 1 of the finals will qualify for. Race 2 is a full invert, so that changes the game.
Yeah, you're 100% right there. Again, you don't get here by accident. I'm by no means saying that he's rubbish, but he just hasn't shown us anything on this sim specifically compared to... So let's just go through who we feel like is going to be in the final. Rietveld, Siggy, Benito, all multiple podiums during the World Cup and during the competition last time out in ACC, on rFactor 2 now as well. Then you've got Michi Hoya and Simoncic, both have had a podium today. Umeshima, we haven't really seen racking it with the top 10, even at this stage. So again, he's got that opportunity in the final, hasn't he, to completely change my mind. He's got all of that experience on a different sim being iRacing. rFactor 2 is a completely different kettle of fish, as we know, as are most sims compared to each other. But in a 3v3, anything's possible. You've got less chance of being mixed up and stuff. It's very clear that he's been mixed up in something. He's 2 laps down and his car is basically driving sideways at this stage. So in a bit of a cleaner environment in a final, because of all of that experience, the big race wins he's had, maybe he is the joker in the pack. Maybe he is the ace up the sleeves of Burst Esports. Who knows?
And one thing that's changed after round 1 of the Spring Cup that I know you are a big fan of, Luke, is the first tiebreaker, if we're tied on points, is not the driver's the team's best finishing position, but the amount of penalty points that they've got. That really changes how things look when we reflect on these finals that we've seen.
Yeah, 100%, and that is, again, Seagull, that's how it should be, in my opinion. Like, the negativity you get from a penalty point should really have more of an effect than just added to your time. So if it does come down to, it has to be a tiebreaker. I'll tell you what, there's a bit of a fake there made by Baldwin. Then he went back out wide again, and then he tried to go up the inside for a 3rd time, and it just did not quite work out there. It wasn't Baldwin, was it actually? It's Isaac Gillison.
Yeah.
Isaac Gillison, not really known for his aggression, if I'm honest. I'll tell you what, though, that is an aggressive move here on home soil. There's contact between 2 of them, and Michi Hoya was definitely not at fault there. Gillison had to make the move if he wanted to get Veloce through to the final here. It's not quite going to work out, and that now just really reinstates the whole Redline versus Burst Esports there. He tried for it, he had to go for it, didn't work out.
I don't even think that move would have been enough for Veloce to have gone through, because it would have been 13 points then for Burst Esports, and it would have been... No, wait, am I doing the math wrong right now? No, it would have been 11 for Veloce. They would have gone through.
No, because Redline have got 6, and then we've got Burst.
No, because it's 9. It would have been Redline versus either Burst or Veloce. That's
yes.
We were talking.
Wow.
That was a critical error for Gillison. He had 3.5 odd minutes to make it happen, and there might have been contact, but I think that car was always going to lose itself.
Yeah, 100%. Again, Gillison, he's just not known for those kind of moves where he's under pressure to get something done. He's someone who's a bit more of an architect. He will set something up over multiple corners. Very smooth driver. And yeah, again, you just saw him out of his comfort zone, went for a dive up the inside, and ultimately, there you have it. It just didn't quite work out. But at this stage of the competition, if you're not going for it right now, what's the point?
Hands up, again, never trust the commentator's math. 3 plus 7 doesn't equal 13, it equals 10.
Yeah,
it would have required Michi Hoya being bumped down behind Benito and Tyan for Veloce to have made it through. So maybe that's why the desperation came. It was more just for bragging rights and to try and put Hoya in a position where he would have gone backwards. Lewis McLeod has already given me plenty of stick for my mental maths, but he was the one that was butchering it before.
Yeah, Isaac Price, the most famous leather jacket wearing sim racer, in the chat giving it all the lemon. Good to see you here, Isaac. Hopefully all is well with you. But yeah, across the line we will go here. Kevin Siggy looking pretty good in 4th position. Doesn't need to really put the pressure on Simoncic, but they know that it's going to be, as it stands, Burst versus them in the final. Is there a question to be asked here, Arjuna? Do you try and potentially make an overtake here just to let them know that when it comes to the final, I've already got your number here?
Well, I don't even think it's about that. I think it's more now trying to understand where these guys have found speed, right? Like, what lines are they taking? Where are they going to be a little bit slow out of the corner, where you can then maybe set up and move into the next one? Where are they struggling to even get onto the brakes? Maybe they're braking a bit early and compromising their speed into the corner. Where can you try a dive bomb? This is where I like to use this phrase a lot. It's data downloading. It's understanding what to do. You run it through your mental algorithms, and then when you get to the final, when everyone else has left it to just 2 teams out on track, you figure out who is going to be the one that can come out on top. Last lap about to get started. Kevin Siggy closing on Simoncic. We haven't seen too many passes, though, at the front of these fields, and that has me intrigued as to what's going to happen in this final loop, because DRS might be a big factor for the leader to come under pressure.
100%. I'll tell you one thing, though, you've realised I'm one of your friends, haven't you? Because I knew you were talking absolute horse about the maths, and I just went with it. I was like, do you know what? I'll make him feel good about himself here, and I'll just go along with it. It's fine.
Appreciate it.
It is what it is, but then you caught yourself out, which is fair play to you for admitting to it. In the final, mate, we've already heard Siggy in an interview today. If there's a chance to be taken, you know, there's no final race tomorrow, right? And the difference between points is what? 1? And the big money changes aren't really now, are they? You're going to earn money for P1 and P2. It's when you get to the, to the Masters where there's a big difference between P1 and P2. So, yeah, in the final, we are going to see absolutely anything and everything. It's going to be incredible scenes. But I think the good thing here is that, we may have Rietveld and Siggy doing very, very well, but they are actually split by a Burst Esports driver with Simoncic, and Michi Hoyer's ahead of Benito. So, yeah, Umeshima turns up a little bit, turns that heat up, uses that experience from iRacing. This could go anywhere, that's for sure. It could go any way, and we see from all of our finals, it tends to be very, very close regardless of who's in the final.
$2,800 on the line for each of these regular season events. $10,000 for the Masters, though. Marcel Chinchik wins 2 races in a row. It's not going to matter. RAG will say goodbye here. They will not back up their performance on rFactor 2 in the Esports Racing World Cup. Here today in the Spring Cup of the Esports Racing League, we are heading to a best-of-3 showdown where Team Redline will be pitted against Burst Esports, who have made it through to the final for the first time in tournament history. Drama, drama, drama once more. But what did you expect from this format, from this competition? This is why we love it so much.
Yeah, the only common denominator really is Team Redline, isn't it? They've only not made it to 1 final now, as it stands. Again, proving to be, the team to beat. They are the benchmark. We know that. Their name is long-standing as the team to beat. So they are going to be in the final. Can Burst provide a surprise? I guess it would be a surprise. Absolutely. Anybody can win these finals. Will they be able to do it within 2 races? I'm not sure they will. So I think we're going to see another 3-race final. But there are your final positions.
Burst Esports 1 place better from the Esports Racing World Cup. They finished 3rd on rFactor 2, but now they're through to the final. Let's see if they can spoil the party for Team Redline. 4 finals in a row for them. Drama again. This is what we love. This is why we love having you along for the ride as well, as I believe that's Chinchik celebrating by sliding off into the grass. Let's bring back in Lewis McLeod. Let's recap what we saw there. And Lewis, it's so crazy how things change at the drop of a pin like that. 1 minute, RAG's looking good. The next, not so good.
Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna be open. I don't necessarily agree. We only saw it from one angle. I think that was on Pajic. I think he drove it in a little bit too deep, was brushing off of the apex, and wasn't really alongside of front wings. Not a full-on overlap. Although, I've always been known.
Are you gonna mic corner us here?
No. I just kind of think that one was more so on Pajic than it was on Yuyovsky. I don't think it's a racing incident. I think there was cause for Erhan Yuyovsky to be pretty irritated by that, especially considering it's cost them a position in the final. But that's the hard racing that we see in the Esports Racing League. Sure, penalties might be dished out and it might move RHG up a couple of positions in the standings, which could be critical, but that's just how it goes sometimes.
Yep, that's the luck of the draw. That's what racing is all about, whether it is real or virtual. Luke, I mean, let's talk now about Redline, let's talk about your main man, Enzo Benito, who's going to now be part of another final here. Really, they are the ones to beat. Yes, Burst have looked pretty good today, but Redline have been dominant, not just here with some of their pace, but across the consistency they've shown so far.
Yeah, he's their kicker, isn't he? Is old Enzo. On iRacing, probably the quickest in the team, to be honest. Like, he goes out there and dominates what we saw from the V8s previously. But in rFactor 2, we saw this in the World Cup where we were talking about Enzo. Well, I say we. I was mentioning Enzo just not quite being at the races. And then you put him in a final where there's money on the line and it already counts. And we saw 2 weeks ago on ACC, he went out and won one of the races. That's his least preferred sim out of all three. On rFactor 2 in the World Cup, went out and won a race in a final. Like, this guy is scary competitive, and yeah, a little bit of adversity, it really does bring him at his best. And I think the reverse grid, of course, does favour him as well if he doesn't quite get the best of starts in race number 1. But if he is out in front, he is so difficult to beat, and that is a very hard trait. There's not very many people that are, as soon as they get in the lead, they're just gone. It's very difficult to be able to stick with them, especially with these cars, but he is one of those drivers that absolutely can do that. So is Kevin Siggy as well. Rietveld always brings the best when it comes to the final. Do Burst Esports have that kind of ability to get out into the front of a race and control it and dominate it? I'm not sure they do. Can they make it really, really mixy in this final, like Redline did to UOL last time out, and it didn't quite work out for them on ACC? Oh, they absolutely can. This is going to go anyway, obviously. We know it's going to be close. Redline will be favourites, but Burst Esports, they have absolutely got a huge chance of winning this.
So I'm not going to ask you for a prediction of the winner. I'm going to ask you guys both if we're going to go to a best of the third and final of our best of 3 races, like we have every single time so far in this format. Lewis, I'll start with you.
I don't know. I mean, my heart says yes, that we will. But I do have kind of issues with this battle. I think Redline are very, very cutthroat, and I think they will take advantage of Burst in that sort of scenario. I don't know. I don't know.
So we're hearing there's maybe some drama, which is why I'm not looking at the camera and I'm trying to figure out what's going on. We won't confirm what the change is just yet. Sorry to cut you off there, Lewis. Go again. This is a big change that's in the offing. We'll just wait and see if it holds.
No,
Lazy versus TX3 in the final. What?
No, Rocket.
It's Lewis McLeod versus Luke.
Rocket
Luke
versus BS competition. We're just going to get all the. I'm going to keep calling Ibrahim Khan a traitor.
Florian's driving.
I will say I have seen Florian race of driving around in sim racing once. It was all right. The car that I was in. That we weren't driving Arjuna at the time. It was Dan Kell. We'll throw him under the bus. Did take him out, but it's fine.
Just a little bit. I blame Lewis. He's the one that put it together.
I also wasn't in the car at the time, though, so it was Dan Kell. I was awake, though. I didn't use all of our fast repairs. That was someone else, Arjuna.
Can't see me. Hide my face in shame. Okay, while we wait for this to be figured out, best of 3. Do we see all 3 races, Luke?
Yeah. I think so. It doesn't matter who's going to be in the final. I just think the reverse grid just gives such an advantage to the team that doesn't perform too well in the race number 1. And ultimately, we haven't ever seen it just go to 2 races. So you just got to go with the numbers, right? So, yeah, 100% strike rate so far. Why would we go against that today? Who knows? But you're right, Lewis, in what you're saying. Team Redline have got the most experience now in these finals. Have they sort of figured out more of a meta, I keep using this word meta, of how to get the job done in the finals? Again, I think they're the team that have had a third driver make a mistake and dropped out every so often. So yeah, it's going to be interesting here. Ooh. And wow, there we go, Arjuna. No, it is changed.
No, it hasn't changed. There's been a mix-up from our graphics team. I've just been following the chat. It's a mix-up. It's not Redline versus RAG. Do not worry. It is still Redline versus Burst. From what we understand, Race Control is giving out penalty points, which shouldn't affect Redline versus Burst. It might affect the rundown of the order behind them, where Veloce, RAG, BS Competition, Unicorns of Love might affect them as it stands. I can tell you, BS Competition have 6 penalty points, I would assume, for what happened with Ibrahim Khan and, running into Noah Roivers. I think Noah Roivers, though, got the worst end of that one, Lewis. Unsafe rejoin, 9 penalty points.
Which, I'm going to say it, love the team, but that is a solid 100%. Yeah, that was going to happen. I mean, you said it best on the broadcast, Luke. It was just a calamitous affair.
Connery's he's probably got his little stick out.
Do you think he'd be a good old man to just telling people to, rather than get off my lawn, it's rejoin properly,
Oh, no, he's got the sixth sense about it. Every time there's a read, doesn't have to be on broadcast. He gets his eye twinkle. You'll see him in chat. He will show up. We're just waiting now for the drivers to show up. It is confirmed. It is Redline versus Burst. Sorry for the scare there. A little bit of an issue with us just trying to get our I's dotted and our T's crossed. Again, it's going to be about now what can Kazuki Umeshima do to try and back up the performance of Jurne Simoncic and Michi Hoyer. I mean, you're a lot more familiar with rFactor 2, Lewis.
Yeah.
Is there any? Well, let me ask the question quickly, which is there any chance for both for both Simoncic and Hoyer to be able to pass the Redline guys in an inverted race? Let's say Redline takes race 1. What's the chances of actually getting through?
Look, I mean, Simoncic and Hoyer are both fantastic. I do think that Umeshima's doing his very best. I just don't think he has the pace to really level it with any of the Redline. It really does come down to Simoncic and Hoyer. Simoncic, though, look at their records. Simoncic is a 3-time Formula Sim Racing World Champion, also the rFactor 2 GT Pro Champion from the previous season. Michi Hoyer is the GT Challenge Champion from the very first season they ran a couple of years ago, and also has competed at the highest level. And the two of them together finished in 3rd place in the rFactor 2 Formula Pro Championship. Their record is very, very good. Kevin Siggy, on his rFactor 2 resume, obviously has been a 2-time runner-up in the rFactor 2 GT Pro Championship, as well as being runner-up in the Teams Championship in Formula Pro. And same with Jeffrey Rietveld. He was right up there in the driver's point of view, teammates with Kevin Siggy. What I'm saying is those 4 have an incredible record on rFactor 2. Enzo Benito, we know, is about as a good 3rd, big air quotes on that one, a 3rd driver as you can get. Unfortunately, I think Burst just need to find a little bit of speed here from those two. I just don't see them really properly racing past them, but I have seen crazier things in my time, so who knows?
Let me throw something out there to you both, okay? So Burst have been on the sidelines and they've watched the finals previously.
Yeah.
They throw away Umeshima's qualifying in race number 1 to get one of their boys at the top by dragging them along, right? We've seen it in the real world with Mercedes, we see it with Red Bull. The best teams, they tend to, use their drivers to their maximum for one of their drivers, right? Then he comfortably finishes in 6th position and he starts pole guaranteed for race number 2, and he does a job like we saw with Unicorns of Love at Bathurst in our first event at ACC. Are Burst going to find a meta in a final? Are they going to be utilizing all 3 drivers to the maximum, whereas they're not just all trying to go as fast as they possibly can? With Redline, I think what goes against them is that all 3 drivers are so evenly matched, not one of them's going to want to play that role. Whereas I think if they have someone strong enough in their management or within the team and go, we need to do this to win this, I think that might be a defining factor, and that could give them an edge moving into a final.
Well, so their team manager is on the rFactor 2 platform.
Cameron Roger.
No.
Oh,
Michi
is it?
Hoyer.
Okay.
Michi Hoyer. He's the one calling the shots, so he'll be like, no, actually. So who knows?
I think we're going to see this though, right? Sorry, Arjuna, but we've been saying that what we witness right now, what we view right now with this competition, in its early stages, in 2-3 years' time, is going to be completely different to how teams are going to be getting their maximum performance from all 3 drivers. Like, they are going to be trying to find loopholes, not necessarily, not cheating, but they're going to be using the rules or bending rules, just like in real world motorsport. Look at the shenanigans every single race driver in the history of motorsport's done. Like, it will happen. Are we going to see Burst do that? I think that's probably the only way they can go out there and beat Redline, is by putting on the perfect team performance with not bending the rules, but just using that 3rd driver to sort of throw his performance of race 1 away.
I don't want to burst your bubble, but at least when it comes to Luke, Benito wasn't quite on the qualifying pace as either Siggy or Rietveld in the quarters of the semi, so maybe they might think about sacrificing him, but again, I agree that at least when it comes to race pace, they all seem to be relatively easily matched. We're just getting ready for qualifying, by the way. Reminder as well, most valuable driver. We're going to reward the driver that ends the Spring Cup with the most podiums across of the platforms. It was Tobias Pfeffer and Tobias Gronewold who came in with 4 podiums apiece, tied with Kevin Siggy, who's already got 2 here on rFactor 2, which means he now leads those standings. Only a couple of drivers have actually managed to get podiums on both days so far. Guess what? They're all Redline drivers, Lewis.
Yeah, I mean, I did bring up that stat, of course, about from the ERWC. Obviously, Alex Smolia, the only driver to have podiumed across all 3 platforms. See if someone can do that in ERL. I think it's very, very possible for the likes of Enzo Benito. But, you know, to be fair, if you want to win that most valuable driver competition, it's kind of something that we haven't really spoken about too much, but you need to get to a final because it's.
I was going to mention exactly the same thing next. Unbelievable.
It's the easiest place to get podiums because there's only 6 of you, and you get essentially how it's been. It's 100% guaranteed. We'll see it in this one. 3 races as well to try your luck.
I thought you were going to add to that one there, Luke.
Yeah, no, you nailed it. That's literally the point I was about to make
Yes,
about the MVD. But yeah, it's right. You've got a 50% chance to get the podium in these races. And you've got 3 attempts where there's nobody else out of the other 23 teams, is it, that are not in this final. So yeah, massive opportunity. If you make a final, you're more than likely going to be in and amongst the conversation for MVD. Look at Baldwin. Baldwin was in and amongst it in the World Cup, wasn't he? Not anywhere near it today, unfortunately. It's just the way the cookie crumbles. If you don't make the final, and if you're only going to be performing on maybe 2 platforms as well, it becomes very, very difficult.
Reminder as well to follow along on social media, VCO Esports, where you will help us decide where we race 2 weeks from now when we head back over to iRacing with the V8 supercars. We've got some rather interesting tracks that we could go to. Let us know what you want, and 24 hours before race day, you'll be able to put your vote in and give these drivers maybe a little bit of a headache heading into the final Daytona's up for there. Maybe Le Mans. Maybe we can go to Le Mans as well. If we want draft.
My goodness.
The race lasts 24. No. Lots of minutes. That one, yeah.
We could do. Well, I'm just thinking now where the supercar is raced in reality. We could do the Circuit of the Americas. Yeah, we could do the best racetrack on the planet. We could go to the Nordschleife, but we could go
race there.
We could go to the Circuit of the Americas. We could go to the layout that V8 supercars actually ran, which shortens the lap quite significantly. Would be an interesting one because you'd very much be side by side. I think the entire lap.
Code is an abomination. So
whoa, it's a parking lot. I agree, but it's not an abomination.
It's horrendous. Like if it's grade 1 facility, one of like what 11 tracks in the world is grade 1 or 7, one of the 2. But the actual racetrack itself, no thank you. It's horrible to race around and it's not great to watch. So I apologise, but it's horrible. And also Sugo's the best track in the world and it isn't on iRacing, so can't use that one.
Barber Motorsports Park. I'm just going to throw things out here now.
Oh my god. Bar Motorsports Park. I love the track. I don't think it'd be the greatest racing though in the V8 Supercars. It would be a great track to throw it around though.
Daytona Oval. There we go. Perfect.
Yeah, boom. Any oval.
Well,
why not?
It's fun. It's funny you bring that up because, at least with this generation supercar, initially when they were launched on iRacing, you couldn't go and do super speedway racing, but when V8 supercars wanted to come and do their E-Series, they added in a gear stack specifically for them to be able to do that. And guess what? They ended up not racing there.
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah, but they did
Charlotte,
mate.
I tell you what, they did Charlotte, yes. They didn't do the full super speeder though. Tell you what, we're waiting here and we're waiting for qualifying. We're going to step away for a couple of minutes to let race control get things underway. When we're back, best of 3 final. It's Redline through to their 4th straight final in this format, in this tournament. They'll be fighting against Burst Esport, who have made it to the finals for the very first time. You're watching VCO Esports and the Esports Racing League, Day 2 of the Spring Cup. It is time for the finals. Best of 3. Team Redline versus Burst Esports. And let's not dawdle any longer. Let's go back to Zandvoort, where Lewis and Luke will take you through the action. Qualifying is underway. Let's see what we have in store for us here on rFactor 2.
Well, it's time for the finals then at the beach, and who is going to come out on top? 4th consecutive final for Team Redline. They've won 2 of them. They are aiming for their 3rd. Luke, this is going to be absolutely mad, surely.
Yeah, 100%. You know, it's Team Redline is to lose, really, if you're going to go on their performances so far. But Burst Esports, they've come here. They're going to come here to conquer. They've not come into this final to lose it, that's for sure. So yeah, it's about how mixy they can make it. I think outright pace, you've absolutely got to say that Redline are the favourites, but if Burst can just mix it up a little bit and play to the advantage, use Umashima, I think he could be the absolute key to this. If they can get him where he's helping one of their drivers get up towards pole position, and then potentially he can lead from the front in the second race by finishing 6th in the first race, that is the chance that Burst have to take. But as it stands right now, Rietveld and Benito are indeed the top 2, with Hoyer in 3rd. But we've seen the times go real quick near the end, right? Of course, it take a bit of time to get the heat into the tyres and maximise it here at Zandvoort. But 3 versus 3, Lewis, again, this is the exciting time. As much as we love to see loads of cars on track, these races are always incredible.
Well, you were 100% right. So Seagull, throw back to the first ever time we went racing in the ERWC, when, of course, Leon Otoki was the 3rd driver for Unicorns of Love. And in that second race, played his part massively. And realistically speaking, they should have won there and then. And we shouldn't have needed 3 races. But thankfully, the final corner happened. And to be fair, we were dealt our fair share of excitement. In this one, I agree. I think Umashima has his part to play. It's just about what Burst do through the race. I mean, if they're in position where they know they're going to lose the first one, do they then just go, right, Hoyer, Simoncic, drop to the back as well? We'll have you finish 4th, 5th and 6th, and we'll play this game tactically backwards.
Yeah, wow. It's a hard call to make, isn't it? Because all it takes is you to drop to the back and then one of the Redline drivers makes a mistake and then you're just thinking, oh, God, what could have been? So, yeah, it becomes very, very difficult in that regard. By the looks of things, no one's near Umashima here, so Umashima is just going to go out there and do his lap times as you would expect. It is a 1-2 again for Redline. Michi Hoyer, if he can just split the Redline drivers, maybe be a little bit aggressive into turn number 1. Again, it's an open entry into turn number 1. The pinch point is not as big as a normal turn 1s at circuits. On the exit of the corner, of course, it will do because of the camber of the corner. But ultimately, can someone take that chance? But it doesn't matter right now because look at that. Kevin Siggy up into 2nd spot. It is a 1-2-3 for Redline. We've seen this before, and it's not worked out in terms of the race being, well, the final being done in 2 races. So we still know that things can happen. Like Simoncic has actually gone up there and put himself into 3rd position. But really, again, I keep coming back to this. How mixy can Burst make it? Do not make it easy here for Redline. But there's no other outside influences here. It is literally 3 versus 3, and anything can happen.
Burst, not the most aggressive team. They are typically used to playing the long game. Like if you watch them, they normally race in endurance racing or in full distance Grand Prix style, where you don't just go out on the attack for 15 minutes, for 10 minutes, and then see who comes out on top. They're not necessarily used to that style of racing. So that's where things get very interesting with them, is that do they have something where it's like, actually, I have another level of sort of aggression of pushing that I can reach to then really take it? Because if there is a team that you need it to fight, they need it against this. Because Redline, like I said, they've done 4 finals now. They know what they're doing in this. And even on their unfavoured Sim ACC last time out, they competed, and they competed very well. They nearly won the whole thing.
Yeah, 100%. And you look at the 3 drivers for Redline as well. It's not a case of they've got one driver that's not made a final with them before, because obviously there's 5 drivers per team across 3 sims. All of these drivers also have that experience. There's not one they can really isolate either. So, yeah, Burst are well up against it, but they've made it to the final. Like, they are absolutely going to give it everything here. The difference between 1st and 2nd is 1 point. And I'm going to throw it back now to what Kevin Siggy said earlier on. He says, we got some penalty points last time out in ACC because we were taking chances. When the door opened up, we had to take chances because obviously they were the stronger team. And Team Redline nearly beat them. Yeah. Can Burst take a leaf out of Team Redline's book and do exactly the same here? Yes, they could potentially cause some incidents and grab some extra penalty points, but I think they have to.
Do you think that, and this is kind of my thinking, but when we went racing in the ERWC Day 3 on iRacing, do you think that Apex were really properly on the back foot against Redline?
Well, going into the final, 100%, it looked like Redline were going to absolutely dismantle anyone that came towards them. But Apex, we know, are probably the epitome of a team, right?
Yeah.
As a group, we see it in the PESC series, we see it in the special events on iRacing. Apex, if there's a result to go out there and get when they can use multiple drivers, they absolutely go out and get that result. So again, it's another team that Burst have got to look at. And again, Burst have got the opportunity where they've been able to watch every single final from our point of view, and they can see where they can maybe gain something that other teams can't. As Mitchie Hoyer is about to cross the line here. P5 currently, can he find something special here? He can. So Benito pushed down into 5th position, but it is still a 1-2 for Redline. We then got Simoncic and Hoyer in 3rd and 4th. But all it's going to take here is one of those burst drivers to indeed pop themselves in and amongst the Redline and just, again, make it really mixy.
Seagull. Nice one. Well, Enzo Benito across the line, 5th place. Kevin Siggy did improve a 108.685 to move his way onto pole position there, just ahead of Jeffrey Rietveld. Jene Simoncic and Michi Hoyer behind will lock out row number 2, and Enzo Benito and Kazuki Umeshima start from the final row of the grid. And like you say, the 3rd driver, they're going to play their part in this as we see yet another Seagull. The reason why I was bringing up the Apex thing is because they were completely on the back foot, and yet they still took it to 3 races and they still competed, because this style of racing is something else. We've not seen the level of domination. I think if we're going to see one go to just 2 races, maybe this is really the one, considering Redline speed. But honestly, Seagull, Burst are just a team that I could never count out.
Yeah, and did they expect to get to this stage of the competition? Have they got anything to lose? Absolutely not. I don't think anyone expected them to reach this stage of the competition. We've seen flashes of brilliance. Yes, it happened to be on rFactor 2 in our previous competition, the World Cup, the season 1 of the World Cup. But it was just never good enough to be able to compete with the likes of Veloce, the likes of RHG, and of course Redline, who went out and won it. Have they stepped up? They absolutely have. Have they got 3 drivers capable of, as we see another Seagull, have they got 3 drivers capable of mixing it with the 3 Redline drivers? Probably not. Do they have 2? Absolutely yes.
Same as always, it is all about the top 2 drivers from each team scoring, and it is the best of 3 races. It is Redline 1 and 2, Burst 3 and 4, Redline 5, Burst 6. Who is going to come out on top? This one is honestly not going to be easy to tell, and you can see that no one has joined the grid just yet. They are waiting for the right time. They're going to leave it as late as possible, almost playing mind games.
Yep, Seagull. It's going to be close. It really is going to be close here. A front row lockout, but with DRS being a factor in these cars as well, again, it's not the most well-known circuit for overtaking, but this is not real-world motorsport. This is sim racing. In sim racing, there are more chances taken. There's no chance of getting injured. Of course, if you've got a direct drive wheel, you can end up ripping your arms off. But there's less chance of being injured, so chances will be taken. It's a final, as we see yet another Seagull come across the track here, and I'm starting to think that actually the favourite should be the Seagulls.
Definitely, they're doing lots of laps of this circuit, Zandvoort. We are starting to head to the grid now. The timer is ticking down and we are about to get underway. Like you say, it's all about the team rivalry, the battle between Redline and Burst, but how well do they work as a team? Jene Simoncic and Michi Hoyer, they have been teammates for 4 or 5 years now. When they started at ACR Zach Speed, moved over to Burst, remained that partnership, and they are strong for it. Kevin Siggy and Jeffrey Rietveld are on the front row for Redline with Jene Simoncic and Michi Hoyer behind. We're underway for the VCO Esports Racing League final here at Zandvoort. Oh, it's a little bit of a poor start there from Jeffrey Rietveld, and Jene Simoncic is going around the outside. Kazuki Umashima's had a poor start in the background as he drops off the field. Just going side by side, it's Rietveld leading Siggy, Simoncic, and then Hoyer behind. Enzo Benito's just not been able to do anything as we ride on board with the Italian.
I'll tell you what, I want to see a replay of that race start, because Rietveld just provided, for me, and it was so simply done, the move of the day so far. So hopefully we get a replay of the race start there, and I will explain exactly what he did to keep that 1-2 for him and Siggy. But as it stands then, the Burst Esports have not been able to split those front two. Team Redline have got the ball in their court. 1-2 for them, and again, they've got that third driver currently in 5th position in Enzo Benito, but Umashima in 6th spot. Remember, it's a reverse grid for race number 2, so Umashima would start on pole position, but if he gets a start like he did just there, it's not really going to matter too much here. Rietveld and Siggy, P1 and P2.
It's kind of why I kind of feel that if they can feel that, if they can time it right, if they understand that this race is really getting away from them, Burst might try and make it Seagull and a Burst lockout on the front row, because I think Kazuki Umashima would need the assistance on that start to allow the other driver that would be on the front row at that point to try and get off into the distance. Impossible to tell from this very early stage in this race, but right now Redline are right in control at Circuit Zandvoort, all the way up the banking there from Jerne Simoncic. Obviously, this is a hard circuit to go racing. The dirty air that's being thrown off of the car ahead, it's forcing it to be quite difficult to follow. But we do get those slipstreams, we do get the DRS, and we will potentially see moves down into Tarzan.
Yeah, we will. I'm so impressed with what Rietveld did there. Here we go. I think we're going to get the replay of the start. Yes, we do. So Rietveld on the inside line there, and he gets an absolute flyer of a start. We see the red lights going off here. And off we go then, down in towards turn number 1. As you can see there's Siggy to the left-hand side of your screen. But look at the second phase here by Rietveld. And actually, it was Siggy. It was Siggy that made this move here. So as we go through the entry of turn number 1, Siggy just lets off ever so slightly here and lets Rietveld go up the inside to force it them being in a 1-2. So there, Siggy could have fought with his teammate and he could have made something happen and gone into the lead himself, but ultimately he was thinking about the team there, and he was under a lot of pressure from the Burst Esports team, both of them in fact, but the fact that he just slowed down enough on the outside line there, gave his teammate the opportunity just to slide up the inside, and they both get safe passage through, but it also stopped the momentum of the Burst Simoncic. So Simoncic there was flying, but he had to halt himself ever so slightly through the corner, and ultimately it was enough there for the front two to just drive away here. Very, very clever there from Siggy.
Yeah, I mean, like, Siggy's a wily old fox and has done plenty of different styles of sim racing, whether it's touring cars, endurance racing, open wheels, GTs, whatever it is you can throw at him. He has done it across a whole multitude of simulators. That's why he's one of the most adaptable drivers that we have in sim racing. But you can see there, rear wing wide open, DRS is active. We are on the 3rd lap of the race. And so now things might get a little bit more interesting down to turn 1. But as much as Jerne Simoncic will have the slipstream, the DRS of Kevin Siggy has it on Jeffrey Rietveld, and that will be a problem for the Burst Esports driver. He's just not going to have that speed, that momentum to catch, and that could be a tactical move. Jeffrey Rietveld might not want to pull away in this race.
Yeah, I saw on the previous lap, we see a Seagull come across our screens. Through turn number 1 and through the first sector here, Siggy was actually backing Simoncic up to give Rietveld the opportunity to drive away. Remember, it is your top 2 driver in terms of where they finish, points put together. You want the lowest score possible. As it stands, Redline have got 3 points. But if Siggy was to even drop down into 4th position, they would actually both be tied on 5 points. But because Rietveld is in the lead, they would ultimately, because we assume there's going to be no penalties, there's been no contact, right? Penalties would be the first port of call, but in terms of then the second port of call, if it was a tie, it goes to where your lead driver is. So right now, Siggy could lose 2 spots clean here, and Rietveld leading the race would still take the checkered flag, and it would still be a Redline win. Even if Siggy was to drop out completely, Benito's in 5th, he's their insurance policy. Redline have just absolutely dominated this in the first 5 minutes, and it remains to be seen as to whether Burst have got anything really to fight back with. I expected there to be some overtaken opportunities with the DRS on this car, but Redline have just managed this perfectly. Will Benito drop right back into Umashima? Again, not guaranteeing himself to be P6, but maybe just making sure he's on that front row for the second race. I think it's probably at this point in the race where you've got to decide to do that, but ultimately Redline are looking so strong, and on this here, I'm thinking this might be the first time we've had a final where it's only 2 races.
Well, like you say, with the form, with the speed they've got, but knowing how difficult it is to overtake around here, that's what's going to provide the main thing. And that's why I'm kind of feeling that Michi Hoyer, maybe with a lap or 2 to go, might decide, right, I'm going to drop back. I'm going to go for the 5th place. And it's kind of, it's this weird battle that we don't normally get to see, which is trying to drop back into a position because you don't want to finish. I've seen it time and time again when we were doing the SimGrid VCO World Cup just last year, and bouts of positions basically going backwards because no one wanted to finish 15th because you would have 10 kilos for the next race. Everyone was trying to get 16th spot to have 0 kilos for the next race. And honestly, the battles it created was kind of mind-boggling because it's very bizarre. But I think we might see that between Michi Hoyer and Enzo Benito. Enzo Benito wants to be on the front row for the next race to try and secure the spot for Team Redline and basically deal with this in just 2 races, Seagull. But Michi Hoyer, he could really play his part. And if he wins that second, the second heat of this final, that could make it to 3.
Yeah, but Benito dropping back, he will do exactly the same, right? As soon as he realises what Hoyer's doing, he's absolutely going to respond by dropping back. I think the difference between this and where you were doing the VCO SimGrid World Cup is that was based on points, and the points difference between 16th and 15th wasn't enough to warrant people to battle for 15th position, right? So that's the difference. Whereas here, it is all about positions in this one race. Like this, once this race is done, it's chalked, it's gone. It's just 1 point for the team. And then we go into the second race, and it's a clean slate again. So it's completely different. Yeah. But I understand what you're saying. You know, it's completely different, but it's exactly the same, if that makes sense to anyone at home. But yeah, Michi Hoyer, I feel like will try to drop back. I think he already is, to be honest. But it's going to be very difficult because Benito will surely do exactly the same. Would he be able to, I think you'll find that Umeshima, by the way, is not 15.5 seconds slower than everybody. He is absolutely making sure that he is pole position for race number 2.
If he was only sort of like 6 seconds off of Enzo Benito, then Enzo Benito's got the chance to be like, oh, okay, I'll slow down and drop behind you. Meanwhile, with him being that far off, it's sort of, like you say, guaranteeing. It's like, you're not going to slow down 8, 9, 10 seconds a lap to try and get to me late in this race. You are going to sit right there. Seagull. But it's all about what Michi Hoyer does, because that 2-second gap, that is enough to drop back. I get entirely what you're saying, but you can see Jerne Simoncic is close, just 6/10 behind Kevin Siggy on the timesheets. Is he finding an extra sort of second wind in this, or is there just not enough? I think, like I say, Redline are playing this beautifully right now and showing how it should be done, in the sense that they are sat so close to each other that the advantage is being given to Kevin Siggy, which is working in defence. Jeffrey Rietveld might be able to pull away right now, but he won't, because it's a disadvantage to the team.
Yeah, I love this whole strategy call, and I hope this never changes as well. The fact that last position, you can sort of manipulate it, if you like, to get that pole position for race number 2. I also think this is working perfectly in the hands of Redline as well. You kind of want Simoncic to stick around, because he's always that, Burst have always got that feeling that, oh, if something goes wrong here for the 2 in front, we still have a chance, which forces Hoyer to be in and around it. He can't decide to then drop off the pace and go further and further back. They've got Benito as that insurance policy at the back as well. So yeah, right now it's working perfectly here for Redline. It's almost like a half a carrot. They're like, hey, if you want this carrot, you can come and get it. But ultimately, it's not really going to gain you anything when it's all said and done.
Yeah, I just don't see Jerne Simoncic being able to pull this move off. I mean, it kind of comes down to the, like I said, it's the cutthroat nature of Redline. If this was the other way around, I would be almost more like, okay, what is Kevin Siggy going to do? Because Siggy's someone who knows how to, like, honestly really throw down the inside. That's not me saying that Jerne Simoncic doesn't know how to race, which is utter rubbish. Because obviously he does. He's won so many championships and has raced really hard.
And Arjuna isn't a Simi Award winner for Commentator of the Year.
Well, yeah, he shouldn't be though. I'm joking. It's just the fact that Jerne Simoncic doesn't do the full-on dive from 3.5 kilometers back to try and make a move, right? He's not going to take that much risk in trying to make something stick here, not against Redline, who kind of know what they're doing to play their cards. It's very intriguing. I just don't see this battle switching too much. Look at Enzo Benito, though. See that gap? 10 seconds. He's dropped right off to confirm, same as what Kazuki Umeshima was doing as we head on to the final lap of the race, basically making the gap too big that Michi Hoyer can't do anything.
Yeah, absolutely that. Umeshima, again, it's just a case of, like, I want to get pole position. Let's see what we can do in race number 2. And again, I'm going to state the obvious here. This has been a very boring race, but this is testament to Redline's preparation for this and how they've adapted to the final situation. We've seen teams get really close. There hasn't been a non-close final as of yet. This goes to show how far ahead they are. Will this be the case in race number 2? I very much doubt it. We're definitely, if it is going to be like this, we're going to see some overtakes. That they have to overtake to get up towards the front. They're going to start P5 and P6 when it comes to the final or the second race in our final. But ultimately, yeah, this has just been business-like, hasn't it? It's almost like a qualifier here. Just get yourself P1 and P2. You're making it through to the next phase. You would not think it was a final. But what a performance has been here from Rietveld and Siggy. very, very nice performance indeed.
7th podium of the VCO Esports Racing League will go to Kevin Siggy as he tries to really make his mark on the most valuable driver. It's Jeffrey Rietveld, though, winning another race and a Redline 1-2 to make it 1-0 to Team Redline. Burst in 3rd and 4th, Enzo Benito 5th, and then Kazuki Umeshima in 6th. Take those 6 drivers and reverse them around, and that is the grid for our second race. Are we going to 3 here? I don't know. Based on that race, I am going to say no.
I agree. I don't think we've got any chance of going to a race number 3 here, if we're going to be completely honest. Umeshima, has he got some magic spells up his sleeve? He has to. It's simple as that. Something magical has got to happen here for Burst. The fact that they've got to this stage of the competition is massive for them in terms of their development throughout this competition, getting towards the Masters, getting towards the World Cup next February. But is this a step too far currently for them? I think it might be. Team Redline, again, asserting their dominance here in the ERL.
Interesting race, that is for sure. Not much excitement, but excitement doesn't always come from on-track passes. That's something that we've learned over the years in motorsports. We say that maybe we're not going to a race 3. I'm just going to play devil's advocate, even though I do tend to agree. But Lewis, we saw and we've seen how difficult it is to pass here. If Umeshima does the Itoki role and lets on through Simoncic and Michi Hoyer to try and build a buffer and run away, is there any chance? Is there any hope in your mind?
Oh, it's honestly not an easy one, because there is one critical thing that was on that race start, and I know it might have been intentional, so fair enough, but if there is one time to know how to start this car, Kazuki Umeshima needs to pick now. That was what made that race start at Bathurst from Leon Itoki, was how he knew how to basically, manipulate the start. He knew how to do that start just right to help his team, whereas this is a standing start. To be fair, if Kazuki Umeshima wants to help his team the most, he needs a blinding start down to turn 1. Now, one thing from that race is that Jeffrey Rietveld didn't have the greatest start from 2nd place and still led the race going into the hairpin and down into turn 3 and such. I don't know about this one. I think this realistically is Enzo Benito's race to lose, and he's the one that really needs to do the work for the team.
And one thing, Luke, that's really changed over the years here in sim racing, right, is the fact that in a car like this, having a dual clutch system is very much a boon. And maybe 4 or 5 years ago, that was something only the highest of the highest end wheels would have. But now even your lower end, your run-of-the-mill Fanatic wheels will have that. So that's something that does make starting these cars just a little bit easier.
Yeah, it doesn't matter what wheel you have, does it? You could be on the controller, you can map a button for it. It's that simple these days to be able to use the dual clutch. Race start's going to be key here. I think we can go both ways. Lewis said he needs to get an absolute flyer, or he needs to have a really bad start and his teammates read it better than the Team Redline guys. Maybe a couple of front wings missing from a couple of Redline cars might happen here. And again, I don't want to do a disservice to Burst Esports at all here, because they've reached the final where there are 25 of the very best sim racing teams in the world. Or is it 26 today? 25 or 26?
25.
Like, to get to a final is ridiculous, right? To beat the likes of teams who've already got there before, UOL, Veloce, R8G, to be here shows the improvement, shows that they're here, they're ready to party, and when it comes to the actual World Cup next February, or when it comes to the Masters, watch out for them. They are going to be in and amongst it, that's for sure. I just think this might be one race too far. But again, we've seen over the course of every single event we've had so far, this team's been the best team like UOL and ACC, Team Redline on iRacing. And when it comes to the final, it's just never been that clear cut. Are we going to see a twist and turn? I think absolutely that's going to happen. Is it going to be in the favour of Burst? It remains to be seen.
It might be something that's to be investigated post-race after the checkered flag actually dropped. Now, we'll have to wait and see what happens there, but at least for now, confirmation that Redline lead 1-0 as we get ready for race number 2. We'll reverse the grid, so like we've been saying, Umeshima starts on pole. It will be Enzo Benito alongside him, while then Michi Hoyer and Jurne Simoncic share row 2. It's going to be some work to do for the Redline boys at the back of the field to work their way forward. Let's talk a bit about the Masters while we get ready for this race number 2. Luke, I know you love this one-on-one format. We're going to take it and run with it for the end of each of these cups. And it's not far away, about a month away from now. We'll go back to Assetto Corsa Competizione and we'll break out this one-on-one format.
Yeah, 1v1. It's a crazy one because it's exciting. It looks exciting on the as long as both drivers don't make a mistake. If one driver makes a mistake, you're kind of done for, right? Yeah, how the qualifying is going to work again, I haven't seen exactly how this is all going to go down, but it's exciting. It's something different. It's very esportsy, right? Sim racing's tried to mimic motorsport in so many different championships, which is great, of course. You know, it's like one of the only esport. Like you can't. It's with FIFA, you can't just go, oh, I'm going to go and play for PSG against Milan tomorrow. Like, it's just not how it works. But with sim racing, you can just jump in a car that one of your heroes is driving and be racing up against people of equivalent level, or sometimes better, sometimes worse. But yeah, in terms of 1v1, like, that is what I want to see in esports. I think with sim racing, we need to try and keep hold of the similarities to the real world motorsport, but we can do whatever the hell we want. This is sim racing, man. Like, we could literally rip up the rulebook of motorsport and completely create our own. And this is what the VCO are doing with the ERL, the ERWC, and yeah, again, the 1v1 format, bracket play, people getting a second chance with an elimination bracket. Like, all of this stuff is possibilities. We're going to see it firsthand. And yeah, maybe it's not for everybody, and there's going to be a few naysayers. But ultimately, I feel like it's going to help grow the scene. I'm going to just I could keep mumbling on about this forever, Arjuna, as you know, because I'm just a bit of a nerd for esports, and I'm just a bit excited about, you know, a new avenue for sim racing. Something that, you know, we're trying to get our heads around this. Us three here, we're trying to get our heads around this format, and then you throw 1v1 at us. Like, you know, I love this stuff.
It's going to be great. $10,000 on the line in the Masters. Again, $2,800 US paid out for each of these regular events in the Esports Racing League. We're just getting ready. Lewis, final thoughts from you before we get underway. I mean, we talked about the dual clutch system. We've talked about Umashima needing the start of his life. Do you think there's a surprise still in store for us? Is this the first time we go to just 2 races, or are we going to somehow see a miracle in a 3rd race yet to come?
Well, I mean, again, you've got to listen to all sides. Again, it's the whole thing of your heart's telling you one thing and your head's telling you something else. My brain is telling me that this is 2 races. This is done. Redline are the dominant force here. But you just don't know what's going to happen in these kind of races. This is a difficult car to drive. Now, Redline are not really the team that kind of make mistakes, make issues, but the starts, they're unpredictable. I mean, you saw that, you know, not a great one from Jeffrey Rietveld. If he has one of those again, and or, you know, say Enzo Benito gets something like that, and then there's some misjudgment coming through the field, it can cause a crash, and then who knows what happens past that point. That's the kind of thing that you have to accept. Even with 6 cars, it's the standing starts is still a big question mark.
Well, I think we are ready for Heat 2 reverse grid. Can Redline be the first team to get it done in 2 races? We're about to find out. Let's go back to Zandvoort. Let's see what the second race of the final has in store for us.
Are we looking at our first 2-0, or are we going to see it 1-1 once again? The dunes of Zandvoort await, and the race will be ahead. Who's coming out on top of this one, Luke? Oh, we'll have to wait and see. The lights are on, and that run down towards Tarzan. Once again, not a great start from Umashima, instantly pulling out of the way to try and allow his teammates. Oh, they've not had a great start, though. Burst have had an absolute catastrophe on their run down to turn 1. Enzo Benito's going to lead. It is Burst in second, but look at this. Already going on the attack. Michi Hoyer trying to find a way past Italian of Enzo Benito. No way to make a move from Michi Hoyer. Jerne Simoncic is just in tow. There might be some hope just yet.
Yeah, Enzo Benito, they have to isolate Enzo Benito being Burst Esports. They have to try and get Michi Hoyer up ahead here. And as you can see here, it is Siggy that is also playing a massive role in trying to force mistakes here from Simoncic. So Simoncic is not going to be able to go with Michi Hoyer here if Siggy sticks behind him this closely. But if we can see a Burst Esports car potentially get up into the lead, although Enzo Benito is just driving away at this stage of the race already, then it does indeed change the whole complexion of how this goes down. As it stands, again, it is going to be tied. It will be 5 points each, but because Benito finishes in first position, that's the highest point, or the highest position in terms of any driver on the grid, that means that they would indeed win it. in this race will be Team Redline, because there's going to be no penalties as of yet because no one's had any contact. So right now, you just do not want Umashima to get involved in any incidents, and neither Rietveld. Rietveld just in that 5th position, but also he'll be looking to try and move forward here. And for Siggy needs to get ahead here for the MVD because he wants to get another podium. So there's lots of different things we're going to be looking at during this race, but ultimately it is all in Team Redline's hands as it stands.
I think we need to keep our eyes very much glued to this battle. Michi Hoyer had a little bit of a look down into turn 1, but was maybe too far behind to really go for it. Jerne Simoncic needs to play proper rear gunner right now and just allow his teammate to do the work to try and keep Kevin Siggy at bay, to try and keep Jeffrey Rietveld at bay. The two absolutely fantastic drivers and well versed with racing in this car and in this series, right at the top level, of course. Team Redline, 4th consecutive final. They've won 2. They're looking for their 3rd, and they are looking odds-on favourites for doing so. Comes down to Michi Hoyer with all the work to try and pass Enzo Benito, running down into that final sector. Maybe turn 1, maybe DRS, maybe it's going to be close enough. Not too sure.
Yeah, right now Enzo Benito wants to be saying at the end of this race, I ran so far away. Can you name the band that came out with that song? Well, I'm going to put you out of your misery. It's Flock of Seagulls. Had to be a joke about them at some point. But Enzo Benito's still leading by 0.4 of a second into turn number 1. And it's close. Benito was able to drive away in lap number 1 when they were all trying to get their tyre temperatures up here. And really, Michi Hoyer couldn't afford a mistake, so he would have been very timid in terms of getting the power down. But now, all of a sudden, he is right behind Benito. So if he could get an overtake here, that's all it's going to take. One overtake here, and Burst Esports would take the 2nd race. Then it would go to qualifying, and then it would go to a race. That's when nerves do indeed come into the equation. Can Michi Hoyer produce some magic here? Can he get up into P1? It's super close. The front 5 separated by 1.8 seconds. Absolutely nothing. You could throw a loincloth over the front 5 drivers. It's not over yet.
Jerne Simoncic was a little bit deep into Shivlak and just sort of opened the door potentially, trying to find the late apexes. Did so into the hairpin that was just come out of a turn. Oh, bit of a mistake there from Kevin Siggy, just locking the rears ever so slightly. Managed to bring it down to speed and hook the apex nicely. Jerne Simoncic is feeling that pressure and trying to allow his teammate just to build a bit more of a gap as we head through. Ari Lyondike once again to finish yet another lap here at Circuit Zandvoort. DRS wide open for Michi Hoyer, but still maybe too far back to try something down into turn 1. Tarzan, such a fast corner. There was no opportunity there for the German to make anything stick, and it is still Enzo Benito leading. It's just not comfortable right now.
It really isn't comfortable here. Simoncic is as close as you want to be. He is right up his chuff pipe here, 0.4 of a second, then the advantage. DRS still and in the equation here for Michi Hoyer, and Simoncic is just not being able to hang here with this pace. So that says to me that Hoyer is absolutely on the limit. Doesn't look like it though in the camera angle down below. Looks very much cool, calm and composed. Cool as a cucumber here. Benito running a little bit wide there on the exit of the corner. Maybe a sign of nerves, but it's all about that final corner for me. Can Michi Hoyer get an exceptional exit out of that final corner? Because of the camber of the corner and because of how fast it is, you can slingshot your way down and towards turn number 1. It's a good exit out of that final chicane, and here we go then. He is as close as he has ever been. 0.4 of a second, now just under 5. Yes, so 0.4 of a second. It was 0.6 last time round, so he's a little bit closer. The drag system here is going to be in effect as well as we come down across that start-finish line. Not quite close enough, I don't think, for Michi Hoyer. He's not going to be able to make the overtake here, but he knows now that Benito is under a considerable much more amount of pressure here. 0.3 of a second. He knows that Benito's going to see him in that rear view mirror or the side mirrors and go, do you know what? That car's a lot bigger than it was a couple of laps ago. So right now for me, Michi Hoyer is the fastest guy on circuit, but can he make the overtake? It is just one overtake here, Lewis. One would change the whole landscape of this final.
Like you say, if we want it to go 1-1, if we want a 3rd race, Michi Hoyer needs to do the work. And for a driver, for someone who's, like I said, missed the apex there just a little bit, had to pull it back, and you can see they're even communicating that one to Jerne Simoncic to be like, yep, sorry pal, I'm trying to focus here, I'm trying to get on with it. A driver who has struggled recently with COVID, had it for the last couple of weeks, missed a couple of rounds in the Virtual Endurance Championship and in the Formula Sim Racing World Championship as well. Really struggling once again on the rear end. I mean, he is pushing hard. Clearly, the symptoms are at least pushed to one side for this evening's racing, as I don't think I've seen him race this hard for quite a while. Back into the slipstream, back into the DRS. Enzo Benito is playing his cards brilliantly just to break the slipstream, and the opportunity is just not there for Hoyer.
Yeah, with 3 minutes 55 seconds to go, I think if he doesn't get the job done on this next lap, he might have to let Simoncic go at it just to try something new, try something different. You've got to take a chance. You're not close enough to dive at the inside. Can Simoncic find a couple of tenths during a lap where he only has one car in front of him? I think it's a chance you absolutely have to take. They have no more cards to throw at this situation, but as you can see here, Siggy is so close here to Simoncic that if he does get let through, it might actually bring the red line driver into play as well. And that is the job that Siggy has to do now. If there is to be a swap of positions between the burst drivers, Siggy needs to be close enough for them to go, we can't do it. We absolutely can't use that. So he's got to try and take every option out of the equation. Enzo Benito, a front runner once again, not really shown the outright pace here on rFactor 2 today around Zandvoort, but when it matters, he absolutely puts in the performance his team needs. 3 minutes to go, around the final corner we go, and Michi Hoyer is over that half a second mark behind Enzo Benito. Benito is just, again, by hundredths of a seconds, bringing that gap out, but it's enough here. Team Redline still dominating proceedings.
Yeah, 5 cars separated by 2 seconds on this racetrack. It is absolutely nothing between them right now. Kevin Siggy's not been afforded an opportunity to pass Jerne Simoncic. Michi Hoyer's also not had one to pass Enzo Benito as they rise up the banking once again. This is very close for Kevin Siggy to basically just completely nullify anything that Michi Hoyer does. Let's see, he's very close coming down into Shivlak. The door was open, the option was there. He didn't really go for it, not feeling the requirement to commit to a move right now, and Kevin Siggy will just hang on to 4th spot. Michi Hoyer, though, like I said, he's got to do the work. 2 minutes left to go in this race. Enzo Benito, that was a little bit tight over the inside. Yeah, Enzo Benito looking for his 3rd win in the Esports Racing League and ERWC competition after a win on iRacing, a win on ACC. Looking for an rFactor 2-1 as well.
Yeah, Hoyer is as close as he's been this whole race now as we end up going round the final corner. He's just about 4 tenths off, and he's going to have to send it. He has to absolutely send it at this stage here. Simoncic has dropped off the pace absolutely, well, hugely, as we see a seagull go across the screen now. Oh, that stayed on the longest out of any seagull we've seen today. Lots of camera time for that one. Fair play. Definitely the star of the show today has been the Seagulls, but Benito again lives to fight another day. They've got 1.5 laps remaining here. Hoyer, again, for me, was as close as he has been all race there, but again, Benito holds firm, and well, there's no real pressure on behind. Simoncic has dropped off. Siggy, will he be looking to push for that podium? Of course, the MVD is still a factor here, a chance at a podium. Of course, he's one of the favourites to win that, but he does need to go up and get ahead of Simoncic. But does he risk a penalty point? I don't think it's worth it when your team is in this position to take the victory. It's definitely not worth a individual reward. We've got 1 lap remaining after this here, Lewis. Enzo Benito is just doing what Enzo Benito does, gets given an opportunity out in the lead, and he is one of the very hardest drivers to overtake.
Like saying, it's not that he's been defending aggressively, ridiculously, dangerously, nothing like that. He is just driving the racing line, and he is driving it damn good right now. Absolutely 0 errors from Enzo Benito as he begins the final lap here at Zandvoort. I am not sure, unless Michi Hoyer has something dynamic, bold, brave in the middle of this racetrack, this could be it for Redline. It needs to be something just honestly crazy.
Yeah, has to be something miraculous for sure. Michi Hoyer is close. Don't get me wrong, he is very, very close indeed here. And actually, he's letting Simoncic go. So yeah. Simoncic is going to go ahead of Hoyer here. He is. So they've decided to just throw everything at it. I think that they would have given up too much of a gap, to be honest. In all fairness, as Hoyer, maybe he's got a bit of an issue here because he's dropped considerably further back from Simoncic. Simoncic now 6 tenths of a second. Is there something in the final sector that Simoncic can find? He's already within half a second of Benito here, so Benito maybe took his foot off the gas there, and that, again, is where you start to maybe have some issues as we head down towards that final chicane. It is the final lap here of our rFactor 2 leg of the Spring Cup here for the ERL, and Kevin Siggy in 4th position. I don't think he's quite going to get up into that podium spot, but I tell you what, it is so close here. Simoncic is so close to Benito. Can he get the run out the final corner? We're not even looking at it here. Where is it happening? Benito is in the lead. It's just about going to be Benito's race, is it not? It's a drag race. Simoncic gave it everything, and I think if Hoyer gave him that opportunity a little bit earlier here, Lewis, I think we might have seen a different result.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Jerne Simoncic certainly had the pace, but it is 2-0 to Team Redline. They are victorious here. Great race win there from Enzo Benito. Maybe not the most thrilling and exciting day at the Dunes, but Redline take their 3rd win That's pretty mad. That is honestly fantastic. And I mean, gotta say, Burst, they gave it their all. They gave it everything they had. It just wasn't enough to beat Redline.
No, it wasn't. But they tried something, and now they got to look at this and think, do you know what? We've got something here in terms of Simoncic. Seems to be a little bit faster. And they've got to use that a little bit earlier, but at least they tried something. Again, they're going to get to tomorrow and think, look, we did give it our all. Maybe we could have done that a bit earlier, but the fact that they just tried to do something, we've seen so often now a team, again, get to that third race. We're not going to have that third race today, but so often where it's just been like, oh, why didn't you try and do that? Why didn't you try something out of the box? Because ultimately, you don't get another chance beyond this race. They went for it. It didn't quite work out. But Enzo Benito, star of the final, he absolutely, when his team needed him, dominated that final race, did not make a mistake, did not slip up. And Team Redline are still the most dominant team in sim racing.
Well, what can you say? What other accolades can we throw at Team Redline? They were runners-up last time out. They are victors here today, and they go into our final race very much as the favourites as well when we head to iRacing in a couple of weeks' time. Bring back in Arjuna, and I mean, they were just well in control.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And the consistency from these guys is incredible, just remarkable, and I can't wait to chat with them again. We're just getting to chat with them a lot, which I know makes Luke happy every time he gets a chat with the certain Enzo Benito. Yeah. But this was also, I think, the game where we're talking about the V8 supercars and draft, for example, right? I don't think even if you had more draft at a place like this, you were ever really going to make anything really happen. It was so tough to pass, and even though Benito was kept honest, as long as he controlled the race, Luke, he was always taking them to victory lane.
Yeah, 100%. Although Simoncic closed up and he was as close, he's closer than Hoyer managed to get. Or is that a case of Benito's like, oh, okay, maybe I could make them feel like they had a chance to get this done, but ultimately they probably never did. We'll probably never know that, but Team Redline, do you bet against them ever? You shouldn't, really. But I do want to give a massive shout out to Burst because they, again, we've seen flashes of absolute brilliance from them. Have we seen consistency enough for them to be warranted as one of the top teams in our ERL or even the ERWC? Absolutely not. Have they finally showcased that they do have that skill set? They do have that pace? Oh yeah, for sure. Are they a team that, you know, teams like Veloce are going to be worried about now? RHG are going to be worried about? UOL? Oh, for sure. Burst on the scene effectively here today and announced themselves amongst the championship, and that will not be the last final they get to.
They were pretty consistently quick in the V8 supercars in the World Cup as well, so keep an eye out for them. Maybe they can go a little bit better in terms of getting through some of the carnage this time around. Lewis, I mean, we're getting ready to chat with Redline again, but while we wait for them to come and get ready to speak with us, I mean, can anyone stop Redline? I thought coming into this Esports Racing League and coming into the Esports Racing World Cup, it was going to take Coanda to really put up a fight with them consistently over the three sims. We know they've got depth, we know they've got quality. Redline look like they may just be walking straight to the Esports Racing World Cup in 2023.
I mean, look, we know that Redline are just honestly an incredible team. The problem with a lot of the other teams that we have on here is that they are focused primarily on one sim, because that's where they do all of their racing. You know, Burst are focused on rFactor 2. Unicorns of Love, obviously with the exception of their addition of NetRex, they are focused on ACC. That's just how it is. You know, the likes of Apex and Core, when, you know, we had Core obviously in the ERWC, they're focused on iRacing. Whilst they can provide decent results on the other simulators, it's just not really where their forte is. When you have Redline, though, their forte is sim racing, is the whole thing. We are going to see more teams over the next couple of years find their ground on competing across multiple platforms right towards the front. Don't get me wrong. But for right now, maybe we do need a team like Coanda. Maybe we do need a team that's there on all of them.
Here's a look then at the results of round 2 of the Spring Cup. Redline lead the way as a result of making it through to both of the finals so far. Burst Esports second, Veloce third. RHG would be down in fourth. Excuse me, no, this is just the results out of this one race. We'll get the combined look maybe at the end of the interview part of the broadcast, but you can see the way the prize money goes. $2,800 to be handed out. Absolute Motorsport with their long old team name breaking this graphic. And again, $2,800 for each of the events, $10,000 for the Masters. It means we pay out over $50,000 across the spring, summer, and fall cups heading through to your... that's not been updated either just yet, because we're waiting for Redline and the burst teams to be populated.
I was panicking.
I was
pretty impressed with Mike's ability to change size there. I wonder if that is in all aspects of his life.
Well, my brain was trying to process what was going there. It was reading, but it wasn't understanding. I tell you what, though, let's go straight down to Team Redline. Let's speak to our winners here on rFactor 2, and let's begin by bringing in Kevin Siggy, who's standing by with Lewis and Luke.
Well, Kevin, Siggy. Oh, we've got Enzo Benito with us straight away, who's jumped out and then jumped back in again. Now we've got Kevin Siggy. You're all right. Panic stations are afoot. Kevin, second time we spoke to you this evening. Now, that was the first time that we've had a final go 2-0. 2 victories to you, nothing for Burst. Was that kind of the expectation going into the finals?
Yeah, definitely. The first race was definitely that in terms of expectations. Winning it was fairly easy. For race 2, we kind of didn't know what was going to happen. We just kind of determined that Enzo just had to do a really good start, and we had to go into P4 to kind of seal the deal. But yeah, we just tried to be very careful. We didn't really didn't expect to win race 2 like that easily, but in the end, we were kind of lucky, and at the start, we didn't collide because we went 3 wide into turn 1. So in the end, it worked out for us. Enzo kept his lead. He was a little bit under pressure, I think, but he was doing it very well. So I think it was a good second race.
Congratulations, stellar performance once again. It's almost tiring telling you lads here how well you've been doing. I want to talk about that move into turn 1, race number 1, where you effectively gave up the lead. Was that intentional? Did you have that plan all along to go 2 wide, stop them from being able to make a move? Because you legitimately let rFactor go. You were like, you crack on, mate. I'm going to slow them down here. Yeah, was that pre-planned?
Yeah, for sure. That was pre-planned. I mean, I think in the semis we kind of did the same thing, but we kind of potatoed it, and I kind of lost position to Yarnay, so we kind of had to kind of figure out what's the best for us, what we need to do to kind of keep position, keep the 1-2 position, and not do the same mistake again. So when Jeffrey was next to me on the right, he just immediately told me to let him by, and I obviously did so instantly, just because he was on the right side, which was easier to go in turn 4. So it was just intentional. Obviously, teamwork is all that we want to should I say? Teamwork is the only thing we need to have to win the race. There's no ego that needs to be prevailed. So yeah, we just tried going 1-2 there. No shenanigans, and we made it stick. We didn't lose any positions, and that's how we were able to win.
Well, cheers, Kevin. Again, congrats. We'll move straight over, though, to Jeffrey Rietveld and catch words on their end. Again, brilliant racing throughout. Jeffrey, talk to us about kind of the pressure that was on your shoulders, particularly in race 1 after taking that lead. Were you kind of trying to keep Kevin Siggy close to you to make sure that he had not only the slipstream but also the DRS to keep those burst drivers at bay?
Yeah, first of all, sorry for my poor webcam placement, but I still need to buy a mount, so apologies for that. But yeah, that was the plan, to keep Kevin close within the DRS, so Burst wouldn't be able to attack really, and I think it paid off. Also, I think Kevin had a little bit better race pace than me, so me going first basically, yeah, Kevin was basically like the wall behind me, you know, and as long as I keep him in the DRS, yeah. We knew we would secure the 1-2, and we did.
First of all, you've got to keep the camera angle, because it's kind of one of those where we're not sort of supposed to be here, which there's some people that pay good money for that kind of camera angle, I can tell you that right now. How important is it in this team to know that whoever's in the lead can go out there and win the race quite comfortably? Is that a defining factor for the Team Redline in this competition?
Yeah, of course it is. I think we have a super strong lineup, and we knew, for example, for race 2 with the reverse grid that it wouldn't be easy. First of all, Enzo had to grab P1 at the start, and he did in a perfect way. And then as soon as Enzo is in the lead, I have full confidence that he can stay in the lead. You know, you need to trust your teammates, and just like Kevin said before, there's like zero ego involved within the team, and I think that's really helping us in a good way.
Well, cheers, Jeffrey, again. Brilliant stuff. Well, try not to blush, Luke. We'll move straight over on to Enzo Benito, of course. Now, with that victory here on rFactor 2, that's a victory on all 3 of our platforms here in ERL, of course, with the victory in the ERWC on iRacing at Okayama. I mean, do you feel comfortable on all 3 of our simulators? I mean, what's next? What else do you want to see in the championship? Do we need to get another simulator in to potentially slow you down?
Well, first of all, this win doesn't taste as good as a win when starting from quali, so but it's still a win. So I guess, but no, I mean, I'm struggling here. I mean, it's clearly there's nothing to hide. I'm really struggling with this car. Was the same case last time. This time I had a bit more time to prepare, but yeah, I'm missing something from the 2 aliens there. And yeah, what can I say? I have a great team, and that's why we win here. But yeah, next one is iRacing. I'm really confident on that one, a bit more confident. So yeah, let's hope for the best.
Well, first of all, having you on camera, everyone's a winner. I get to witness Enzo Benito again. What a time to be alive. Great performance in that final race. At any point during that race, were you worried about an overtake being, happening on you, or was it kind of a case of you were easily managing the pace?
Well, so my start was really good. As Jeffrey said, I tried to keep up as much as I can, even though maybe the guys from behind were a little bit quicker than me. But it's really hard to pass here. So just driving clean, no mistakes, full focus on your own pace, and yeah, then just get the job home. And that's what we did. And I'm super happy for that. And yeah, that's also one more podium for the MVP. Always looking for that. But yeah, super happy overall.
Well, congrats, Enzo. Congrats to Team Redline. Go off and celebrate.
Thank you, guys. See you in the next one.
See you in a bit. There you go. So there's already confidence that they're going to win the next one. God, Gina, to hear this from the team.
I mean, you saw how they ran last time we broke out the V8 supercars. Quick final thoughts before we wrap things up here, and I'll go to you first, Luke. Can anyone stop Redline?
Oh, I think, yeah, absolutely. Apex pushed them really hard in iRacing. UOL beat them on iRacing, on ACC, should I say. Veloce got to an ACC final without Redline, with UOL. So yeah, there absolutely are teams there. Burst, they weren't a million miles away, right? They were one overtake away from taking it to a race number 3. If it goes to a race number 3, absolutely anything is possible. We've seen Redline be involved in incidents with each other at Okayama, which cost them the chance of making it a win on iRacing in 2 races. So yeah, can anyone stop them? Yeah, there's plenty of teams out there. We haven't even mentioned R8G, who, to be honest, are kind of overall, over the course of 3 sims, probably the second best team. And then you look at Williams Esports, they're P5 and they have 0 notable performances. Can you remember a performance where you're like, oh, Williams were exceptional today, yet they still are in P5 because they just get the job done? Yeah, there are teams that could beat them. Is it going to be easy? Absolutely not. Redline are the favourites, and they've got every reason to be the favourites. But yeah, there are still things that we can see happen in this format, and I'm sure we will.
Those are the look at the 12 teams that are currently provisionally qualified for the Masters at the end of the Spring Cup. And again, 12 teams in totality. Once we tot up the Spring, the Fall, the Summer Cups, we'll make it through to the Esports Racing World Cup. A 3-way tie for 10th. Plenty of excitement to come. Lewis, next time out, we go to iRacing. We take out the supercars once more. What track do you want to go to? What excitement do you think we'll have in store?
Well, I know. Obviously, the small word of Daytona was sort of shouted out there by Luke a bit early on. I mean, Daytona would be sick, especially the oval. Although it might be a bit much. Do you know? It's a classic. Some people might be like, well, it's a bit of a boring choice. We've seen so much racing around there. But honestly, somewhere like Monza or Spa, somewhere that's really, really raceable. We don't need to break the mold and try and do something completely special. Although, we do like the idea of going to some random wacky tracks. But sometimes just going to the classics, they're classics for a reason because they race well. And to be fair, for something like this, we've got great ingredients in the championship. Let's just give it some simplicity on the track.
Maybe we have a vote between Scuba and Monza. Well, you will get to decide again.
No, 'cause it'll be Scuba.
Exactly. It's why I want to do it. 2 weeks from now, you can help vote on the VCO social media point us where you want to see us race. And as always, if you have ideas, feedback for how we can make this better, how we can make this bigger, do let us know. We are always ready to hear from you. Before we say goodbye, let's also talk about what's coming up in the horizon. We've got some of the VCO Grand Slams on our agenda in a couple of weeks' time. It's the Nürburgring 24 to kick this off. Then we'll go to Watkins Glen midway through the summer, Petit Le Mans, September, October timeframe, and then the second running of the iRacing Suzuka 10 Hours. All coverage live on RaceSpot TV in partnership with the team at Radio Show Limited. Can't wait to see what's underway. And of course, if you're an iRacing member, this weekend we have another of our special events. We go to Sebring for the 12-hour race there. Join us on RaceSpot TV for all the coverage. Can't wait to see you there. Before we say goodbye, let's also talk about the most valuable driver. All three of the Red Line drivers now have gotten podiums on both of the days so far. Can they carry that momentum forward? We'll find out on iRacing. Enzo Benito, only two back from Kevin Siggy, 2 podiums, and he tie with the most valuable driver here. But for now, we say goodbye. 2 weeks from now, iRacing, 6th of April, same time, same place, here on VCO Esports. Can't wait to see what it's got in store. For Mike Yao behind the scenes controlling all of the action, for our race control team, powered by the ADAC and P1 Gaming guys with SimGrid in conjunction as well. I've been joined by Lewis McLeod and Luke Crane. My name is Arjuna Kenkipati, signing off for now, where we've seen Redline dominant once more. Can anyone stop them? You'll have to tune in to find out.
There you go.